Chapter 1096. Leap. The fire-swallowing monkey's figure turned into an arc in the air. It jumped up and flew away from the beast tied under the cover of the dust, rapidly approaching the immemorial desolate beast corpse. From its appearance, this was the corpse of an elephant. The grayish-blue elephant's skin was tattered, and the flesh and blood under the skin had already been completely wiped out. The white bones formed a frame. Together with the huge elephant skin, they formed a huge tent. This was a half-collapsed tent. It gave off a terrifying aura. This immemorial desolate beast had clearly gone through an intense battle when it was alive. Fang Yuan could not help but have a doubt. What is the existence that could kill this immemorial desolate beast? Right now, he was very close to the center of Tai Chiu. This was one of the 10 great fierce areas of northern plains. It was truly dangerous and unfathomable. Immemorial desolate beasts were hidden here. They were a headache to the super forces. After all, immemorial desolate beasts had battle strength comparable to rank 8 Gu immortals. And among the super forces, only a few had rank 8 Gu immortals. In the huge northern plains, there were only 4 or 5 rank 8 Gu immortals on the surface. Even at the periphery of Tai Chiu, a slight carelessness could cause a beast tide. Immemorial desolate beasts and beast tides, these two factors prevented Tai Chiu from being disturbed by northern plains Gu immortal forces. Fang Yuan got closer to the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. Compared to this huge corpse, Fang Yuan was like a fly, flying towards a tattered gray-blue tent. There was no wind at all. But Fang Yuan felt the resistance gradually increasing. A formless force was resisting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt like he was going against the tide, going deeper into the sea. As he went deeper, Fang Yuan even had auditory hallucinations. Swish swish swish, his ears were filled with the sound of the rising and falling tides. Water path Dao marks. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Undeniably, this immemorial desolate elephant had an abundance of water path Dao marks. Although the immemorial desolate elephant was dead, the water Dao marks remained with its bones and skin, silently influencing the heaven and earth in this domain. Fang Yuan had previously come into contact with primordial desolate beast corpses. Take Dongfang Naganori's tribulation for example. However, the primordial ruin bat's corpse had already been modified by Dongfang Naganori, so Fang Yuan didn't feel the way he did now. In the Super Gu formation of the Earth Trench, Fang Yuan also obtained many immemorial immortal materials. Some immortal materials had extremely dense Dao marks on them, and they even produced a halo of Dao marks that could be seen with the naked eye. However, these immortal materials were only a small portion. In terms of the total number of Dao marks, PBTT could not be compared to Fang Yuan's almost complete immemorial desolate elephant corpse. The primordial desolate beast's accumulation of Dao marks. It was quite terrifying. Most importantly, this primordial desolate beast did not seem to have died long ago. Thus, Fang Yuan felt uncomfortable. He could not get close to it. Immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, whenever they stay in one place for a long time, the vast number of Dao marks on them will affect the surrounding environment, slowly transforming it. A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind, but his feet did not stop moving. His body continued to move as he tried to get closer. Because of these water path Dao marks. Thus, there was no wind. The surroundings of the corpse were quiet, there were no signs of life. When this area is completely transformed, there will be clouds that will not dissipate, there will even be a lake that will give birth to all sorts of plants and beasts. Fang Yuan deduced that this area was not stable yet. The immemorial desolate elephant's Dao marks were subtly changing the surrounding environment. This process could last for decades, centuries, or even millennia. During this process, many of the immemorial desolate elephant's water path Dao marks would dissipate, the surrounding Dao marks would also be pushed out, water path would dominate. Eventually, the surrounding water path Dao marks and the remaining water path Dao marks on the immemorial desolate elephant corpse formed a new balance. The desolate elephant corpse was no longer damaged, the remaining water path Dao marks did not decrease, instead, they seemed to be nourished by the surrounding environment. Except for Fang Yuan. There were no signs of plants or animals. Fang Yuan immediately became very eye-catching. The beast horde suddenly fell into chaos. Their originally orderly pace was now in an unusual state of disarray. Fang Yuan's heart thumped, he turned to look. But the beast horde was only slightly chaotic, it quickly returned to normal. It was like a huge wave that went around the immemorial desolate elephant corpse, rushing to another place. Everywhere it passed, plants fell, dust rose, it was a messy scene. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, he thought, it seems that Shadow Sect's information is correct. Although desolate beasts are easily influenced by providence, the influence is limited in a short period of time. The beast horde's momentum is already set, even if providence finds out about me, it will not be able to control the beast horde to attack the immemorial desolate elephant corpse. As long as I am within this range, I am safe. A moment later, Fang Yuan stopped moving. He looked around, nodding slightly. This distance was perfect, it was not too close to the center of the immemorial desolate elephant corpse, but not too far either. And most importantly, the goo worms in Fang Yuan's hands reacted. Before leaving, Land Spirit of Lengia gave him a set of goo worms to set up. The goo worms that reacted now were specialized investigative goo. As long as they sensed a suitable environment within a certain range, they would emit sounds and vibrations that only goo immortals could sense. Set up the formation. Fang Yuan stopped moving, he stood still and injected immortal essence, activating the goo worms. Immortal goo after immortal goo were activated one after another. Some flew out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, flying around Fang Yuan. Some stayed in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, dancing around. Immortal light lingered, rainbow aurora rose. A vast amount of his consciousness was drawn in, Fang Yuan had no choice but to remove his transformation and show his true body. Providence was furious, it discovered Fang Yuan, thunder rumbled in the air. But it was useless. The time when Providence could make a move was during the goo immortal's tribulation. Right now, Fang Yuan was not undergoing tribulation, nor was he using the hairy man path's natural goo refinement method to refine immortal goo. Propitious qi danced in the air, profound sounds echoed endlessly. With Fang Yuan at the center, a huge rainbow-colored whirlpool formed, it was like mist, like a tide, it was grand and beautiful. The whirlpool continued to expand. It expanded outwards in an orderly manner. Goo worms were arranged in the rainbow aurora, some were buried deep in the soil, some were left on the ground. There were even more phantom goo worms that stayed in the air, some were engraved in the air, they could not be seen with the naked eye. A vast number of goo worms moved at lightning speed. They were arranged. Fang Yuan was the main provider of immortal essence, the one who set up the formation was an immortal goo. Rank 6 formation plate goo. It looked like a round plate, similar to the ceramic plates used in the mortal world. Right now, it was quietly floating above Fang Yuan's head, controlling all sorts of goo worms. The entire process of setting up the formation lasted for more than 6 hours. Only when the sun set and the sky turned dark red, did Fang Yuan put away his goo worms. A vast number of mortal goo were arranged, all the immortal goo were retrieved. All the goo worms. They formed a mysterious and complicated goo formation, hidden in this world. When it was not activated, even Fang Yuan could not detect it. Such amazing attainment. Fang Yuan sighed. He had benefited a lot from this formation arrangement. Even though his formation path attainment level was ordinary, he had great insight. If a formation path goo immortal has great grandmaster attainment level, they can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to set up formations. This goo formation is the same. This reminds me of a historical figure. This person was called Immortal Empress Jiu Hua, she was a famous formation path great grandmaster in history. Her style of setting up formations. 10,000 rays of multicolored light, magnificent and extraordinary. Most importantly, she and Longhair Ancestor were from the same era. Oh, more accurately speaking, Longhair Ancestor had lived for too long. Maybe this teleportation goo formation is the result of a transaction between Immortal Empress Jiu Hua and Longhair Ancestor. Fang Yuan guessed. The goo formation was set up. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before activating this goo formation. According to his vigilant nature, he would naturally inspect the goo formation. But he had no research in formation path, and this goo formation seemed to be the work of a great grandmaster. It was too complex. Fang Yuan wanted to check if there were any flaws. He did not have the ability to do so. The goo formation slowly activated. After about 5 minutes, the first step was completed. Light and shadows flew, forming an illusory formation that covered the surrounding Li. Fang Yuan was at the center. He could hear the sound of tides becoming more frequent. But there was no formless obstruction around him. This goo formation uses the immemorial corpse's water path Dao marks. No wonder Land Spirit of Langia chose this location to set up the goo formation. Goo formations that can teleport goo immortals are very rare. Even though this goo formation can teleport, the activation time is too long. It cannot be used to escape quickly. Fang Yuan evaluated in his mind, before activating the crucial immortal goo in his immortal aperture. The power of this immortal goo spread out from his body, causing a rapid change. The surrounding light and shadows gathered towards Fang Yuan, turning from phantom to solid. They gathered around Fang Yuan and condensed into a lump. Fang Yuan suddenly felt an intense pressure. But in the blink of an eye, the huge pressure vanished without a trace. Boom! With a loud sound, the lump of light exploded, turning into specks of light in the sky. But Fang Yuan had already vanished without a trace. After a long while, everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. I'm at Langia Blessed Land? Fang Yuan's body shook, his vision was filled with all sorts of colors, the world was spinning around him. Suddenly, he felt his feet touching solid ground, he looked again, his vision was clear, he was back in Langia Blessed Land. He was at the center of a huge goo formation. He had come into contact with this goo formation long ago. Back then, when he was transported from Feng Bo Cliff's goo formation, he landed here. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding. It seems that this is the main formation. The goo formations in Tai Chiu and Feng Bo Cliff are the sub-formations. To activate the super goo formation, the crucial immortal goo is needed. This is the key. Land Spirit of Langia's figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 1097. The matter of entering Tai Chiu and setting up the teleportation goo formation ended with Fang Yuan successfully leaving. Land Spirit of Langia did not mistreat him. He was rewarded with a total of 600 sect contribution points. Using these contribution points, Fang Yuan could exchange for many things. What attracted him the most were the transformation path immortal goo recipes in Langia sect's treasury. Langia sect had 3 true inheritances. They came from the 3 legendary great experts, Giant Sun Immortal, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, and Long Hair Ancestor. They did not have any transformation path true inheritances, but Langia sect had a huge number of immortal goo recipes, including many transformation path immortal goo recipes. However, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to use his sect contribution points to exchange for them. He chose to keep these sect contribution points for himself for the time being. Now was not the time to exchange for transformation path immortal goo recipes or refine other transformation path immortal goo. The time was not ripe yet. After the secret transaction with Shadow Sect, as well as his trip to Tai Chiu, Fang Yuan had a clearer understanding of his current situation. Even though he successfully set up the teleportation goo formation, allowing him to travel between Langia Blessed Land and Tai Chiu. But Fang Yuan did not want to enter Tai Chiu again. It would be too dangerous if he went there again. Dark Limit Immortal Goo's power has already dissipated. Even if I can use it again after some time, it is not safe. Heavens Will could also think. Previously, he had caught Heavens Will off guard. Moreover, the Gu formation cannot be concealed. Providence also knows about this. It will definitely influence the surrounding desolate beast groups, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. Since Providence wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan did not need to guess. Next, Providence would definitely surround the immemorial desolate elephant's corpse in Taichio. They would set up all sorts of traps. It was better for Fang Yuan not to go there. However, even if he did not go, Langya sect would go there. Since the land spirit of Langya has accepted my suggestion, he will mobilize many hairy man Gu immortals to cultivate transformation path as well. To cultivate transformation path, one needs to refine transformation path immortal Gu. And refining immortal Gu requires immortal materials. Langya sect's treasury is rich and has many immortal materials. But the previous land spirit of Langya had already been in charge of the blessed land for many years, and was most diligent in refining Gu. Even though there were many immortal materials in the treasury, most of them were rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials. But rank 6 and 7 immortal materials are rare. Therefore, the land spirit of Langya. Not long after, they would issue sect missions to encourage hairy man Gu immortals to go to Tai Chio and kill desolate beasts. On one hand, it was to gather immortal materials to refine Gu, on the other hand, it was to train the hairy man Gu immortals' battle strength. Especially the second point, which has always been the biggest worry of the land spirit of Langya. Let these hairy man Gu immortals become my lackeys. Providence could think, even if they were being targeted. It would be better than me being targeted by Providence. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Even though Langya sect's overall strength was many times stronger than his, at this moment, he had become the chess player. And Langya sect had become his chess pieces. Even more amazing was, even though Fang Yuan schemed against Langya sect, it was also for the sake of Langya sect's development. Thus, he would not go against the alliance agreement that he was bound to. This is the difference in information. The difference in levels. Only then will I have the advantage in terms of strategy. Fang Yuan sighed as he realized the advantage of information path. Gu masters of all paths. They all had their own strengths. Information path did not seem to be very eye-catching among them. But if it could be used. The advantage that information path gave Gu masters was much stronger than most other paths. Of course, this difference in information was because of the benefits that Fang Yuan obtained from his transaction with the Shadow sect. And the Shadow sect must have paid a huge price to obtain information about Providence and Langya sect. I have always been lacking in information path methods. I need to make up for this in the future. Fang Yuan made up his mind. Information path Gu masters were skilled in gathering information, establishing alliance agreements, and inheriting knowledge. At first glance, it did not seem like much, but when it came to cultivation, it could create a huge advantage. Central continent, Earth abyss. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. I found something. I have searched that direction more than 10 times already. It is really well hidden. Ancient soul sect's Gu immortals immediately reacted, they had excited expressions as they charged towards the source of the sound. Wuxia coughed out a mouthful of blood, he was half kneeling on the ground, not only was he tired, he was also heavily injured, almost half his body was gone. A mere immortal zombie. The ancient soul sect Gu immortal who fought with Wuxia stopped in the air, looking down at Wuxia with disdain. Leave him alive. Even though he is an immortal zombie, his concealment technique is truly unique, we need to interrogate him for the sect. The other two Gu immortals shouted as they tore through the air, rushing over. Wuxia suddenly showed a mocking smile. You want my concealment technique? Sure, I will tell you now. Oh no. The three ancient soul sect Gu immortals' expressions changed. They realized this was the enemy's scheme. Wuxia purposely lost. He wanted to lure the three immortals over. This was a plan to lure the enemy. Since there was a plan to lure the enemy, there would be a follow-up plan to kill the enemy. The three ancient soul sect Gu immortals reacted quickly, but Wuxia had made ample preparations. How could he let them escape so easily? In an instant, the super Gu formation that was waiting to be activated. The three ancient soul sect Gu immortals fell into a desperate situation. They felt like the entire universe was filled with endless power, restraining them. At once, they could not control their bodies, they could not move. Next, under the three immortals' shocked expressions, their bodies and souls were directly crushed by the super Gu formation's power. Even though the three immortals resisted, they only lasted for 3 breaths of time. I will collect some interest from you first. Wuxia smiled coldly, his gaze was cold. As soon as he finished speaking, the earth abyss began to tremble. Blinding light shrouded everything within a few thousand li, so fast. How long has it been? The celestial court has already deduced my location and teleported me. Wuxia was shocked. But soon, his heart calmed down. He flew into the super Gu formation. The super Gu formation had been used frequently these days. It had to resist the celestial court's deductions, and it had also forcefully killed 3 ancient soul sect elite Gu immortals. It could not bear the burden anymore. It was riddled with holes and was on the verge of collapse. But Wuxia did not care. He had already planned to abandon this camp. It could not be kept anyway. Master. Shenu appeared beside Wuxia. Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were also following him. The latter two lacked immortal Gu, their battle strength was at its lowest. The strongest was still Shenu, especially since Wuxia had returned all of his immortal Gu to him. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at him worriedly. Fang Yuan, your injuries. Wuxia smiled, waving his hand, stopping Tai Bai Yunsheng. It's fine. After the transaction with Fang Yuan, he lost Fang Yuan's body. Even though his appearance changed, he still had absolute control over these 3 people. It was easy to deceive Tai Bai Yunsheng. The excuse of his body being damaged by Gu refinement was perfect. It would not raise any suspicions. The enemy is here, it is inconvenient to speak, let's go. Wuxia willed, the super Gu formation broke apart, the immortal Gu that made up the Gu formation flew into his hands. The other 3 immortals had a tacit understanding. They gathered around Wuxia, standing in the east, south, west, and north directions. Before leaving, Wuxia looked at the dense profound light in the sky. He suddenly laughed loudly, saying in a high-spirited tone, "This central continent, we will return sooner or later." After the transaction with Fang Yuan, he had struggled out of a desperate situation. He seemed to have been reborn. He was like a gem that had been polished from a rock. Although they were currently retreating, his words actually boosted the morale of the troops, giving them endless hope out of nowhere. Go! Intense light burst out from Wuxia and the other 3 immortals. They were already familiar with this. They activated the immortal Gu that they had refined not long ago. The power that burst out fused together, forming a mystical effect. Boom! With a loud sound, Wuxia and the others vanished. Meanwhile, several rank 8 Gu immortals from Celestial Court had just arrived, shining with profound light. They left so quickly. The leader of the Gu immortals from Celestial Court was a female immortal. She had a slim figure, she wore a beautiful purple robe, her eyes were like deep pools, her skin was white as snow, her brows were shrouded in sorrow. It was Fairy Myrtle. Her wisdom path attainment was not inferior to Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, a troublesome person. She had attacked many times, forcing Wuxia and the others into desperate straits. If not for Fang Yuan's help, Wuxia would have died already. She looked at the messy ground, calculating with her fingers. She frowned. A total of 4 Gu immortals. Strange, I deduced that Fang Yuan was here, but now it has changed. No matter what, they are remnants of Shadow Sect. they must be killed. Her words were light, but if one listened carefully, they would feel a bone-chilling killing intent that was as cold as winter. One of the celestial court Gu immortals behind her spoke slowly, "These little immortals cannot escape, this time, I will take action personally." Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly, but there was a trace of bitterness in her smile. "It is not convenient for us to make a move. These 4 have already escaped to the regional wall. The slightest difference can lead to a huge difference. At this moment, they have probably already entered the regional wall." The celestial court Gu immortals were surprised. Someone said, "So fast?" "This is an ancient battle formation, it is called omnidirectional travel." Back then, when immortal zombie Bo Qing woke up, he joined with hairy man Gu immortal Yumu Chun, immortal zombie 7-star child, and blood dragon Song Zi Xing to teleport to Heavenly Lotus sect from the source of falling Heavenly River using this method. Even though we have fixed immortal travel, the ancient battle formation uses humans as the formation cores, it has lower requirements for immortal Gu. We cannot defend against this method. Fairy Myrtle deduced with her fingers again, before speaking slowly. Chapter 1098. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His divine sense traveled in the vast space of the immortal aperture. There were large areas of barren land everywhere. There are too few earth path Dao marks. These barren lands lack fertility, most of the plants cannot be grown. To improve from the root, I need to add more earth path Dao marks. Other than that, other methods are only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Fang Yuan thought to himself. The sovereign immortal aperture space was too big, it was beyond common sense. Even with Fang Yuan's divine sense, it would take a long time to completely cover it. However, when Fang Yuan inspected the immortal aperture, he had a focus and a target. This greatly increased his efficiency. Several wisps of divine sense quickly spread out in all directions. Gradually, the scenes of the resource points that Fang Yuan was managing appeared in his mind. Western desert, the land was mostly deserted. There was a huge pit, the temperature was very high, the soil in the pit was burnt black. In the pit, there were many eerie fire dragon pythons, they were intertwining and reproducing. This was the most primitive pit. Originally, eerie fire dragon pythons lived in families, they lived in 2s and 3s. But here, Fang Yuan used the unique rearing method of Northern Plains Dong Fang tribe. He placed many eerie fire dragon pythons together, causing them to produce even more young snakes. This batch of eerie fire dragon pythons came from Dong Fang tribe's blessed land. And the rearing method was obtained by Fang Yuan from Dongfang Naganori's soul. Not only was it 100% original, it even had all the details and guesses. With the two together, these eerie fire dragon pythons reproduced very quickly. A few li away from this pit, there were 3 other pits. The number of dragon pythons in each pit was no less than the number in the first primitive pit. It is less than a month in the 5 regions, but here, time is accelerated by 60 times. The number of eerie fire dragon pythons has increased by 4 times. Fang Yuan nodded to himself. 60 times, this was a terrifying time-flow ratio. The eerie fire dragon pythons were placed in Hu immortal blessed land. There was a long period of time, but there was not much improvement. The results of incubation were incomparable to what Fang Yuan was seeing. This was because Hu immortal blessed land was located in the outside world of the 5 regions. The flow of time was much slower, causing the growth of the resources to not be as good. It was the same for the eerie fire dragon pythons, the dragon fish, the regretful spiders, the arrow bamboos, and the star fragment grasses. However, in terms of growth, arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, etc. It was no longer as lively as it was in star form blessed land. This was because the sovereign immortal aperture did not have as many star path Dao marks as star form blessed land. When Gu immortals manage their immortal aperture, they need to inspect all aspects of the immortal aperture to prevent any mistakes. Especially when the immortal aperture space was small, all kinds of resources were close to each other, it was easy for them to influence each other and make mistakes. Fang Yuan's condition was not bad. Because the sovereign immortal aperture space was huge, all the resources had their own living environments, they were separated from each other. The probability of a problem occurring was very small. When the jewel yellow skies opens, I will sell these resources. The harvest will be very gratifying. Fang Yuan looked around and was very satisfied. The closure of the jewel yellow skies affected him greatly. He wanted to develop and manage his immortal aperture more. But without the jewel yellow skies, many things could not be bought. Even though Langya sect had a huge inventory, most of them were immortal materials for goo refinement. For Fang Yuan, they were not very helpful. After dispersing the excess divine sense, only the main portion was left, it rushed towards Kokitahara. This time, Kokitahara was Fang Yuan's main focus. Roar, 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 on Kokitahara, a large number of snow monsters were roaming around. Especially towards the north, the weather got colder. There were even small snowflakes. On the ground, there was a thin layer of ice and snow. Fang Yuan observed carefully. The area covered by the ice and snow was much larger than the last time he investigated. It expanded a lot. These were the gains from the previous earthly calamity. During the first earthly calamity, Fang Yuan underwent tribulation in the icy plain. The calamities and tribulations were extremely fierce, Fang Yuan's gains were huge, he obtained a large number of ice and snow path Dao marks. Because of these Dao marks, there was the scene of snow falling in Kokitahara. Such an environment was very suitable for the snow monsters to live in. In the current Kokitahara, there were countless ordinary snow monsters, a large number of desolate beast snow monsters, and a small number of ancient snow monsters. Before transacting with Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan had intended to keep these snow monsters as a resource to manage in his immortal aperture. But after the transaction, Fang Yuan understood providence, he decided to exterminate these snow monsters. The reason for that was because the bodies of the snow monsters were filled with heaven's will. Fang Yuan came with killing intent, he mobilized his divine sense, a strength path immortal zombie flew up with a large amount of immortal essence, a large number of goo worms flew around it. Sword path immortal move, triple sword wave. The goo worms were activated, immortal essence was poured in, after a while, a huge wave burst out. Swish swish swish, silver-white sword wave surged forward, wave splashed out, emitting killing intent that was colder than ice and snow. Ordinary snow monsters could not resist, they were engulfed by the sword wave and shredded into pieces. The fragments were shredded into dregs, the dregs were cleanly washed away, nothing remained. As for those desolate beast snow monsters, they were able to resist. But they could only resist for a few breaths of time before they were destroyed by the sword wave. Sword path was extremely powerful in offense. It was publicly recognized as one of the 5 strongest offensive paths in the current goo immortal world. Triple layered sword wave was one of the more outstanding killer moves. Each wave of sword waves was stronger than the previous one. Back when Fang Yuan underwent tribulation, he relied on this move to kill the ruin bat formed from ice and snow, he barely survived. After 3 sword waves, thousands of ordinary snow monsters and 6 desolate beast snow monsters were killed, it was an impressive battle result. The thousands of snow monsters did not cause much damage to the sword wave. Most importantly, those 6 desolate beast snow monsters each lost a lot of their sword wave, eventually, the 3 sword waves dissipated. Roar! Following a loud roar, a 70-foot-tall snow monster charged from afar, it was filled with endless anger. Following it were several desolate beast snow monsters and tens of thousands of ordinary snow monsters. A huge group of snow monsters was charging forward majestically. Like an army sweeping through the battlefield, they charged towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan mobilized the strength path immortal zombie, turning around and running. His true body was outside now. He could only control this strength path immortal zombie to fight with his immortal essence and goo worms. This strength path immortal zombie. Fang Yuan had obtained it from blazing heaven Demonis, his immortal aperture had already dissipated. Immortal essence and goo worms could only be placed on the immortal zombie, it was not safe in battle. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to eliminate these snow monsters from afar. He also used a wretched guerrilla tactic. After one round, he would change locations. After another round. After that, he would change locations. The snow monsters made a huge commotion, but when they reached the scene, Fang Yuan had already escaped, he was nowhere to be seen. The snow monsters could not vent their anger, they raised their heads and roared, their voices shaking the surroundings. The ancient snow monster was furious as it threw snowballs everywhere. The huge snowballs were like shooting stars as they flew in all directions. Man was the spirit of all living beings, there was a difference in intelligence. This caused Fang Yuan to have the initiative, the snow monsters could only take a beating. After leaving a safe location, Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie stopped moving. It was resting for a short while. Even though this body was not injured, Fang Yuan had paid a price. The price was green grape immortal essence. Activating 3 layers of sword wave consumed a lot of immortal essence. And Langya sect contribution points. Because the immortal goo that formed 3 layers of sword wave were not just the core immortal goo wave sword, there were also other water path immortal goo. And these water path immortal goo were borrowed by Fang Yuan from the land spirit of Langya, he naturally had to spend a lot of sect contribution points. All in all, activating 3 layers of sword wave was not a small cost. But now, Fang Yuan had a lot of assets. He had ample funds, he could bear the immortal essence expenditure. In terms of sect contribution points. Because of his previous trip to Tai Chiu, he had obtained a lot of sect contribution points. In the short term, it was not a problem. After resting for a while, the snow monsters had settled down, Fang Yuan continued his slaughter. I need to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity arrives. Otherwise, if the heavenly tribulation makes use of them, I might die in the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan had a clear idea. The calamities and tribulations of goo immortals were always stronger than the previous one. Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity was naturally stronger than the first one. If there were still snow monsters left behind by the first earthly calamity and they gathered together with the second earthly calamity, Fang Yuan's chances of passing the tribulation would be minuscule. That way, he would be in dire straits. This was not Fang Yuan's first operation. After returning to Langya Blessed Land, more than 10 days had passed. Almost every day, Fang Yuan had to kill snow monsters. A large number of snow monsters were dying, their numbers were shrinking, but there were still many left, Fang Yuan needed to work harder. But in a day, the more he attacked, the bigger the commotion would become. Even though the snow monsters did not have high intelligence, they had survival instincts, other than venting their emotions, their roars were also used to notify and warn each other. Fang Yuan attacked several times, these snow monsters were all alerted, they gathered under the protection of the ancient snow monsters and formed a defensive formation. Fang Yuan could not attack easily, he withdrew the strength path immortal zombie and stopped killing the snow monsters for the day. Without paying attention to the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan stood up. Flying out of Cloud City, he soon arrived at Luopa Valley. He started to cultivate his soul every day. Lord Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan is here again? You are really hardworking in your cultivation, I am in awe. There were other goo immortals in Luopa Valley. These hairy man goo immortals were already familiar with Fang Yuan had taught them battle techniques. When Fang Yuan entered the valley, they greeted him. Fang Yuan also greeted them passionately. Thanks to the traitor Sixth Hair, Fang Yuan was getting along well with these hairy man goo immortals. After choosing a place and inspecting it, Fang Yuan's soul flew out and started to cultivate. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul caused his soul to tremble. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he did not waver. After a long while, the hairy man-gu immortals who were paying attention to him retracted their gazes and conversed. He is truly a cultivation maniac. It is hard to imagine that he stays in Luopa Valley for 2 hours every day. Chapter 1099. Fang Yuan's soul was roaming around Luopa Valley. He did not roam too far away, he only stayed around Fang Yuan's body. Every once in a while, a wave of fog would drift over. Fang Yuan's soul was bathed in the fog, it was like a book soaking in water, it gradually loosened up. The more condensed the soul, the harder it is to loosen up. After cultivating here for so many days, my soul is more than 10 times more condensed than before, it is improving at a godly speed. However, compared to spectral soul, the difference is like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan evaluated, he could not help but think of the Battle of Tian Mountain. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the founder of Soul Path, even though he died, his soul had the #1 Soul Path foundation in the world. Spectral Soul's condensed soul was extremely terrifying. Ordinary souls were like illusory shadows, they could only affect the mind at most, they could not affect pure physical objects. But Spectral Soul's condensed soul was extremely condensed, he could actually cover the sky with one hand, he could resist the grand tribulations. His prowess was deeply engraved in Fang Yuan's mind. Even though he lost his memories because of the pure dream reality seeker physique, this memory did not disappear. I'm afraid that when Spectral Soul comes to Luopa Valley, this fog is useless against him. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered, he sighed to himself, when can I have his cultivation level? If Fang Yuan's soul had Spectral Soul's Soul Path foundation, even if the immortal zombie body had a powerful trap, he would not need to fear it. The fog floated over and dispersed. Soon after, a gust of wind blew over. Fang Yuan's soul was bathed in the wind, the traces of wind were like steel wires, cutting apart his soul. The pain was even more intense than death by 1,000 cuts, it caused Fang Yuan's soul to tremble. But Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and endured this wind. This wind was not very strong. It did not last for long, Fang Yuan could endure it. But if there were strong winds, Fang Yuan would wisely retreat, his soul would enter his body. With the protection of his body, the power of the Luopa wind would be greatly reduced. After this gust of wind, Fang Yuan's soul had shrunk by more than 30%. To be cautious, he chose to return to his physical body. Guts-gu. Guts-gu after Guts-gu shattered in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, turning into a mystical force that affected his soul. Soon, his soul became strong again. The weakness and injuries caused by the cultivation just now simply vanished without a trace. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were holy lands for soul cultivators. With these two weapons in hand, Fang Yuan's soul Dao cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. His progress was extremely fast. Like this, after waves of fog and wind, Fang Yuan's soul was like iron and stone. After being tempered again and again, it became purer and more solid. But he didn't know when he would have the confidence to enter the immortal zombie body. About 2 hours later, Fang Yuan's soul began to feel restless. Fang Yuan wisely paused his cultivation. His soul returned to his body and he walked out of Luopa Valley. 2 hours passed. This was the limit that Fang Yuan had found out after many times of cultivation. Soul Path cultivation had 3 main aspects. Soul strengthening and soul refining were just 2 of the many aspects of soul strengthening. Besides that, there was a third aspect, pacifying the soul. Strengthening the soul. It could strengthen and strengthen the soul. Refining the soul could refine and purify the soul. Pacifying the soul was to pacify the soul and consolidate the results. The 3 complemented each other. Blindly emphasizing one aspect would only cause one to lose sight of the other, the gains would not make up for the losses. Among them, Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Gu was the first choice for strengthening the soul. The most effective way to pacify the soul was Luo Pa Valley's Fog and Wind. And the most effective way to pacify the soul was the pacifying soul soup in the lake. The lake was in the door of life and death. According to legends, after Verdant Great Sun died, he had been lying drunk on the shore of this lake. The door of life and death is in Shadow Sect's blessed land. And Shadow Sect's blessed land is in southern borders Etion Mountain. It is currently surrounded by layers of the giant dream realm. Otherwise, I can obtain this door of life and death and have a taste of the convenience of cultivating the soul with all three. Fang Yuan was only thinking about it. That gigantic dream realm was like a heavenly moat that obstructed them. Currently, he did not have the ability to cross it. Most importantly, it was the will of the heavens. Fang Yuan's every move was monitored by Providence. Even if he made a move in the future, Providence would be Fang Yuan's main target. Along the way, Fang Yuan did not return to his Cloud City. Instead, he went to the 12th Cloud City. Soon, he saw the hairy man Gu Immortal 12th Hair. Elder Fang Yuan, you are here. This is the self-will Gu that you asked me to refine, come and check it. 12th Hair took the initiative to greet him warmly. Fang Yuan waved his hand, keeping all the self-will Gu, saying, why do I need to check it? Elder 12th, I trust you. 12th Hair laughed heartily, his eyes were filled with gratitude. Before leaving, he held Fang Yuan's hands, saying gratefully, I have to thank you for giving me this chance to refine self-will Gu. Otherwise, when Jewel Yellow Skies opens, would not have the capital to buy any desolate beasts. We hit it off well, it is a win-win situation, I hope our cooperation will continue to be this pleasant. Fang Yuan smiled as he replied. Of course. 12th Hair replied straightforwardly. After the transaction, Fang Yuan returned to his Cloud City. Self-will Gu. In the quiet room, Fang Yuan held a rank 5 mortal Gu in his hand, muttering softly. This Gu worm looked like a scorpion, and it was very pocket-sized. Its shape was quite special, it looked like a folded piece of white paper. In Fang Yuan's hand, it was very light. When it moved its limbs, there was a light rustling sound as it crawled around the center of Fang Yuan's palm, its speed slow. Self-will Gu's Gu recipe came from Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan was now a complete otherworldly demon, he was not affected by Providence. Then other Gu masters and Gu immortals who were not otherworldly demons, how could they resist heaven's will, how could they prevent it from silently influencing them? Shadow Sect's answer was self-will Gu. This was a wisdom path Gu worm, it could produce a special will called self-will. Using self-will to cleanse one's body, one could effectively guard against Providence's influence. This was the essence of Shadow Sect's research on resisting Providence, it was the result of a long period of experimentation. After Fang Yuan obtained self-will Gu's recipe from the transaction with 6th Hair, he started to refine this Gu worm himself. But the results were not high. He was not a refinement path expert, it was hard for him to achieve much by himself. Especially when his time and energy were very precious, he could not spend too much on Gu refinement. Earlier, he refined change form Immortal Gu because it was too important. But self-will Gu was only a mortal Gu, Fang Yuan had a huge demand for it. Thus, after hesitating for a while, Fang Yuan decided to give self-will Gu's recipe to Langya Sect's hairy man Gu immortals, they could help Fang Yuan refine Gu. The price of inviting the land spirit of Langya was too high, there was no need for it. Langya Sect's hairy man Gu immortals, other than 6th Hair, were willing to work for Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan was already familiar with them, they were even on good terms. Most importantly, Langya Sect was built with sect contribution points in mind. After Fang Yuan completed his trip to Tai Chiu, he had a large number of sect contribution points, they were what the other hairy man Gu immortals needed. 12th Hair was the only one, Fang Yuan even asked the other hairy man Gu immortals for help. He kept the gu refinement costs very low. This did not require much effort on Fang Yuan's part. The hairy man gu immortals were simple, and most importantly, these hairy man gu immortals were skilled in gu refinement. They were averse to fighting, thus, they all wanted to take on Fang Yuan's task. And this batch of self-will gu that Fang Yuan obtained was not the first. After storing self-will gu in his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan inspected the other gu worms. He showed great trust and generosity to 12th hair, but he was a vigilant person. He would inspect the goods carefully every time he received them. After all, Langya's sect had a traitor like 6th hair. Fang Yuan did not know that 6th hair was the only traitor left. He was very careful. He was wary of 6th hair and other possible traitors. He spent a lot of time inspecting them, but it was incomparable to the time it took to refine these mortal gu. After inspecting them, Fang Yuan could not help but nod. He showed a look of praise in his eyes. These were refined by hairy man gu immortals after all. The quality is really satisfying. Fang Yuan sent these self-will gu into his immortal aperture. More accurately speaking, he sent them into Kokitahara. Next, he used them one by one, expending all of these mortal gu. A large amount of self-will washed through the earlier battlefields, cleansing the remaining Providence gu. Other than the Providence gu and the snow monsters, there was nothing left in the battlefields. Even though these self-will gu are good weapons to deal with Providence, they have many flaws. Firstly, their ranks are too high. Each one is rank 5, and they are single-use gu worms. They are gone after one use. Fang Yuan felt it was a pity. He was filled with suspicion. This self-will gu recipe should be a defective product. Even though Shadow Sect traded with me, they might have even better gu recipes in their hands. It is a pity that I wanted too many things in that transaction. I had already done my best. I was unable to extort a better gu recipe. Like this, Fang Yuan got rid of the snow monsters in his immortal aperture. After that, he used self-will to cleanse Providence gu. At the same time, he used Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley to cultivate Soul Path. His Soul Path foundation was accumulating rapidly. Other than that, he squeezed out all his free time to give pointers to other hairy man gu immortals. Secretly, he familiarized himself with his immortal gu and practiced killer moves. The closure of Jewel Yellow Skies also had a huge impact on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no choice but to delay the development of his immortal aperture even though he had the capital and ideas to do so. Days passed by. While Fang Yuan was looking forward to the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies, the second earthly calamity was also approaching. Langya sect's invasion of Tai Chiu had not stopped since the start. From time to time, hairy man gu immortals would accept the sect's missions and go to Tai Chiu through the teleportation door. These hairy man gu immortals' first task was to modify the environment and stabilize the teleportation gu formation. Chapter 1100. Langya Blessed Land, Cloud Cover Continent. In the first cloud city, the land spirit of Langya invited Fang Yuan to sit down. Come, Fang Yuan, drink some tea. This is the famous fire rainbow tea. The land spirit of Langya smiled enthusiastically. Fang Yuan received the cup and saw that this cup of tea was bright red and emitting light. After careful observation, there was a rainbow light inside, like a swimming fish, sometimes left and sometimes right, sometimes up and down, jumping around happily. Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. His horizons were very broad. Normally, good tea needed to be savored and tasted lightly. But this tea was an exception. It needed to be drunk in one gulp. The most important thing was that rainbow light in the tea. Only after drinking it into the stomach, could one be considered to have truly tasted the fire rainbow tea. Fang Yuan held the cup and looked at the tea, but did not drink it. His body was outstanding. At once, thoughts flashed in his mind, and his thoughts scattered everywhere. The current land spirit of Langya liked to drink fire rainbow tea. But the previous land spirit of Langya liked to drink cloud smoke tea. The difference in the two types of tea also reflected the different natures of the two land spirit of Langia. And one of the main ingredients of cloud smoke tea was the float ball tea grass. This was the plant that Tai Bai Yunsheng mainly planted in his blessed land. This float ball tea grass floated in the sky, it was very extraordinary. The float ball tea grass was considered high-end, it grew in the sky, it was very difficult for mortals to pick it. But in northern plains, there was a very amiable and down-to-earth type of tea flower, it was called milk tea flower. This kind of flower grew in large numbers in the grasslands of northern plains. In some places with abundant water plants, it could be seen almost everywhere, there was a huge number of them. The flower shape of the milk tea flower was the shape of a cup. Every few days, the cup would be filled to the brim with overflowing flower juice. The flower juice was sweet and delicious, attracting countless wild bees and butterflies to drink it. At the same time, these bees and butterflies were used to spread the seeds of the milk tea flower. Of course, ordinary people could also drink it. Gu masters living in northern plains, and even mortals. Almost all of them had drunk this natural drink. Actually, tea and wine, be it in northern plains or the other four regions, were very popular foods. In the southern border, there were blue ocean cloud tea bricks for sale. The origin of this tea brick was not the southern border, but the eastern sea. The Yi family, one of the super forces in the southern border, was inextricably linked to the eastern sea. Every year, they would sell an uncountable number of blue sea cloud tea bricks to all parts of southern border, earning a huge amount of wealth. In Zhengzhou state, there were even more varieties of tea. Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea, Myriad Dragon Doc's Shadow Dragon tea, they were famous teas. There were also some teas that were specially made by Gu immortals, only the Gu immortal knew how to make them. For example, Fairy Li Shan's Snow Oil Tea, Feng Jioga's Jade Sea Tide Tea and so on. When the land spirit of Langia saw that Feng Yuan did not drink for a long time, he coughed and could not help urging, "Elder Feng Yuan, quickly drink, quickly drink. You might not know. It is the key to drinking this fire rainbow tea." Feng Yuan waved his hand. "I have heard of fire rainbow tea for a long time, but when I picked up this cup of tea, I suddenly thought of other things and became absent-minded." The land spirit of Langia, then Elder Feng Yuan, what are you thinking of? Is it the recent situation of our Langia sect in Taichou? Not that. Feng Yuan smiled, casually saying what he had thought of in his mind. The land spirit of Langia had a disappointed expression, he reluctantly added, "You are the owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada, a person who has been reborn, your vision is broad and you have experienced many things. You know a lot about tea. But do you know? Be it tea or wine, they were all spread and spread through the food path." "Oh? There is such a thing?" Feng Yuan's interest was piqued. More accurately speaking, he was very interested in food path. He was currently developing his immortal aperture, his goal was to manage all sorts of resources and satisfy the feeding needs of his immortal Gu. But if he grasped food path, it would be much easier for him to feed his immortal Gu. Unfortunately, food path was very mysterious, it was popular for a period of time in history. But this period of time was very short. As time went on, it became rarer, even rarer than wisdom path inheritances. In fact, it might even be extinct soon. Regarding food path, during the Battle of Tian Mountain, Feng Yuan learned of some secrets from spectral soul demon Venerable's memories. It turned out that the creator of food path was not a human Gu immortal, but a beastman Gu immortal. This reason was probably the main reason for the current situation of food path. But for Feng Yuan, no matter who created this path, it was fine as long as it was useful to him. Most human Gu immortals had racial pride, but Feng Yuan did not. If hairy men could help him achieve his goal of eternal life, he would give up his human identity and become a hairy man without any hesitation. Now that land spirit of Langia had a lot of understanding of food path, Feng Yuan quickly asked, Land Spirit of Langya revealed, actually, the creation of any type of tea or wine is an incomplete gu recipe. If it is completed, you can refine a special tea gu or wine gu. In this world, there are already many wine gu and tea gu. For example, the famous liquor worm and big smoke tea gu. There was no need to say more about liquor worm. After Fang Yuan reborn, he had benefited from it. His initial development was very fast. Big smoke tea gu was a gu worm that could make gu masters addicted to it and become even more decadent. It was suppressed by those in power. It could be considered a drug in this world. It is a pity that food path has not spread. It is already showing signs of extinction. In the current era, many gu immortals want to test each other's refinement path attainment. They do not need to compete in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention with words or martial skills. They can face each other directly and drink a cup of tea to determine the winner. Land Spirit of Langya's answer made Fang Yuan slightly disappointed. Land Spirit of Langya did not know much. Moreover, what he knew was only about refinement path. Spectral Soul's main body definitely knows a lot. He is familiar with many food path methods. After all, he inherited a food path true inheritance when he was alive. It is a pity that he is trapped in the super dream realm. He is wasting his time day and night. It is too difficult for me to target him. This thought flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. Land Spirit of Langya chatted with Fang Yuan for a while. Seeing that Fang Yuan's topic did not leave tea, he became anxious and said directly, "Fang Yuan, I will tell you the truth. I invited you to tea because I have a mission for you. Here it comes." Fang Yuan thought, looking at the Land Spirit, "Please speak." Land Spirit of Langya was simple. His intention was already guessed by Fang Yuan. As expected, at the next moment, Land Spirit of Langya spoke. "You know about our sect's plan to excavate Taichio. Furthermore, you were the one who suggested this yourself. The teleportation gu formation was also set up by you. Precisely because of you. Recently, our gu immortals have been able to enter and leave Taichio smoothly. We have been modifying the environment and expanding the camp there. But now, there is a problem." Fang Yuan nodded. "First Supreme Elder wants to talk about that falling star hound?" "That's right. It is this damned ancient desolate beast. It has already injured several of our gu immortals. I have already set up a mission to exterminate it, but even though some people in the sect responded, they all failed miserably. I know that the only person who can defeat this falling star hound is you, Fang Yuan. But why did you not accept this mission?" Land Spirit of Langya questioned him directly. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. "I am very busy recently." He had his reasons. It had already been over a month since the last earthly calamity. The second earthly calamity. It was about to arrive. Fang Yuan was preparing to deal with this earthly calamity now. But Fang Yuan did not intend to tell Land Spirit of Langya about the earthly calamity. In fact, his sovereign immortal aperture's secret was also concealed from Land Spirit of Langya. As long as it did not cause any damage to Langya Blessed Land, it would not violate Langya Sect's alliance agreement. This secret was Fang Yuan's trump card. Fang Yuan planned to keep it to himself. Of course, Shadow Sect knew about it. But Fang Yuan was sure that Shadow Sect wanted sovereign immortal fetus gu. In that case, Shadow Sect would not publicize the existence of the sovereign immortal aperture. That would be creating more enemies for himself. Would they be looking for trouble? In Land Spirit of Langya's opinion, Fang Yuan's revival was a very fortunate thing. Fang Yuan had a lot of excuses and explanations for the revival of immortal zombies. Because he knew many ways to revive immortal zombies. Fang Yuan had his difficulties, but he could not say it out loud. Land Spirit of Langya nodded. "You are very busy indeed." He was the Land Spirit. He knew about Langya Blessed Land's revival. Land Spirit of Langya persuaded, "You are really hardworking in your cultivation. But completing the mission is also helping you cultivate. Don't forget about your dog shit luck immortal gu. If you want to feed it, you need to find 6 different desolate hounds. Use their feces to feed this luck path goo worm. In the past, my previous owner used jewel yellow skies to feed dog shit luck. But now, jewel yellow skies is closed. Even if it opens in the future, I suggest you raise dogs in your immortal aperture. You only know how to cultivate, you know the benefits of doing so. Lord's words are insightful. Fang Yuan immediately nodded. Dog shit luck was very important to him. Against Providence, luck path could be used. Fate. Fate. The former was fate, fate was set in stone and could not be changed. The latter was luck, luck was ever-changing and could be used. This precious information was one of the gains that Fang Yuan had obtained from his transactions with Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan explored and gained the attention of Providence, leading a beast tide to get rid of him. But at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan happened to find an immemorial corpse. It was a suitable location to set up the formation. Fang Yuan thought about it and felt that this was not a coincidence, dog shit luck might have played a huge role in it. Although this immortal goo did not help in offense, defense, or movement, it seemed to be very useful in concealment. Giant Sun Immortal Self Luck, all living being luck, heaven and earth luck, dog shit luck is one of the essences of the self luck true inheritance, it is in my hands. All living being luck is hidden in Imperial Court blessed land, connect luck, calamity beckoning, and fortune rivaling heaven originate from it. It is a pity. Recently, Fang Yuan had a terrifying guess. Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed because of him. Back then, he was influenced by Mo Yao's fake will, but was he not influenced by Providence? Was Providence using him as a pawn to destroy Giant Sun Immortal's all-living being luck true inheritance? For Providence, it was to take away surpluses and replenish deficits. Fate was the best method of Providence. After Fate Goo was destroyed by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the power of Luck Path was created and Giant Sun Immortal was born. Land Spirit of Lengia straightened his upper body, calling out, Elder Fang Yuan, if you can complete this mission, be it killing or capturing the falling star hound, the sect contribution points will reach 800. 800. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. Next, he thought for a while before replying, I refuse. Chapter 1101. Fang Yuan slowly flew to the sky. Before leaving, he looked at the majestic cloud city behind him again. His face was filled with bitterness. He let out a long sigh before turning around and flying away. Last time, he accepted the Land Spirit of Lengia's mission to explore Tai Chiu. The Land Spirit of Lengia was very happy, everyone was happy. But this time, Fang Yuan rejected it. He did not accept the mission to take down the falling star hound, both sides parted on bad terms. In the Cloud City, the Land Spirit of Lengia sat on the main seat, gritting his teeth. He suppressed his anger and picked up the cup. But before the fiery rainbow tea entered his mouth, he threw it onto the floor tiles. Fang Yuan, you rascal. The Land Spirit of Lengia clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, feeling very unhappy. However, he sensed the expression on Fang Yuan's face before he left, the anger in his heart eased slightly. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, maybe you are really busy cultivating and have your own plans. But this concerns the development of Langya sect, you are a member of our sect. At the crucial moment, why can't you sacrifice yourself to protect the sect's benefits? In the end, you are still an outsider. Not a hairy man Gu immortal. The Land Spirit of Lengia thought of this as he squinted, cold light flashing in his eyes. In his position, even if Fang Yuan did not want to accept this sect mission, the Land Spirit of Lengia could not force him. He created Langya sect, the alliance agreement restricted all of its members. But the alliance agreement did not stipulate that the members could be forced to do missions that they were not willing to do. Of course, when Langya sect faced a huge crisis, this rule would disappear. But now, Langya sect was only in Tai Chiu, it had nothing to do with the crisis. If Fang Yuan was not willing, the land spirit of Langia could not think of a solution. The land spirit of Langia could not sit still. He stood up and paced around the guest hall. He clasped his hands behind his back and lowered his head in contemplation, feeling vexed and frustrated. His frown deepened. If Fang Yuan isn't willing to take action, then what should we do about the falling star hound? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with any good ideas. The land spirit of Langia itself was absolutely unsolvable. They had left Langia blessed land. The other method was the ancient battle formation, heavenly giant solar. But land spirit of Langia had the crucial formation immortal goo. In the current situation where refinement cauldron was damaged, this was a powerful method to protect Langia blessed land. The land spirit of Langia didn't want to hand over heavenly giant solar just because of this. What if there was an accident? The land spirit of Langia was very clear about this. Sigh. Could it be that they were going to end up like what happened before Fang Yuan left? Those words of persuasion? Why don't we use this falling star hound as a whetstone to raise the battle attainment of the hairy man Gu immortals? Land spirit of Langia sighed. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his clothes were fluttering in the wind. Intense winds blew at his face, the sound of the wind resounded in his ears. His heart was cold. The bitter smile and sigh earlier were just an act. Fang Yuan knew, in this Langia blessed land, the land spirit of Langia was almost omniscient, its investigative abilities were very strong. Otherwise, he would not have collected so many lifespan goo. This was because Langia blessed land had too long of a history. It had a deep foundation, it had countless Dao marks. This was why the land spirit of Langia was very outstanding in this blessed land. The other land spirits could not compare to him. My current plan is to rely on Langia sect to help me cultivate. I am the chess player, Langia sect is my pawn. If I accept that mission, wouldn't I become a pawn, would have to risk my life for Langia sect? Humph. Tai Chiu attracted the attention of Providence. It is very dangerous. I suspect that Providence has already set up a trap, but did not find me. I am also countered by the immemorial corpses, so I did not lure them. Fang Yuan was very vigilant. In this situation, he would not go to Tai Chiu easily. He wanted to cultivate transformation path. He needed to refine transformation path immortal goo, kill desolate beasts, obtain immortal materials, and so on. But he did not need to do these things personally. Langia sect was going to Tai Chiu to obtain these things. Fang Yuan only needed to use sect contribution points to make transactions. He would be able to cultivate peacefully in the rear. There was no need to mention danger. There might be a trap set by Providence. Even if there was no trap, Fang Yuan did not intend to delay his cultivation. The world is big, I am the biggest. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He had already expected that they would part on bad terms today. I will not work for Langia sect, but I need to take care of my relationship with the land spirit of Langia. The more conflicts like this occur, the worse my relationship with the land spirit of Langia will become. At the extreme, the land spirit of Langia might not be able to tolerate it, he might expel me from the sect or even kill me. Moreover, for the time being, I need to borrow Langia sect's strength. At least for the second earthly calamity, I will need to borrow their water path immortal goo. Fang Yuan thought about it calmly. He analyzed the situation he was in. He had once had a conflict with the previous land spirit of Langia. Their relationship had reached a freezing point. This was a mistake. Fang Yuan was wary of himself. He did not want to make the same mistake again. Sometimes, if the situation permits, it is necessary to help out. I am only making use of Langia sect. My goal is to make it easier for me to cultivate. Only by getting stronger and raising my cultivation level is the most reliable thing. Providence could affect all aspects and all living beings. But there was a limit to the extent of its influence. Providence was not like fake will, it could directly participate in the collision of thoughts in the mind and distort the outcome of life. In this aspect, Providence could not compare to fake will. After learning about Providence from Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan knew that Providence was a type of will in essence. Providence was at most an imperceptible influence. Thus, Providence used Fang Yuan as a chess piece. When dealing with Shadow Sect and Spectral Soul, it did not reveal itself. It plotted for a long time, encircling them step by step, before finally revealing its true intentions. But in the Battle of Tian Mountain, Fang Yuan relied on his half-otherworldly demon intuition to escape Providence's control, leading to the current situation. Thus, the best way to deal with Providence was to raise the Gu Immortals' cultivation level and strengthen themselves. For example, back then, Qi Zai chased after Fang Yuan because Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal, weaker than him. If Fang Yuan was rank 8, he would not have foolishly chased after him. Similarly, with regards to those cloud beasts, if Fang Yuan had the strength, he could easily exterminate them. But because he was weak, he was forced to run around. Thus, even if the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations are a good chance for Providence to eliminate me, I will face them without fear and face them head-on. Every time I pass a calamity or tribulation, I will break through Providence's blockade. I will grow stronger time and time again until I can resist Providence. When I become a demon venerable, I will be invincible in the world. What can Providence do to me? Fang Yuan already understood this in his heart. When he returned to his cloud city, he learned that a hairy man envoy had arrived. Fang Yuan summoned this hairy man envoy. He was a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. Lord, my city lord ordered me to deliver this to you. The hairy man Gu master said respectfully. As he spoke, he handed over a wooden box with both hands. Fang Yuan received it, but did not open it. He looked at the hairy man envoy in front of him. With just one look, the hairy man Gu master felt a chill in his heart. It was like he was naked, all his hair was stripped off, all his secrets were exposed to the other party. From today onwards, you will stay here, I will guide you in your enslavement path cultivation. Fang Yuan said slowly. Thank you for your guidance. The hairy man Gu master immediately knelt on the ground, his body was shaking in excitement. Leave. Fang Yuan had no interest in this hairy man peak stage rank 5 Gu master. After waving him away, Fang Yuan returned to his room and continued to cultivate. He opened the wooden box. Inside was an immortal Gu. It was none other than rank 6 beast enslavement immortal Gu. It turned out that a few days ago, Fang Yuan felt that their relationship was good and the time was ripe. He asked 12th Hair to borrow his beast enslavement immortal Gu. He was willing to pay with sect contribution points. Even though 12th Hair agreed, he did not accept Fang Yuan's sect contribution points. Instead, he made another request. Not long ago, he had received a bloodline descendant on the sea continent. 12th Hair and this descendant's grandmother had a history of love, and because this descendant had good aptitude, 12th Hair wanted to continue nurturing him. And this descendant cultivated enslavement path. 12th Hair wanted Fang Yuan to guide him personally. Fang Yuan had no objections. Honestly speaking, this transaction was more beneficial to him. After all, he had been using less sect contribution points recently. He wanted to save as much as he could. In the immortal aperture, the area of ice and snow had stopped expanding. This meant that the ice and snow Dao marks from the previous earthly calamity had been fully used up. The immortal aperture's transformation was complete. The immortal zombie that Fang Yuan controlled carefully got close to a desolate beast snow monster. Inside the immortal aperture, because of the different time flow, a long time had passed since the previous encirclement. The snow monsters relaxed again, so Fang Yuan was facing a wandering snow monster. Beast enslavement immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's thoughts appeared out of thin air. He directly injected green grape immortal essence into this immortal Gu. The desolate beast snow monster's body shook, as if it had suffered a formless attack. But soon, it raised its head and roared. It discovered the strength path immortal zombie that was hiding its tracks and charged towards him. Failed, retreat. Fang Yuan immediately retreated. Logically speaking, with his current soul foundation, he should be able to easily crush a desolate beast snow monster. But this was not the case. Just like what Shadow Sect said, the lifeforms in Providence are not enslaved or controlled by me. Leaving them alive is the greatest threat. Fang Yuan sighed. Even though he had obtained this information from the transaction, with his personality, he would not give up until he tried it himself. If I could enslave them, be it to control desolate beast snow monsters, or even to sell them to jewel yellow skies, it would be good. Unfortunately, I can only kill them forcefully. Wait. Maybe I can use self-will to get rid of Providence first, then try to enslave them with beast enslavement immortal goo? Fang Yuan had a thought. Chapter 1102. An hour later. The desolate beast snow monster was killed by Fang Yuan, only its head was left. Roar. Even though it was only a head, the snow monster's ferocity did not diminish, it roared at Fang Yuan and breathed out sharp icy winds. Snow monsters were different from desolate beasts, they were made of ice and snow, similar to cloud beasts, blood beasts, and mud monsters. The strength path immortal zombie controlled by Fang Yuan snorted coldly, it stood in front of the desolate beast snow monster's head and placed its hand on the snow monster's head. Immediately, a thin layer of frost covered the strength path immortal zombie's hand. Fang Yuan ignored it, he activated a large number of self-will goo. Self-will surged like a tidal wave, pouring into the snow monster's head. The snow monster's head was filled with a large amount of Providence. Fang Yuan's self-will entered and collided with Providence, it was like fire and water colliding, they could not tolerate each other. Providence had little quantity, but self-will had an endless supply. Soon, Providence was pushed back, it was washed away by self-will. Boom! At the final moment, the snow monster's head self-detonated. A large amount of ice and snow flew everywhere. Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie was instantly buried by this ice and snow. However, this self-detonation before death did not have any destructive power at all. Soon, Fang Yuan's strength path immortal zombie came out of the snow, unharmed. But his expression was unsightly. Even if I use self-will to wash away Providence, the snow monster will only self-detonate. Can't it be subdued? But even if it can be subdued, I used up 100 self-will goo just to wash one head, the cost is quite high. Even though self-will goo was immortal goo, it was rank 5. At the same time, these self-will goo were not refined by Fang Yuan himself, he used Langya sect contribution points to ask other hairy man goo immortals to refine them. After this step, Fang Yuan's success rate increased by a little. And most importantly, it was time. Fang Yuan first had to heavily injure a desolate beast snow monster, it could not resist. Make it unable to move. Only then could it continue to instill a large amount of my will and wash Providence. The amount of time it took to kill a desolate beast snow monster might not be that impressive. However, there were still so many snow monsters in Fang Yuan's Kokitahara. Once the number increased, there would be more time. The second earthly calamity was coming. It was not worth it for Fang Yuan to do this. Actually, even if I enslave the desolate beast snow monsters and sell them, the snow monsters will not be able to survive. It's also dangerous. Back then, one of the first generation split souls of Shadow Sect, Goo Immortal Green, researched the life and death immortal aperture method in the super goo formation of Northern Plains Trench. A huge explosion occurred during the research, many immortal materials were filled with Providence, Lu avoided them like a viper. Just like that, he discarded all these immortal materials. Such a clear attitude has already explained many problems. If I really sell these snow monsters of Providence that are targeting me, I'll be able to kill them all. I'm afraid we'll suffer even worse chain effects. After the failure, Fang Yuan could only carry out his previous plan and continue to kill these snow monsters. He had to kill all of these snow monsters before the second earthly calamity arrived, leaving none behind. Even Providence had to be washed away, nothing was left. Ordinary snow monsters. They were all cannon fodder, Fang Yuan could easily kill them, there was nothing to worry about. But desolate beast snow monsters were hard to deal with, he needed to spend some effort. As for ancient snow monsters, they were even more troublesome. Fang Yuan could not help but miss Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Using Flying Sword Immortal Gu as the core to activate the Immortal Killer move Sword Marks targeting death, it was extremely effective against ancient snow monsters. As for the triple-layered sword wave, it was a group attack. Against a single ancient snow monster, it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. And using sword wave triple-layered had a high cost. Thankfully, Fang Yuan obtained Strength Path Immortal Gu again, he could use Myriad Self again. Strength Path relied less on Primeval Essence and Immortal Essence, Myriad Self's first style, Strength Path Giant Hand, had a much lower cost than Sword Wave Triple-Layered. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan used Strength Path Giant Hand to eliminate these ancient snow monsters and desolate beast snow monsters. He first used Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu to enslave a snow monster. After enslavement failed, the snow monster would be provoked and fall into a state of extreme anger, it would chase after Fang Yuan relentlessly. Fang Yuan immediately retreated and lured this snow monster far away, before using Strength Path Giant Hand to kill it. This way, the other snow monsters would be less likely to be alerted. Previously, Fang Yuan could gather the snow monsters after 3 or 4 attacks, but now, it was different, the efficiency was much higher. After enslavement path methods failed, the target would hate the Gu Master greatly. Fang Yuan made full use of this point. Previously, Fang Yuan had tried other methods, but mortal enslavement path methods were too low level, and some wisdom path methods were useless against Providence. Thus, the Beast Enslavement Immortal Gu that Fang Yuan borrowed was not completely useless. Days passed, there were less than 30% of the snow monsters left. There were less than 10 days until the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan controlled the Strength Path Immortal Zombie and went to mini southern border in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At a certain corner, Fang Yuan's Immortal Zombie body was placed. Even though I have an Immortal Zombie body, I can only look at it and not use it. Fang Yuan sighed, activating Self-Will Gu and starting to set up a formation. 2 hours later, a Gu formation with hundreds of Self-Will Gu as the core was successfully set up. This Gu formation was mainly used for sealing. Fang Yuan obtained this formation method from Shadow Sect's transaction. He used a large number of Self-Will Gu to seal Providence. Shadow Sect used this method to set up super Gu formations all over the 5 regions. After inspecting it 3 times and confirming there were no problems, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Fang Yuan's Immortal Zombie body was lying at the center of the Gu formation, and the Gu formation had completely sealed Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada was originally sealed by Celestial Quartz Gu Immortal Wei Ling Yang using a supreme method. Wuxia was unable to activate Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive. Thus, in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, he could only transact with Fang Yuan. In the transaction, Wuxia returned Fang Yuan's Immortal Zombie body and Spring-Autumn Cicada to Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan obtained it, he found that Spring-Autumn Cicada was still sealed, it could not even absorb water from the River of Time. It was getting weaker day by day, on the verge of starving to death. Fang Yuan had tried many methods, but found that this seal was too powerful, he could not even find out its origin. Helplessly, Fang Yuan could only give up on this for the time being. But not long ago, Rank 8 Restriction Path Gu Immortal Wei Ling Yang's method seemed to have been used up. Spring-Autumn Cicada's seal was suddenly undone. Fang Yuan knew that Providence was hidden in Spring-Autumn Cicada and could only be removed using refinement path methods. He did not dare to leave Fang Yuan's Immortal Zombie body outside. Keeping it in his Immortal Aperture was the safest. But Fang Yuan was worried that during the second earthly calamity, spring-autumn cicadas' providence would be linked to the calamities and tribulations. Thus, this time, he set up this Gu formation to seal providence, eliminating this threat in advance. 3 days later, the snow monsters in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture were completely eradicated. Next, he used self-will to wash away all providence. For this, Fang Yuan had to pay a hefty price. Although Giant Hand's cost was low, after using it many times, the consumption would accumulate to a high level. Right now, Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence on hand. The same was true for Immortal Yuan Stone. Because of the closure of Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan had a lot of cultivation resources but could not sell them. Langya sect's contribution points were also decreasing day by day. Even though Fang Yuan often gave pointers to the hairy man Gu immortals in battle, it was beneficial to him. But Land Spirit of Langya also learned from him. He had some thoughts and reduced the rewards for this mission. At the same time, he raised the reward for the Falling Star Hound mission. Jewel Yellow Skies. Jewel Yellow Skies, when can you open it? Fang Yuan was looking forward to the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies while making more preparations for the second earthly calamity. There were still 5 days before the second earthly calamity. Fang Yuan completely washed away the providence in his immortal aperture before arriving in front of Dang Hun Mountain. Using myriad self-killer move and other methods, he changed Dang Hun Mountain beyond recognition. Next, he used Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu to stuff Dang Hun Mountain into his sovereign immortal aperture. In the past, Fang Yuan did not have landscape as before. He did not dare to do this casually. But now, he had less to worry about. This commotion naturally attracted Langya Land Spirit to appear. He asked nervously, "Elder Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do?" He was very worried. After all, Dang Hun Mountain belonged to Fang Yuan. It was not like Luo Pa Valley. If Fang Yuan wanted to take it away, he could not stop him. Fang Yuan had a glib tongue. He used the excuse that he had prepared long ago to leave Langya Blessed Land for a period of time. Land Spirit of Langya believed him. He wanted Fang Yuan to help him get rid of the Falling Star Hound, but in the end, not only did Fang Yuan want to leave, he even took Dang Hun Mountain with him. Land Spirit of Langya was very worried. Fang Yuan used this chance to expend all his sect contribution points. He also mortgaged Wisdom Gu to borrow many Immortal Gu from Land Spirit of Langya, as well as a large number of Immortal Yuan stones. He finally replenished his Green Grape Immortal Essence. Regretfully, even when Fang Yuan left Langya Blessed Land, Jewel Yellow Skies did not open. Fang Yuan sighed. He chose to move out a portion of the resources in his immortal aperture, handing them to Land Spirit of Langya for safekeeping. So many resources? It seems that Fang Yuan, you are very knowledgeable in managing your immortal aperture. Land Spirit of Langya was surprised at the amount of resources. But in fact, this was only a small portion of what Fang Yuan had. He did not even have 30% of it. Fang Yuan naturally would not move all the resources out. Land Spirit of Langya was not a fool. He would immediately suspect Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Less than half a day before the earthly calamity arrived, Fang Yuan arrived at the northern icy plain through a teleportation Gu formation. Although the northern icy plain was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, it contained countless Reckless Savage True Meaning. But providence still existed. Thus, Fang Yuan did not come here in advance. The icy plain was vast. Fang Yuan randomly chose a direction and placed his immortal aperture at a suitable location. What would the second earthly calamity be? No matter what, the second earthly calamity would definitely be stronger than the first. Chapter 1103. Fang Yuan was dressed in a white robe. His black hair fluttered as he landed in the sovereign immortal aperture's Kokitahara. This time, he still intended to undergo the tribulation here. There were also some resources distributed in the other places. There was only ice and snow in Kokitahara. The snow monsters and Providence had all been eradicated. The sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space, but the calamities and tribulations' only target was Feng Yuan. Therefore, wherever he was, the calamity would occur. The immortal aperture was already planted in northern plains. The tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture merged with the river of time. The flow of time was greatly reduced. The first was to check the arrangements. A large number of goo worms had already been arranged in the sovereign immortal aperture. Most of them were related to the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Apart from that, there was also Dang Hun Mountain beside Feng Yuan. The current Dang Hun Mountain was already beyond recognition. Feng Yuan had done this to prevent others from using fixed immortal travel to suddenly teleport in while he was undergoing his tribulation. Therefore, this hidden danger was eliminated in advance. During the first tribulation, Feng Yuan did not have Pulling Mountain immortal goo or landscape as before, so he could not bring Dang Hun Mountain in. However, things were different now. With Pulling Mountain, Feng Yuan could move Dang Hun Mountain into his immortal aperture alone. Otherwise, if he used other Hairy Man Goo Immortals, not only would he need to spend a sum of sect contribution points, the Hairy Man Goo Immortals would also enter the sovereign immortal aperture and expose this huge secret of Feng Yuan's. With landscape as before, there was no need to worry about Dang Hun Mountain being destroyed by the calamity. The more severe the damage to Dang Hun Mountain, the greater the damage. The production of Guts Goo was lower. After a round of inspection, Feng Yuan was sure that there was nothing wrong with the arrangements. Next, with a thought, the sovereign immortal aperture's entrance opened. Hoo, a large amount of heaven and earth chi passed through the door. They entered the sovereign immortal aperture. For a moment, it was a spectacular sight, like a surging tide pouring in. This time, I brought Dang Hun Mountain and increased the burden on the sovereign immortal aperture. Therefore, the chi of heaven and earth is much more abundant than last time. The chi of heaven and earth swarmed in. At the same time, Feng Yuan. He began to arrange all sorts of goo worms outside the immortal aperture. He had already set it up during the last earthly calamity. This time, Feng Yuan was even more familiar with it. Feng Yuan naturally had to use the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Firstly, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer Move could weaken the power of earthly calamities. Secondly, it could extract Reckless Savage's true intent to help Feng Yuan cultivate the transformation Dao. What was different from the first tribulation was that this time, many of the mortal goo that made up the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture were Feng Yuan's own. Moreover, he made some minor modifications to the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture killer move itself. Modifying the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture was one of the preparations that Feng Yuan had made for his tribulation transcendence. Although his refinement path attainment was not high, his wisdom path was at the Grandmaster level. The current improvements were just icing on the cake, not essential. But as long as he continued to investigate, Feng Yuan believed that one day, he would be able to modify this killer move into a version that was most suitable for him. After all, Feng Yuan could not always rely on the Langya sect. Every time he underwent a tribulation, he would need to borrow so many goo worms from the land spirit of Langya. This was a huge price to pay. Feng Yuan modified the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture because he wanted to get rid of the land spirit of Langya's control over him. A moment later, Feng Yuan made his arrangements and started to mobilize his immortal essence, activating goo worms one by one. Green light burst out, filling the immortal aperture and connecting to the outside world. Gradually, the green light inside and outside the immortal aperture merged into a huge light shadow, covering the surrounding thousand-li. Tens of thousands of green grape immortal essence were expended, allowing Feng Yuan to successfully activate the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture killer move. The second earthly calamity arrived. The world shook, winds surged and clouds surged. At first, there was only a light breeze, but soon, the wind started to surge. In the blink of an eye, intense winds filled the sky, sweeping the world and blowing away all living beings. What tribulation is this? Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Danghun Mountain, preparing for battle. Even though he did not recognize the origin of this earthly calamity, just from the prelude, this earthly calamity was like the previous one, it was extremely powerful, it was definitely out of the ordinary. Intense winds blew, sweeping up the ice and snow on the ground, causing the world to turn into a blur. The sovereign immortal aperture had few light path Dao marks to begin with, there was only a faint light. Right now, wind and snow covered the sky, Fang Yuan's vision became restricted. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding, what is that sound? Fang Yuan had already used all kinds of methods to investigate, but at this moment, he suddenly heard a clear chime-like sound coming from within the howling winds. This strange scene made Fang Yuan frown slightly. Don't tell me, this is... He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Right at this time, the sound of wind chimes resounded, a huge green flower flew out of the wind and crashed into Danghun Mountain. The speed of this viridescent flower was extremely fast. It was simply too fast, it crashed into Danghun Mountain, creating a long mark on the mountain. The rocks along the way were crushed into powder, blown away by the wind. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The sound of wind chimes resounded. At the next moment, 18 green flowers flew out and crashed into Danghun Mountain, shattering themselves and creating 18 deep marks. These are wind flowers. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he confirmed the answer in his mind. Wind flowers were the essence of the wind. They were a special plant that could only be born in extremely intense winds. They had no roots or horns, they danced in the wind. They were as big as chariots, they were light green and extremely sharp. Ding 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 ding. Fang Yuan had just recognized the wind flowers when the next wave of wind flowers attacked again. There were more wind flowers this time, there were 40 to 50 of them. Furthermore, the direction of the attacks came from all directions, crashing into Danghun Mountain one after another. Danghun Mountain's rocks shattered, smoke and dust rose, the shattered rocks were quickly devoured by the surrounding winds. Fang Yuan quickly retreated from the top of the mountain. He gritted his teeth, feeling troubled. In the previous earthly calamity, Providence created a large number of snow monsters, but I can fly, I have the initiative. This time, Providence has learned their lesson, they have changed their tactics and are using wind flower tribulation to deal with me. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. Fang Yuan's speed could not compare to the wind flowers, and his defensive methods were only at mortal level. Thankfully, I moved Danghun Mountain this time, otherwise, I would be in trouble without any defenses. Fang Yuan felt very fortunate. Landscape as before. He activated the time path Immortal Gu, the countless marks on Danghun Mountain disappeared, returning to its original state. However, almost in the next second, the endless wind flowers struck again, shattering layer after layer of the mountain rocks and cutting them into dregs. This will not be good. Using the immortal tribulation tempering aperture earlier consumed more than half of my immortal essence. Although I am temporarily safe, I have expended a large amount of green grape immortal essence. Using this immortal essence to heal Danghun Mountain is just prolonging my life. Fang Yuan squinted, thoughts moving rapidly in his mind. He had rich battle experience, he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. Strength Path Killer Move, Myriad Self. Transformation Path Killer Move, Familiar Face. Immortal Gu Dark Limit. His body shook as his method burst out, countless Fang Yuan occupied the whole of Danghun Mountain. One of them roared towards the sky, and all of the Fang Yuan phantoms rushed towards the winds outside the mountain. At the same time, Fang Yuan's main body activated Familiar Face, using the concealment of Myriad Self, he turned into a rock on Danghun Mountain. With change form Immortal Gu, Familiar Face returned to its original form, it became simple and instantaneous. It was not like the modified version, where Fang Yuan used a large number of mortal goo to replace the effect of change form immortal goo, causing familiar face to activate very slowly and could not be used in emergencies. After turning into an inconspicuous rock, Fang Yuan did not stop. He used dark limit immortal goo to conceal his aura. Ding ding ding, a large number of wind flowers turned around and attacked the countless Fang Yuan phantoms. The calamities and tribulations' firepower decreased, Dang Han Mountain's pressure was greatly reduced. In just a moment, Fang Yuan's myriad self-phantoms were all eradicated by the wind flowers. Fang Yuan activated myriad self again, creating countless phantoms that carried his aura as he charged out. The wind flowers scattered and danced in the wind, the phantoms were instantly killed one after another. After 2 to 3 times, Providence saw through Fang Yuan's battle tactic. All of the wind flowers ignored Fang Yuan phantoms, they concentrated their firepower and attacked Dang Han Mountain. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he felt Providence's sinister intentions. Dang Han Mountain is my greatest source of income. Providence wants to destroy it, they are ruining my future. Fang Yuan was fortunate to have landscape as before. But using landscape as before to heal Dang Han Mountain could only allow Fang Yuan to maintain the stalemate, it could not change his extremely passive situation. His green grape immortal essence was being expended rapidly. Sword wave triple layered. Strength path giant hand. Fang Yuan tried to retaliate, but the wind flowers were too fast, his 2 killer moves were not very effective. Especially the strength path giant hand, even though it had a grand aura, it flew slowly, it could not hit any wind flowers in the wind. Unless the wind flowers came to kill it personally. Poison breath. Fang Yuan opened his mouth and breathed out, purple-black poison gas spread along the wind. Large numbers of wind flowers withered rapidly when they came in contact with the poison gas. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Poison breath was a killer move that he had modified from the wisdom path killer move harboring malicious heart. Using a woman's heart as the core, it had many flaws and was rather useless. Fang Yuan rarely used it. To think that it would be so effective when he used it now. Under the effect of the poisonous breath, the wind flower's ferocious attacks instantly fell to the bottom. The wind also slowed down. A cold light shone on the whole of Dang Han Mountain. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw a crescent moon hanging in the sky since an unknown time. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Shuiyu." This crescent moon was white as snow, its white radiance caused the temperature of Dang Han Mountain to fall. Soon, layers of frost covered the surface of Dang Han Mountain. Chapter 1104. Windflower Tribulation and Snow Moon Tribulation, each was a type of earthly calamity. Windflower and Snow Moon overlapped to form a type of heavenly tribulation. Its power rose greatly, and the difficulty of the tribulation increased. The windflower was extremely fast, it was hard to dodge, it was extremely sharp and hard to defend against. And the snow moon emitted cold light that froze goo immortals, the two were a perfect match. Fang Yuan's heart was heavy. Actually, with his current strength, especially after the transaction with Shadow Sect, Strength Path and Sword Path had become his main trump cards. Be it Strength Path Giant Hand or Sword Wave Triple Layered, they could allow him to erupt with rank 7 goo immortal battle strength. It was also possible to pass a heavenly tribulation. What made Fang Yuan's heart heavy was not the heavenly tribulation, but the future development. Goo Immortal's tribulations got harder each time. In theory, Fang Yuan's second earthly calamity should be stronger than the first. But the second earthly calamity was raised to the level of a heavenly tribulation, this increase was simply too huge. If this continued, how much stronger would the third and fourth earthly calamities be? A rank 6 goo immortal would face an earthly calamity every 10 years and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 3 heavenly tribulations, they would advance to rank 7. In total, That would be 18 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, not including the second earthly calamity, he still had 16 earthly calamities and 3 heavenly tribulations to pass. If it was the second earthly calamity, his calamities and tribulations would become heavenly tribulations. What future would there be then? At this rate, the earthly calamities would reach grand tribulation level. The snow moon's cold light shone on Fang Yuan's face, making him look pale. Even the thoughts in his mind moved and collided with each other at a slower rate. The snow moon's cold light did not just slow down a Gu immortal's movement, it could also affect their thoughts. Fang Yuan quickly used wisdom path methods to protect his mind. He was a wisdom path grandmaster, he could easily do this. That shouldn't be the case. In the transaction with Shadow Sect, Sixth Hair told me clearly that even though the earthly calamities get stronger each time, there is a limit to the increase. As long as it is an earthly calamity, it will still be limited to the level of an earthly calamity. Could it be? Is he lying to me? Selling me fake information? Fang Yuan's brows furrowed tightly. If it was a lie, then this was naturally a possibility. However, when Fang Yuan thought about it from another perspective, this kind of deception would not benefit the Shadow Sect at all. Because this was something that could be easily proven. Most importantly, Shadow Sect still wanted to capture Fang Yuan to reverse refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Tricking Fang Yuan and letting Fang Yuan die under the calamity, wouldn't that be terrible? Or, there's another possibility. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed for a while before he calmed down again. The wind from the outside. It whistled and rolled. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the distant sky, his eyes as dark as the night. Standing on the mountain rock, his white robe and black hair swayed in the wind. He looked like a lone wolf. Sword wave triple stack. Strength path giant palm. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful attack. The dazzling sword wave appeared out of nowhere, surging and pouring down. And the strength path giant palm tore through the air. It was heavy and powerful, pushing away the raging winds in the sky. Both pounced towards the snow moon in the sky. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding, like bees and butterflies that had smelled the fragrance of flowers, countless green wind flowers swarmed toward the sword waves and the giant hand seals. The extremely sharp wind flowers clashed with the sword wave and giant palm. Soon, the two attacks were completely wiped out. A strange phenomenon. Earlier, the wind flowers only cared about Dang Hun Mountain. They wanted to destroy this famous secluded domain of heaven and earth. They ignored Fang Yuan's sword wave and giant palm. They even took the initiative to dodge. But now, these wind flowers took the initiative to attack. Because Fang Yuan's attack target was Shuiyu, who was in the air. It seemed to be these wind flowers. As if they wanted to protect the snow moon. The snow moon's existence gave Fang Yuan huge pressure indeed. There seemed to be nothing wrong with the wind flowers protecting the snow moon. But Fang Yuan's face flashed with excitement. Myriad self. Myriad self. Myriad self. The crowd roared, a large group of Fang Yuan phantoms spread out like a flood. Fang Yuan activated it 3 times in a row. In an instant, the empty Dang Hun Mountain became a sea of people. Countless Fang Yuans covered the sky, flying into the wind and jumping down the cliff. But different from the last time, this time, Fang Yuan's true body turned into one of the phantoms and rushed out of Dang Hun Mountain. A large number of wind flowers came over. But there were too many phantoms of Fang Yuan, and the number of wind flowers seemed less. But Fang Yuan's phantoms could not fight against the wind flowers, and a large number of phantoms were quickly sacrificed. Relying on the clever cover of the phantoms, as well as the help of familiar face, dark limit and so on, Fang Yuan successfully rushed into the air. It is time. Sword escape. Fang Yuan found an opportunity and suddenly used sword escape immortal Gu. He was like a white dragon in the river. He suddenly soared into the sky, breaking through the river surface and riding on the clouds. It was a stunning sight. He was close. Fang Yuan used triple-layer sword wave and strength path giant hand again. Providence was caught off guard. The wind flowers were still eliminating the remaining Fang Yuan phantoms. Fang Yuan successfully destroyed the snow moon in the air. At the next moment, a large amount of reckless savages' true meaning poured down. Fang Yuan was like a withered tree that received rain after a long drought. He accepted all of the true meaning. In a daze, he seemed to have turned into a moon, floating in the air and quietly emitting moonlight, looking down on the world. His transformation path attainment level rose rapidly. Transformation path did not just transform animals and plants, it also included mountains, rivers, wind, moon, and all other living beings. This wave of reckless savages' true meaning benefited Fang Yuan greatly. He laughed heartily, and his laughter gave people a feeling of contentment. It turned out that the so-called windflower snow moon tribulation was only pieced together. It was not a complete heavenly tribulation. The second earthly calamity was still limited to the level of an earthly calamity. No matter how furious Providence was and how much it wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, it was useless. It was Providence, it had to obey the balance of the heavenly Tao. Intense winds howled, Providence was furious, it was humiliated and angry from being exposed. Countless wind flowers attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used myriad self again. A large number of Fang Yuan phantoms dispersed Providence's firepower. The wind flowers killed Fang Yuan's phantoms. This was a true massacre. But the effect was minimal. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among the phantoms. He landed on Dang Hun Mountain again. With Dang Hun Mountain, it was a place that could be defended. It gave Fang Yuan some breathing room. Deactivating familiar face, Fang Yuan's body shook slightly. There was a deep wound on his back, blood was flowing, it was so deep that his bones could be seen. But because of change form immortal goo, he managed to disguise his wound. It deceived Providence. My defense is still too weak. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh and immediately started healing himself. He did not use man as before. Man as before was an immortal goo. Using it would expend immortal essence. Moreover, man as before could only recover to his previous state. Fang Yuan was hit by a windflower petal in the air, he was injured. At that time, he could not use man as before immortal goo. If he used his immortal goo aura, his identity would be exposed. Thankfully, the Tao marks in my body do not interfere with each other, even mortal healing methods are very effective. Fang Yuan felt his huge advantage in this aspect. Normally speaking, it was hard for Gu immortals to heal injuries. Because they had Tao marks in their body, the obstruction of Tao marks would greatly weaken the effect of mortal killer moves. When using immortal healing methods, one had to consider whether the Tao marks would reject each other. Fang Yuan did not have this obstruction, and using mortal methods had another advantage, he could conserve immortal essence. This time, Fang Yuan's immortal essence storage was not as high as the previous tribulation. The biggest reason was the closure of jewel yellow skies. Cold intent assaulted him, frost started to spread from Fang Yuan's forehead. Soon, his whole body was covered in a layer of frost. Not just him, the whole of Dang Hun Mountain suffered the same fate. Fang Yuan raised his head, his pupils shrunk as he realized the situation was not good. Snow moons had appeared in the sky again, and there were 3 of them. The 3 times the cold light overlapped with each other, the cold intent became even heavier. Fang Yuan's wisdom path methods to protect his mind were no longer effective, he had to use other methods. His body also had to be protected, he used several defensive mortal killer moves, his body flickered with light, finally maintaining his body temperature. The number of snow moons and the speed at which they appeared were far beyond Fang Yuan's expectations. His plan of returning to Dang Hun Mountain to rest was in vain. Fang Yuan's heart raced. When he saw the 3 snow moons, he realized, this was a moment of life and death. The longer he delayed, the more snow moons there would be, and the slimmer his chances of passing the tribulation would be. He had to retaliate immediately, he could not slack off. Otherwise, the opportunity was fleeting, any delay would be like boiling a frog in warm water, his current predicament would turn into a hopeless situation, there would be no chance of survival. If it were other Gu immortals, they might hesitate. But Fang Yuan had rich battle experience. After realizing his situation, he used Myriad Self again. Using the same method, a large number of Fang Yuan phantoms moved around, attracting a large number of wind flowers. Fang Yuan's true body was mixed among them, he flew into the sky without hesitation. Once he flew into the sky, the cold light's power rose rapidly, it was no longer suppressed by Dang Hun Mountain's soul path Dao marks. This was an intense battle. Fang Yuan wanted to destroy the snow moons, the 3 times cold light gave him more pressure than the wind flowers. And the worst thing was, the 4th snow moon was slowly forming in the sky. Meanwhile, Providence tried all ways to stop Fang Yuan. While he was attacking, a large number of wind flowers danced in the sky, attempting to kill Fang Yuan on the spot. 1, 2, 3 crescent moons were destroyed by Fang Yuan, the process was difficult. But more snow moons were forming at the same time. The cold light made Fang Yuan's heart turn cold, the cruel reality made his limbs shiver. His chances of survival were getting slimmer, Fang Yuan's expression was hard as steel, he could only puff out his chest and face the danger. Chapter 1105. Ding ding ding. A wind flower hit Fang Yuan's back. The defense on Fang Yuan's body was like a piece of paper, immediately torn to pieces. The robe on his back was torn to shreds, blood splattered and flesh flew. My luck is bad. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He had dozens of strength path phantoms around him, but there was only one wind flower flying towards him, attacking casually. But his true body was hit. As time passed, dog shit luck's protection became weaker, Providence's chances of finding the true body increased. Worse still, there was still Dark Limit Immortal Gu. Dark Limit Immortal Gu was activated once, protecting Fang Yuan and concealing his aura, its effect was greatly reduced. Once this protection disappeared, it would be worse than losing dog shit luck. Time passed, seconds felt like years for Fang Yuan, he endured it bitterly. He had already lost count of how many snow moons he had destroyed, how many wind flower attacks he had suffered. Dog shit luck and Dark Limit's protection was weakening, but familiar face formed by Attitude Gu and Change Form Gu was like a pillar, supporting Fang Yuan from start to finish. There was also Myriad Self, but at this moment, its offensive ability was no longer useful, it could only be used as cannon fodder. Providence was not a fool, it could think. After Fang Yuan's tactic became clear, every time Myriad Self was used, the time it could find Fang Yuan's true body was getting shorter. Fang Yuan's injuries were also getting heavier, he had no choice but to use Immortal Gu Man as before. But this way, his immortal essence was being expended rapidly. He did not have much to begin with, but now he was running dry. Providence was high above, it controlled the earthly calamity, it was invincible. Fang Yuan was like an ant, struggling between life and death. There were more snow moons, Fang Yuan could not keep up. The situation was getting worse, Fang Yuan could not see any hope. But he did not intend to give up, he gritted his teeth and persevered. The wind was like mocking him for overestimating his abilities. The snow moons hung high in the sky, they were like cold gazes. Looking at a fly like Fang Yuan who was struggling in vain before his death, Li Tianlan felt that it was useless. Fang Yuan's entire body was bathed in blood. His white robe had completely turned into a blood-red robe. His blood and sweat had been frozen by the cold light. He was battered and exhausted. His black hair, which was originally flowing in the wind, was now completely disheveled. It was also broken into countless pieces, and now it was of different lengths. It made Fang Yuan look like a combination of a madman and a beggar. His face was ice cold. He did not laugh wildly, nor did he shout. He was like a block of ice. He was about to be crushed by the heavens and earth, but he didn't utter a single word. In this desperate situation, he could only silently persevere. The sound of the wind died down. The power of the wind flower calamity was slowly fading away. He had reached his limit. There was a limit to the power of the earthly calamity. Even though Providence had enhanced it to its maximum level and was controlling it personally. Fang Yuan was not killed by the wind flowers. Very soon, the number of wind flowers decreased drastically, and there were no more gales in the world. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly and madly urged his immortal essence. His target was still Xueyu. Although the wind flower tribulation had faded. The snow moons in the sky also stopped forming, but there were still remnants of the wind flowers. There were quite a few snow moons left. It was a tough battle. Fang Yuan no longer had the strength to grit his teeth, his body was extremely weak. Myriad Self. Strength Path Giant Hand. Sword Wave Triple Layered. Familiar Face. His condition was not good, some of his immortal killer moves failed to activate at times. Each failure caused him to suffer backlash and spit out blood. The earthly calamity was already at its limit. Fang Yuan himself was the same. There was no point in escaping now. Not only could the wind flowers obstruct him, the snow moons could also fly slowly, the range of the cold light was too huge. The earthly calamity had not ended yet. Heaven and earth chi were not stable, it was impossible to retrieve the immortal aperture. Undeniably, Providence had planned for a long time and created the most suitable earthly calamity against Fang Yuan. The previous earthly calamity. Reckless Savage's true meaning split a portion of the earthly calamity's strength. This time, even though Providence could not avoid it, it affected Reckless Savage's true meaning, turning the portion that was affected into the snow moon tribulation, increasing the difficulty of the earthly calamity instead. The current situation. It depended on who could last longer. An hour later, Fang Yuan fell to the ground on Danghun Mountain. His immortal essence was almost completely depleted. Familiar Face could not hold on any longer, his mind was exhausted and had dissipated long ago. Fang Yuan expended a lot of effort and strength to destroy a large number of snow moons, but there was still one snow moon left in the sky. Relying on Danghun Mountain's protection, Fang Yuan was able to block the cold light. His body was covered in injuries, many of them were covered in blood-colored ice shards. Fang Yuan had no strength left, the frost on his body was getting thicker and thicker, gradually freezing him inside the ice. The final trace of wind lingered above the ice, carrying Providence, it wanted to watch Fang Yuan walk towards death. He had little immortal essence left, he had used an immortal killer move, but Fang Yuan suddenly showed the smile of a victor. I survived this calamity. At the next moment, the desolate beast Spinefin Star Dragonfish suddenly appeared, it swung its tail and smashed the final snow moon. Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo. A few minutes later, the heaven and earth chi calmed down, Fang Yuan immediately left Northern Plains. Not long after he left, two figures came out of the underground ice layer. This is the place. One of the figures carefully looked around before saying. The other figure cautiously twitched his nose and sniffed around. Then, he said with certainty, what we sensed just now wasn't wrong. Someone had just undergone tribulation here, there are traces of fluctuations in the heaven and earth chi, they have not completely calmed down. The two figures were blurry, they had evidently used methods to conceal themselves. However, since they knew about the calamities and tribulations, and could inspect them so clearly, they were definitely Goo immortals. Sigh. The northern icy plain was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable in the past. There are only glaciers here, there is no land. The heaven and earth chi here is much thinner than other places. If Gu immortals undergo tribulation here, they will expend even more heaven and earth chi. At a certain level, the glaciers will shatter and the earth will shake. One of the two mysterious Gu immortals sighed, his tone was filled with worry. The northern icy plain is the final paradise of our snowman tribe. We live underground in the icy plain, we have no conflicts with the world. Who would have thought that the human race wouldn't give up? They even want to encroach on our last piece of land. Another mysterious figure, who seemed to be younger, said indignantly. It turned out that these two Gu immortals were not ordinary, they were variant human snowman Gu immortals. The young snowman Gu immortal continued, First Supreme Elder is too stubborn. In my opinion, we should have gotten rid of that Chu-Du back then. Look now, not only does Chu-Du undergo tribulation, others also come here. As time passes, our resting place will be visited by more and more Gu immortals. The older snowman Gu immortal sighed, sigh. I can understand First Supreme Elder's thoughts. He is worried that the battle with Chu-Du will expose our existence to the world. Right now, the world is ruled by humans, their position is firm and unshakable. If we are exposed, all of Northern Plains human Gu immortals will hunt us down. Are we going to let this continue? Are we going to let more and more Gu immortals undergo tribulations above us? Actually, with our strength and fighting in the icy plain, as long as we plan carefully, it is not hard to kill a few human Gu immortals. Of course, I admit that Chu-Du is very strong. To be safe, we can give up on him, but the other Gu immortals can do it. If we kill a few people, who will know that we did it? Ha! Anyway, humans are in a mess internally, righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators have never stopped fighting. The young Gu immortal said. Sai, you are right. We should report this situation to the people first. Let the other very high elders come over and discuss it. The two snowman Gu immortals discussed for a while before vanishing on the spot. Even though Feng Yuan was heavily injured, he did not stop, rushing back to Langya blessed land. If Providence wants to get rid of me, it is the best time to do so when I undergo tribulation. Not only can it increase the power of the calamities and tribulations to the limit, it can even control the calamities and tribulations personally. The most terrifying thing is that it can influence other existences and create human tribulations to trap and kill me. Feng Yuan firmly remembered this information in his mind. This knowledge was also a precious gain from his transaction with Sixth Heir. In the Battle of Tian Mountain half a year ago, he was a crucial human tribulation, he was a pawn for Providence to deal with Spectral Soul. Because of his personal experience, Feng Yuan was very vigilant towards the so-called human tribulation. What kind of existence was Spectral Soul? He had the help of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance, he planned for 100,000 years, but was still defeated by Providence. Compared to them, what did he count as now? Thus, Feng Yuan did not care about his heavy injuries and directly moved. He moved very quickly, he did not give Providence any time to plan. There were no accidents on the way back, Feng Yuan successfully returned to Langya blessed land. After reaching Langya blessed land, he let out a sigh of relief, he knew that he was safe for now. Next, Feng Yuan hid in his cloud city to heal his injuries, he also returned all the immortal Gu that he had borrowed. A few days later, Feng Yuan's injuries healed completely, he recovered to his peak condition, he started to modify Dang Han Mountain in his immortal aperture. Speaking of which, this mountain was a huge help to him in his tribulation. Dang Han Mountain was in a terrible state, it was tall and majestic before, but after the tribulation, it was reduced to a small mound by the wind. Landscape as before. Under the effect of this immortal Gu, Dang Han Mountain returned to its original state. Only in this state could Dang Han Mountain produce Guts Gu with the highest efficiency. Feng Yuan did not dare to be careless, he quickly took out Dang Han Mountain and gave it to Langya blessed land. However, even though Dang Han Mountain produced a large number of Guts Gu, the sales channel, Jewel Yellow Skies, was closed. Right now, there were a large number of guts goo in Langya sect's treasury. They could not be sold. Fang Yuan was quite anxious. 2 months later, the third earthly calamity will occur. Its power will be even stronger than this one. If I do not make some breakthroughs at this stage, and my strength does not increase, I am afraid I will be in danger. But the growth of strength does not come out of nowhere, it requires all sorts of cultivation resources. Treasure Yellow Heaven, when will it open again? Chapter 1106. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Mini Eastern Sea. This was a landscape of rivers and swamps. But it was not as vast and deep as the outside Eastern Sea. The highest water level was only 50 to 60 feet. Most places were like mud pits to desolate beasts. This was because there were not many water path Dao marks in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. At this moment, in a corner of Mini Eastern Sea, 2 desolate beasts were fighting. Howl! The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled as it pounced. It opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. If this bite landed, even the mountain rocks would be crushed. But its opponent, a desolate beast flying bear, had a crafty light flashing in its eyes as it retreated. The shark fin wolf used too much strength, its attack was easily dodged by the flying bear. Next, the flying bear raised its thick paw and slammed at the shark fin wolf's head. With a loud bang, the huge force caused the shark fin wolf to crash to the ground. It was dizzy and could not get up for some time. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this attack. I used Flying Bear Strength Immortal Goo earlier, my strength did increase greatly. But Flying Bear Transformation almost made a mistake. This immortal zombie that I am temporarily borrowing has a lot of strength path Dao marks. Even though I have changed form Immortal Goo, I can only forcefully transform. The strength path Dao marks are resisting change form Immortal Goo's influence. Transformation path Goo immortals mainly had transformation path Dao marks on their bodies. These Dao marks could change into other Dao marks under the influence of Goo worms. Change form Immortal Goo was the essence of transformation path. With it, the Goo immortal could undergo all sorts of transformations. Flowers, birds, fish, and worms. Grass, trees, mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. They could all transform. But this Goo only had the form, it needed to be paired with other Goo worms. Only then could it transform in strength, speed, defense, and other aspects. Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture is in my body. I can only use the Strength Path Immortal Zombie to train in Transformation Path methods. But Strength Path Immortal Zombies have Strength Path Dao marks, it is very difficult to use Change Form Immortal Goo. But Flying Bear Strength has the amplification of Strength Path Dao marks, the effect is better. Fang Yuan compared inwardly, feeling the wondrous use of his body. There was no interference or obstruction between Dao marks. This was a huge advantage. The boundaries between each path were clear, they were clearly separated. Even if it was a secondary cultivation. He also had to distinguish his priorities. But when it came to Fang Yuan, the boundaries between the sects became blurred. He could cultivate all of them. Looks like Strength Path Immortal Zombies can only familiarize themselves with transformation methods, they can't let me truly understand my improvement and the limits of my abilities. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart as he controlled the flying bear to dodge agilely. It turned out that the shark fin wolf had crawled up again, and its ferocious nature was unleashed as it attacked crazily. But Fang Yuan had the intelligence of the human race. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. His tactics were clear, and his control over the flying bear was as smooth as flowing water. The shark fin wolf could barely touch the flying bear. Even though Fang Yuan had beast enslavement Immortal Goo and controlled this desolate beast. But after the earthly calamity, Fang Yuan had to return beast enslavement Immortal Goo. Therefore, before returning it, he released his control over the shark fin wolf and the spinefin star arowana. This had its benefits. Without the influence of beast enslavement immortal Gu, the desolate beast shark fin wolf would be able to display its true ferocity and serve as a qualified sparring partner. Bang! Another loud sound echoed. The shark fin wolf had already been slammed into the mud by the flying bear's large paw many times, as muddy water splattered everywhere. This time, the shark fin wolf whimpered as it crawled up, and after looking at the unharmed flying bear, it actually turned around and fled with its tail between its legs. Fang Yuan, who was still anticipating the shark fin wolf's attack, was stunned, and thought, did I flick it too hard when I subdued it? Has it greatly reduced its ferocity? The shark fin wolf fled, and Fang Yuan felt bored for a moment. But these days of sparring are not without gains. At least it proves that my transformation path attainment level is indeed at Grandmaster. Transformation Path Grandmaster. After Fang Yuan's Blood Path Grandmaster, Strength Path Grandmaster, Wisdom Path Grandmaster, and Star Path Grandmaster, his fifth path had advanced to Grandmaster. The 500 years of experience in his previous life did not give Fang Yuan any help. The main reason why Transformation Path could reach such a level was because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. Providence wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, so it schemed continuously to raise the power of calamities and tribulations to the limit allowed by the heavenly Tao. Fang Yuan had passed 2 earthly calamities, but the power of these earthly calamities had already surpassed normal, and could match many heavenly tribulations. Thus, even Reckless Savage's true meaning was drawn out by many times. Blessings and disasters were accompanied by blessings and disasters. Calamities and tribulations had a rule, that was, blessings and disasters were equal. The greater the calamities and tribulations, the more dangerous it was for Fang Yuan, but after passing them, he would gain even more benefits. Fang Yuan's Transformation Path Grandmaster had experienced 3 infusions of Reckless Savage's true meaning. The first was He Lolan's 10 Extreme Immortal Ascension, the last 2 were his own earthly calamities, drawn out by the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Thus, to reach Grandmaster level, he had accumulated enough. Even though becoming a Transformation Path Grandmaster is worth celebrating, the current situation is not good. Fang Yuan was deeply worried. The calamities and tribulations were getting stronger each time. After passing the second earthly calamity, Fang Yuan already knew how much stronger the following calamities and tribulations would be. The second earthly calamity was very dangerous, he had only passed it. Along the way, the snow moon appeared. If not for Fang Yuan's decisiveness to attack, the consequences would have been unthinkable. At the final stage, Dang Hun Mountain was reduced to a mound. He had so little immortal essence that he could not even use an immortal killer move, he had to rely on the desolate beast to pass. It could be said that Fang Yuan had used up almost all of his trump cards. During the first earthly calamity, Reckless Savage's true meaning split a small portion of the calamity and tribulation's power. Providence's snow monsters did not have the initiative. During the second earthly calamity, Providence's plan was very thorough, it even took into account Reckless Savage's true meaning, it even made use of it and influenced it to transform into the snow moon, increasing the power of the wind flower tribulation. Providence can think of the third earthly calamity. It must have considered Dang Hun Mountain and my current immortal killer moves. There are also the Desolate Beast and Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong subordinates. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan underwent tribulation after tribulation. He had a deeper understanding of Providence. On the other hand, Providence was the same, it also probed deeper into Fang Yuan's information. Currently, Fang Yuan had 7 methods to undergo tribulation. The first was to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain, using Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture Killer move to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning and divide Providence's control over the calamity and tribulation. The second was to use Dog Shit Luck, using Luck Path to weaken the calamity and tribulation. The third was Attitude Gu, Dark Limit Gu, and Change Form Gu. There was also Familiar Face, which could transform into countless forms and confuse providence. The fourth was Strength Path, Sword Path, Blood Path, and other immortal goo, as well as immortal killer moves. They were direct confrontation methods. The fifth was Dang Hun Mountain. It had a huge geographical advantage. The sixth was the complete otherworldly demon identity. Providence could not influence Fang Yuan's thoughts. The seventh was some external forces. For example, desolate beasts like the spine-fin star dragonfish and shark-fin wolf, featherman goo immortal Zhou, Langya sects hairy man goo immortals, and so on. All these methods and trump cards. The will of the heavens was already clear. At most, the seventh external force will have some changes. But these external forces are not reliable. My enslavement path attainment level is not high. I am not proficient in enslavement methods. Spine-fin star dragonfish, shark-fin wolf, and so on. They can be enslaved by me, but they can also be used by Providence to regain freedom through calamities and tribulations. Thus, when I undergo tribulation, I only hid these outside because I was afraid Providence would use them instead. There is also the featherman goo immortal Zhou. He is a variant human goo immortal. He has sufficient intelligence. If he regains freedom, he will be more dangerous than desolate beasts. Unless I have no other choice, I will not expose the sovereign immortal aperture's secret to him. Most importantly, he had once used heaven's wish to descend into Tai by blessed land in the form of an earthly calamity. If he is like the snow monsters, easily influenced by Providence and turned against me, that would be terrible. At this rate, my third earthly calamity will be a situation where I have a slim chance of survival, and my fourth earthly calamity will be a hopeless situation where I will die. Fang Yuan was clear about his situation. Even though he passed the second earthly calamity, Jewel Yellow Skies was not opened, his cultivation would not have much progress without the help of resources. Goo immortals undergoing tribulations were in such a situation. The calamities and tribulations get stronger each time. The goo immortal had to work hard to increase their strength beyond the increase of the calamities and tribulations. The weaker the goo immortal's aptitude and foundation, the weaker the calamities and tribulations, the longer the interval, it was not difficult to continue cultivating. But Fang Yuan's aptitude and foundation were number one since ancient times. He had the sovereign immortal fetus and could cultivate in all sects. That was why the calamities and tribulations were so terrifying. The increase in strength was unheard of, and the interval between each calamity was only 2 months. If it were any other goo immortal, they would have died long ago. Only Fang Yuan's aptitude was strong, and he had painstakingly preserved a considerable amount of cultivation resources, allowing him to last until now. Thinking about how many immortal goo Fang Yuan had, how many immortal killer moves, how many Grandmaster attainment levels he had, as well as Dang Hun Mountain, Langya sect, and other external factors that he could use. But even so, Fang Yuan's future was not looking good. The closure of Jewel Yellow Skies has completely disrupted my plans and rhythm. At this rate, I will not be able to survive. What troubled Fang Yuan was Jewel Yellow Skies. If Jewel Yellow Skies opened, everything would be smooth sailing for him. But when would Jewel Yellow Skies open? Nobody could say for sure. Maybe at the next moment, maybe in a few months. With Fang Yuan's situation, if Jewel Yellow Skies opened in a few months, he would definitely die. Unless he had a fortuitous encounter and his strength rose sharply. Day after day of waiting, Jewel Yellow Skies did not show any signs of activity. Fang Yuan's injuries had already healed, but his immortal aperture's development had not improved at all. Langya sect's development had also been obstructed. Land's spirit of Langya had summoned Fang Yuan many times, discussing the matter of taking down the falling star hound. Fang Yuan naturally did not agree. The relationship between the two continued to deteriorate. Land's spirit of Langya lowered the reward for Fang Yuan's mission of guiding the hairy man goo immortals to the lowest point. Fang Yuan had almost no gains. Under Sixth Hair's instigation, the other hairy man goo immortals also started to feel indifferent towards Fang Yuan. they even started to hate him. Even though the second earthly calamity was over, Fang Yuan's situation was getting worse. Should he wait for jewel yellow skies to open, or should he change and adapt? Fang Yuan was facing such a difficult problem now. Chapter 1107. Fang Yuan thought about it for a long time. He chose to wait. After the second earthly calamity, he gained a deeper understanding of Providence. Tai Chiu seems to be safe, but Providence has already made arrangements, they are just waiting for me to go there. Earlier, when Langya's sect was developing in Tai Chiu, everything was going smoothly, it was most likely because of Providence's enticement. After that, the falling star hound appeared, it was Providence's probing and pressure. They wanted to use Langya's sect to force me out. In that case, it's even more impossible for me to go. Maybe Fang Yuan was overthinking things. Maybe Providence was not so resourceful. Maybe Providence did not have the time to make arrangements in Tai Chiu. Fang Yuan thought about this, but he got rid of this wishful thinking. He could live until now because he was vigilant, he did not want to get lucky. Everything should be prepared for the worst. He did not want others to love him, he did not want the world to be kind to him, he did not want fate to favor him. He had to rely on himself. He waited. Fang Yuan calmed down, he waited for jewel yellow skies to open. He had to consider everything, this was the safest and most advantageous method for him. Time continued to pass, soon, half a month passed, jewel yellow skies did not show any signs of activity. Sixth Hair was jumping around, the hairy man Gu Immortal's attitude towards Fang Yuan was getting worse. Someone even pointed at Fang Yuan's nose, scolding him for having ill intentions, saying that even though he joined Langya's sect, he was not truly contributing to the sect. I have my own difficulties in all of this. Fang Yuan explained plainly. From then on, he stayed in Cloud City and rarely moved about. He also rarely took on missions to guide hairy man Gu Immortals in battle. Because the rewards of this mission were too low due to the land spirit of Langya. He could not manage his immortal aperture, and was barely proficient in transformation path methods. Fang Yuan did not idle, he used wisdom path methods to make many deductions. But there was no light of wisdom. This made Fang Yuan feel a huge difference. The progress of the deduction was rather slow. Compared to the instant results of the light of wisdom, it was like the difference between clouds and mud. What does the attitude of others matter? As long as I join the Langya sect. It's not against the sect's rules, why would Langya land spirit violate his own rules first and remove my status as a guest grand elder? The possibility is very small. Fang Yuan continued to wait. Even though the environment around him was putting more and more pressure on him, he remained unmoved. 10 days later. Northern Plains, Myriad Bean Garden. The land here was fertile, and the weather was beautiful. Green fields were irrigated by spring water, and the roads were crisscrossed. When Chu Du arrived, he looked around and couldn't help but feel much better. He said loudly, "Fellow Daoist Tian Xia Xian." As expected of the number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains. The outside world of Northern Plains is already filled with bloodshed, but you are farming here leisurely, you are truly an unworldly expert. In the hundreds of thousands of acres of green fields, there were many figures who were bent over farming. Most of them were ink men, they had black skin and white hair, they were a type of variant humans. One of them was a human, he was dressed like an old farmer and had a slightly hunched back. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, he had deep wrinkles on his face and his coarse hands were holding 2 peculiar bean sprouts. His trousers were rolled up, he was stepping on the muddy water. He did not have the demeanor of a Gu Immortal, he was like a mortal. But after hearing Chu Du's words, he raised his head and stood up. Facing the famous domination immortal of Northern Plains, he did not show any fear or uneasiness. Chu Du smiled. He walked in front of Xianxia. Brother Tian is magnanimous. If I had Brother Tian's wisdom path attainment, I would have claimed to be number one long ago and looked down on northern plains. Let's see who can match me in this world. Xianxia squinted, laughing heartily. Brother Chu, you are an overlord among immortals with great ambitions. I cannot compare to you. What? Brother Chu, do you also want to profit from that He tribe? So you came here today to ask me to deduce something for you? Chu Du nodded, before shaking his head. He tribe is about to be destroyed, just like Dongfang tribe. Right now, almost all of Northern Plains Gu immortal world is attacking and plotting against He tribe. However, I do not want to go over and get involved in this mess. I am here. I have something more important to ask Brother Tian to deduce for me. A look of admiration appeared on Xianxia's face. Good. As expected of domination immortal Chu Du, you do not go with the flow. Such perseverance. What do you want me to deduce? I want you to deduce a person. This is a clue. Chu Du said as he handed an immortal Gu to Xianxia. This immortal Gu was like a silver-winged dragonfly, its wings were shining with silver light. Xianxia's gaze turned cold. A rank 7 sword path immortal Gu. He was slightly surprised, a profound aura emanated from his body. He gave the answer himself, this is flying sword immortal Gu, Bo Qing used it before. As expected of Xianxia, that is indeed the case. Chu Du praised, explaining his purpose. It turned out that he wanted to obtain the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method from Fang Yuan, to draw out reckless savages' true meaning to help him cultivate. Compared to the tempering aperture method, his previous method of nurturing strength path Gu masters to become immortals. It was too cumbersome and inefficient. Even though he kept Fang Yuan's flying sword immortal Gu, he could not catch up to Fang Yuan, he could only compromise with Fang Yuan. But after that, Fang Yuan left. Even though he gave Chu Du his contact details, Chu Du could not get a reply. Occasionally, Fang Yuan would reply, but they were all perfunctory. Chu Du became increasingly anxious. Especially when Jewel Yellow Skies closed a few months ago. Chu Du completely lost contact with Fang Yuan. Chu Du was also one of the Gu immortals who was looking forward to the opening of Jewel Yellow Skies. But thinking about it, he felt that even if Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Fang Yuan would not care about him. It was quite unbelievable. What kind of person was Chu Du? He actually had to beg a Gu immortal to pay attention to him. But the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method was very important, it was Chu Du's opportunity to cultivate. Chu Du even ignored He tribe's storm, he went to find Xianxia. He wanted to use his method to deduce Fang Yuan's location. Since you're ignoring me, then I'll take the initiative to find you. Chu Du thought. This was the domination immortal style. Xianxia continued to deduce. After a while, he said, good. This immortal Gu is still the target, Brother Chu, you did the right thing by not forcefully refining it. This way, I have a 50% chance of deducing his location. Chu Du frowned, only 50%? If the other party is hiding in his immortal aperture, I will not be able to deduce him. A 50% chance is already very high. Xianxia said. Chu Du nodded helplessly, then, Brother Tian, please do it. Let's go somewhere else. I need about 3 days. Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city. Earlier, he was summoned by the land spirit of Langya, but this time, it was not to urge him to attack the falling star hound, but to tell him that something big was happening in northern plains. He tribe. Fang Yuan muttered as his gaze flickered. He tribe was facing the danger of being destroyed, it was not good. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan was one of the main culprits in this situation. Let's review the development of the situation. Fang Yuan destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower and destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. Northern Plains' righteous path was incomparably shocked and furious. They tried to find him by all means possible. But at that time, Shadow Sect helped to conceal him. Fang Yuan also worked hard and managed to deceive them for some time. Next, He Qing joined Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect and the Celestial Court Gu Immortals led by Feng Jioge engaged in the 100 Days battle in Luo Pa Valley. He Qing abandoned the Immortal Gu House dark prison and escaped. He was dealt with by Fang Yuan. Next, Blazing Heaven Demonis dealt with Old Ancestor Xueshan. Both sides reached a compromise. Blazing Heaven Demonis repelled He Tribe's 4 Supreme Elders' Green City rampage, while Old Ancestor Xueshan took the chance to steal immortal materials from He Tribe's headquarters, earning a huge fortune. Finally, during the Battle of Tian Mountain, Shadow Sect was destroyed. Nobody covered for Fang Yuan. Celestial Court exposed Fang Yuan's secret to the public. The truth of the Imperial Court case was revealed. Northern Plains Gu Immortals naturally wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan, but they could not deduce Fang Yuan's location. Firstly, Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were too rare. Secondly, Fang Yuan was a coward. He always stayed in Langya Blessed Land. Thirdly, this damned scoundrel actually had extraordinary Wisdom Path attainment. Northern Plains Gu Immortals could not find He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng either. Fang Yuan was the main culprit. They were the accomplices. But they were following Wuxia now. Central Continent's Celestial Court made a move but could not catch them. Northern Plains Gu Immortals were furious. Especially the Righteous Path Gu Immortals, those dominating super forces and Huang Jin tribes. Their lives were originally very beautiful, relying on their ancestor Giant Sun Immortals' blessings. They could bully Demonic Path and Lone Immortals, and play the Imperial Court contest game once every 10 years. It was quite exciting. All in all, the Righteous Path was prosperous. The Huang Jin tribes dominated Northern Plains. The overall situation could not be shaken. But Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed. 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. All of this beautiful foundation had completely collapsed. The culprit could not be found. The accomplices could not be found. So they could only look for He Tribe. Who asked He Lulan to be a member of He Tribe? If He Tribe did not take the blame, who would? Chapter 1108. He Tribe is in such a situation, should I interfere? Fang Yuan considered the feasibility of this. Even though He Tribe was a super force, a Huang Jin tribe, among the super forces of Northern Plains, it was still weak. Furthermore, it was surrounded now. It was facing the entire Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Its ending was self-evident. It would definitely end up with a broken family and dead people. Even if He Tribe was unwilling, how could they resist the entire Gu Immortal world alone? Unless they had the protection of a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but He Tribe did not have such a person. He Tribe's 4 Supreme Elders could form the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. To a certain extent, it could match rank 8 battle strength. But this was the only trump card He Tribe could take out. Fang Yuan got more excited as he thought about it. To him, the current situation was chaotic. Everyone wanted to take a bite out of He Tribe. In such a situation, there were bound to be opportunities. Don't forget, Fang Yuan had a huge advantage. He had the Gu Immortal captive He Qing. He Qing was a Gu Immortal. He was different from ordinary He Tribe Gu Immortals. He had authority. He was deeply trusted by the 4 Supreme Elders. He Tribe's 4 Supreme Elders were cultivating the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. There was a flaw. They could not split up. They could only delegate their authority. He Qing was the representative they were satisfied with. He Qing managed He Tribe's daily affairs. He knew everything about He Tribe. He Qing was in Fang Yuan's hands. He could search his soul, will, and all sorts of methods. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. He Qing could not resist him. Right now, Fang Yuan knew a lot about He Tribe. He knew more about them than those Huang Jin tribes that were fighting He Tribe. he knew more about them, he knew more about them. He had so much information to back it up. Fang Yuan had a huge advantage to begin with. There was another crucial point in He tribe that attracted Fang Yuan the most. That was He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan was also a He tribe Gu immortal. He was a famous historical figure, he had died long ago. But in the past, He Fan cultivated time path to rank 8 level. He controlled He tribe, allowing He tribe to dominate a region at that time. It was also one of the top super forces, it was very powerful and glorious. However, one's lifespan was limited. After He Fan died, He tribe gradually weakened. Some of the other superpowers prospered. He Fan was dying. He left behind his Zhou Ao true inheritance, but none of He tribe's descendants could inherit it. A rank 8 Gu immortal's true inheritance, if successfully inherited, might be able to nurture a rank 8 Gu immortal. If He tribe really had a rank 8 Gu immortal, the current situation would not be like this. In the world of Gu immortals, rank 6 Gu immortals were at the bottom, rank 7 Gu immortals were in the middle, and rank 8 Gu immortals were at the top. If He tribe had a rank 8 Gu immortal. If He Lulan became the culprit behind the destruction of 88-point Jianghu Tower, He tribe would be able to bear the consequences. Were there any rank 8 Gu immortals? The deterrence of a superpower was on a completely different level. Even if this He tribe rank 8 Gu immortal was besieged by other rank 8 Gu immortals, they would at most have to pay a huge price and pay resources and compensation. The tribe would at least be able to survive. Not like now. Even though He tribe had many Gu immortals, they could not protect the tribe. He Fan true inheritance. Fang Yuan muttered to himself, bright light flashing in his eyes. In my current situation, the biggest obstacle is providence. And providence's strongest method is calamities and tribulations. Every calamity and tribulation is like the gates of hell. I am too easily targeted by providence, it is too dangerous. And the interval between each calamity and tribulation is only 2 months in the outside world. This is too short. If he had more time, Fang Yuan would be able to face the test of the calamities and tribulations more easily. But Fang Yuan had such aptitude, the sovereign immortal fetus was too monstrous. This was a heaven-defying creation, heaven and earth could not tolerate it. However, man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu immortals had unparalleled intelligence. Regarding the interval between calamities and tribulations, predecessors had thought of countless methods. Among them, the most mainstream method was time path delaying methods. Langya Blessed Land was like this. Longhair Ancestor had once invited a time path great expert to greatly reduce the time flow in Langya Immortal Aperture. This way, the interval between calamities and tribulations was even longer. After Longhair Ancestor died, this blessing was also passed down. This allowed the land spirit of Langya to have sufficient time to react and prepare, to deal with every calamity and tribulation. I don't know any time path Gu immortals. Even Tai Bai Yunsheng could not slow the time in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan knew about Tai Bai's inheritance, because he had once soul-searched Tai Bai Yunsheng in Imperial Court Blessed Land. But the truth was, not all time path Gu immortals had methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. Tai Bai Yunsheng was an obvious example. Even if I know any time path Gu immortals, or take the initiative to get to know some time path experts. My sovereign immortal aperture is too secretive, it is an important matter, how can I let these time path Gu immortals know about it? They are hard to trust. Instead of relying on others, I should rely on myself. If I can obtain He Fan's true inheritance and slow the time in the immortal aperture, that would be amazing. Ordinary time path true inheritances might not have methods to slow the time in the immortal aperture. But He Fan's true inheritance was not ordinary, it was left behind by the rank 8 He Fan. In He tribe's history, it was clearly recorded, when He Fan was alive, he helped many He tribe Gu immortals to slow the time in their immortal apertures. This way, He tribe's Gu immortals could deal with calamities and tribulations easily, their chances of passing tribulations were greatly increased. As time passed, He tribe's Gu immortals surpassed the other super forces. Above them was the rank 8 Gu immortal He Fan, who dominated northern plains, and below them were a large number of He tribe rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals. They had the advantage in numbers. This created the dominance of He tribe in history. Fang Yuan knew about He tribe's history through the captive He Cheng. Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew about this. She had a time path injury. Time flowed very quickly. She had no choice but to turn into an immortal zombie. To heal her injuries, Blazing Heaven Demoness made a scheme to let her sister Su Xianxia infiltrate He tribe, to obtain He Fan's true inheritance and heal her injuries. But to think that Su Xianxia's act turned into reality, she fell in love with He Cheng and gave birth to He Lulan, creating a scene of love and hate. All in all, as long as Fang Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, he would be able to slow the time in his immortal aperture. Once the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, Fang Yuan's situation would change drastically. Even though the time in his immortal aperture was prolonged, the cultivation resources inside would be produced slower, and his cultivation level would not grow as fast as before. It was safe and stable. Fang Yuan's cultivation pressure and difficulty would decrease by more than a level. The advantages definitely outweighed the disadvantages. He Fan's true inheritance. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more excited he got. To him, this was the key to breaking out of this predicament. If I leave and go to He tribe to participate in this chaotic battle, there are many ways to do that. Knowing valuable information is my first advantage. Secondly, I have dark limit immortal Gu, I can conceal my aura, Providence cannot sense me. Thirdly, I have familiar face and change form immortal Gu to disguise my identity, I can take advantage of the chaos. Should I go or not? Fang Yuan thought about it for a while, but he still chose to watch from the sidelines. He did not move immediately. He tribe's situation was too chaotic. Righteous path, demonic path, and lone immortals all wanted a share of the loot. The situation was chaotic, all sorts of people appeared one after another. Among the rank 6 Gu immortals, there were low-level Gu immortals like Old Lu, there were also ordinary Gu immortals like Qing Xianzi, as well as Zhuozhan, Divine Lord Tiandu, Shi, and other experts. Among the famous rank 7 experts, there were Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan. According to some vague rumors, Heavenly Lord Baizu was showing signs of appearing, and old ancestor Shui who was also not willing to be left out. Fang Yuan assessed the situation, he felt that the time was not ripe yet. This was only the early and middle stages. All sorts of forces and Gu immortals were devouring He tribe's resource points. These Gu immortals were still a long way from the main camp. All sorts of forces were hindering each other, it was chaotic. Countless people were fighting against each other. If they could not determine who was stronger, how could they seize the resources? If Fang Yuan went in now, he might be implicated, no matter what identity he disguised himself as. Moreover, Dark Limit Immortal Gu's protection could only last for a while, it could not last long. The most crucial thing was Providence. Providence was likely to make arrangements against Fang Yuan. What did Providence know? Spring-Autumn Cicada had Providence. Spring-Autumn Cicada had followed Fang Yuan for so long, Providence probably knew everything. In the transaction with Sixth Hair, Shadow Sect told Fang Yuan, Providence was vast, it was everywhere. Providence itself covered the 5 regions and 2 heavens, this advantage was unparalleled, it knew a lot of information and secrets. All sorts of reasons prevented Fang Yuan from acting or attacking casually. He decided to wait for He tribe's situation to clear up a little, he would be able to see the situation clearly and gain the upper hand. The key to this operation was speed. After accumulating strength and striking with one strike, he would leave. There was no more suitable and correct battle tactic than this. Fang Yuan waited patiently, using Langya sect's channels to understand the outside world situation. Days passed. Chapter 1109. No, no. Hearing Chu Du's guess, Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xianxia Xian shook his head. This insignia is an information path method. According to my deductions, it should be an information path true inheritance, and the location of the true inheritance is not in Northern Plains, but Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea, information path true inheritance? Chu Du frowned, his expectations fell by a lot. Originally, he had little hope of cultivating a sword path true inheritance. Because he cultivated strength path, he had a huge foundation of strength path Dao marks. It was very difficult for him to cultivate other paths. But sword path had strong offensive capabilities, and it was related to the legendary, pseudo-venerable, Bo Qing. Chu Du was naturally very curious. But now that he heard information path, this curiosity decreased by many times. With Chu Du's knowledge and experience, he knew the advantages that information path could bring to his cultivation. But he had a direct personality, he had great ambitions, he preferred to have more offensive methods. He was called Domination Immortal. There was a saying, there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. Since Chu Du could not cultivate sword path, he could not cultivate information path. In this world, from ancient times until now, only Fang Yuan could cultivate all the sects. Other Gu immortals who cultivated two paths would have to spend a lot of time and effort. Unless there was a special situation and they had a good immortal Gu, most situations would have more disadvantages than advantages. It was not a wise move. Seeing Chu Du's expression, Xianxia Xian knew what he was thinking. He urged, "Brother Chu, don't underestimate this insignia. According to my deduction, I only engraved Flying Sword Immortal Gu later. This information path method is simply unheard of. It has broadened my horizons. It is not ordinary." Chu Du's expression became solemn. Once he was reminded, he felt that Xianxia Xian's words were not false. If it was engraved on ordinary rocks, clouds, or water, it was not strange. But engraved on Gu worms, this was very rare. Because this Flying Sword Immortal Gu was a rank 7 sword path Gu. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Gu immortals underwent tribulations time and time again, adding Dao marks to their bodies. As for the immortal Gu themselves, they were fragments of Dao marks. Dao marks of different paths. They would cause internal friction, conflict, and rejection. This insignia was an information path method. It was also a trace of information path Dao mark. It was actually able to imprint on a sword path Dao mark fragment and even survive for a long time. He was like a lone boat in the midst of a tsunami, unwavering. Looking at it this way, this kind of information path method was simply shocking. "Brother Chu, how about I negotiate with you?" Xianxia Xian suddenly said. Chu Du smiled lightly. Even though he was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, he could guess Xianxia Xian's thoughts. Chu Du waved his hand and interrupted Xianxia Xian, "Brother Tian, please don't blame me. This Flying Sword Immortal Gu is not mine, it belongs to my friend. To tell you the truth, this friend of mine has been missing for a long time. I am worried, so I asked you to calculate his whereabouts. The immortal fate on it naturally belongs to him. The deduction of a wisdom path Gu immortal. It couldn't be obtained out of thin air. One needed to have a basic clue. And the more clues there were, the easier it would be to deduce and evolve. Thus, wisdom path Gu immortals often yearned for information path methods. Xianxia Xian was originally not interested in most information path methods because his master was old immortal Tian Yuan, and his wisdom path inheritance was extraordinary. As a result, his horizons were raised by many levels. This immortal cultivated wood path, he had rank 6 cultivation level, he was called He Tribe's Rockman when he was young, he was clumsy with words and had a simple and refined personality. He was usually the closest to He Cheng, they had a deep friendship. Speak, we are all ears. Let's see what unique opinions you, He Bai, have. The Gu Immortals' words were sharp, they hated He Cheng to the core, even He Bai was disliked by them. He Bai's expression did not change, he was like a rock, he spoke in a low voice. I do not need to say much about the current situation, everyone is clear about it. Not only Righteous Path and Demonic Path Gu Immortals, even lone Cultivator Gu Immortals have appeared, wanting to take a bite out of our He tribe. In the end, it is all about benefits. Everyone gives the wall a push when it is down, the survival of the tribe is the most important thing. As long as we can survive, resources, benefits, reputation, they are all external things, we can give them up. Are you proposing to surrender? Unfortunately, traitors like He Cheng and He Lulan appeared in our tribe, Imperial Court Blessed Land is destroyed, do you think the other Huang Jin tribes will let us off easily? A Gu Immortal sneered and mocked. He Bai slowly shook his head, the Huang Jin tribes naturally won't, but in Northern Plains, there is one person who can help our He tribe escape this calamity. Who? He Bai slowly said a name. The Immortals heard this and were all shocked. Chapter 11:10. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was dyed red like fire. It was too beautiful to behold. A gentle breeze blew, causing the golden wheat on the ground to ripple. This is the wheat field that He tribe nurtured, it is quite grand. Gu Immortal Lu Qingming floated in the sky, looking down as he said plainly. He tribe planted large amounts of wheat here. This type of wheat was called golden wheat. It matured once every 2 years, but what it produced was not barley for human consumption, but a kind of metal called gold essence. This place was originally a barren wasteland. Because it was rich in minerals, it even formed bare ore, so not a single blade of grass grew. He tribe planted the golden wheat and used this method to mine here. Not only did they use ingenious ideas, they also put in a lot of effort. That was why this vast wheat field was formed. Even Lu Qingming couldn't see the end of the wheat field even from high up in the sky. There was another person standing beside Lu Qingming. This person was called Su Guang, he was a light path Gu Immortal. His eyes were filled with fervor as he looked at the wheat field under his feet. He tribe's wheat field is already famous in Northern Plains. Every time it was produced, at least 500,000 kilograms of gold essence could be harvested. These gold essences had always been a huge source of income for He tribe. Although these golden essences are only rank 5 mortal materials and we don't use them much, if we collect them and sell them, we can get a good price. Lu Qingming smiled and nodded. It's indeed worth it. I advise the two of you not to make a mistake. This place has already belonged to my Guan clan. A figure appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of Lu Qingming and Su Guang. His face was solemn. He was brimming with fighting spirit. The third eye on his forehead was extremely eye-catching. Lu Qingming and Su Guang exchanged glances and immediately reached a consensus. They had already sensed that there were Gu Immortal auras here. Earlier, he said he would not move, it was to lure out the other Gu Immortals. So it is Guan clan's Gu Immortal, Guan Shenjiao. Lu Qingming said politely. I've long heard of the famous 3 elites of Earth. But in the Battle of Dongfang Naganori, Han Dong had already died in Taichio. If the two of you insist on making a move today, I'm afraid the name of the Earth-traveling 3 elites will be completely erased. Guan Shenjiao wasn't polite at all. He was a Guan clan Gu Immortal. Guan clan was a super force. Gold family. Therefore, he was full of confidence. Su Guang laughed heartily. You are of the righteous path, while us brothers are of the demonic path. The righteous and the demonic Tao are opposing each other. How can we retreat so easily? Naturally, we have to fight to determine the winner. Guan Shenzhou snorted coldly and directly attacked. In that instant, immortal energy swept outwards, radiance erupting. Both sides began to fight in the sky. Two figures. One big and one small, flying close to the ground. "Grandpa, where are we going?" The younger one, who was only a young man, asked curiously. "Hee, my good grandson, the place we are going to is the gushing spring forest. Do you know?" The large figure was an elderly Gu immortal wearing a yellow robe. His wide sleeves fluttered wildly in the wind. The youth rolled his eyes. The gushing spring forest is an underground fountain that forms a forest of water columns. It is said that there are countless water path Gu worms and earth path Gu worms there. It is an important place for He tribe. Not bad. Grandpa did not teach you for nothing. My good grandson, aren't you cultivating the water Dao? This time, we are going to gushing spring forest. What water path mortal Gu do we need? If he was lucky, he might even be able to plunder more springs. They are planted in Grandpa's immortal aperture. When you become an immortal one day, Grandpa will give these resources to you. The old Gu immortal said. The young man was moved, but said worriedly, "Grandpa, you are only a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortal. If you attack He tribe's important place, what if you lose your life?" The young man spoke bluntly, but the elderly Gu immortal did not get angry. He instead smiled and reminded his grandson, more than 10 days ago, He tribe's Gu immortals had already holed up in their headquarters. Right now, there are no Gu immortals guarding He tribe's important places outside. He tribe's Gu immortals are not here. What if there are other Gu immortals? Didn't we hear yesterday that even an old demon like Pai Shuihan appeared? The young man was still worried. You don't understand. The elderly Gu immortal was confident. Gushing Spring Forest might be He tribe's important place, but compared to the others, it is the lowest. An old demon like Pai Shuihan would not be interested in this place. The super forces closest to He tribe are Lu tribe, Guan tribe, and Yao tribe. We cannot snatch the resources from these three tribes. We will not attack those places that are too close to He tribe's headquarters. Those important treasure lands are being fought over by experts. We will not be able to get them. Even if we watch from the outside, we might lose our lives. Thus, Gushing Spring Forest is the most suitable choice for us. So that's it. The young man realized at once. Wind blew, the grandfather and grandson got closer to Gushing Spring Forest. Suddenly, the elderly Gu immortal's expression changed. He heard the sounds of intense battle. Oh no! The elderly Gu immortal's expression sank as he flew into the sky. Right now, the sun was shining brightly, the sunlight was scorching hot. Gushing Spring Forest entered the grandfather and grandson's vision, but they found that this place was already in a chaotic battle. The originally paradise-like Gushing Spring Forest was now in a mess. It was extremely chaotic. Spring water splashed everywhere, and explosions could be heard endlessly. At a glance, close to 10 Gu immortals were involved. At once, the grandfather and grandson looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What they could think of, others had already thought of. There were many wise bottom-tier Gu immortals. In the sky, dark clouds were gathering and it was raining. Two groups of people were facing each other in the sky above this ordinary grassland. Guan tribe and Lu tribe. 3 Guan tribe Gu immortals, 2 Lu tribe Gu immortals. The atmosphere was not heavy. Instead, the leaders of the two sides were talking enthusiastically. If it weren't for the unsuitable weather, it would have been a tea party to reminisce about the past. Lord Third Supreme Elder, our side has the advantage. Why don't we take this chance and occupy this place? On Guan tribe's side, Gu immortal Guan Shenzhou finally lost his patience and transmitted his voice. Baizu tribe, humph, these Baizu tribe Gu immortals are as crafty as Heavenly Lord Baizu. We were at odds with Gong tribe, but in the end, Baizu tribe gained the upper hand. The Righteous Path Gu immortals were basically of the Huang Jin bloodline. They had occupied northern plains for a long time. Even though there were many internal conflicts, they were more against outsiders like Baizu tribe. It is a pity that Baizu tribe is protected by Heavenly Lord Baizu. They cannot make a move. Even so, we have many methods to deal with them. To establish a super force in northern plains, it is not so easy. At once, the other Righteous Path Gu immortals contacted each other, discussing how to deal with Baizu tribe. Boom! The immortals had just discussed. Before they could come up with any ideas, they heard a loud sound. Countless gazes landed on it. Sure enough, on the grassland, space had exploded like a shattered mirror. The shattered light and shadow covered an area of several thousand li. The scene in Iron Eagle blessed land. It was directly displayed in front of the immortals. Right now, there was no need for killer moves like purple jade eyes. The immortals could directly see all kinds of scenes. The Righteous Path immortals' attention was attracted. Inside Iron Eagle blessed land, there was already a chaotic battle. Large numbers of demonic Path Gu immortals were fighting over He tribe's resources and treasures. Some were looting, some were fighting intensely. Crack crack. Lightning shot everywhere. Rocks and soil flew everywhere. There were deep pits everywhere. It was a charred scene. Divine Lord Tiandu's body was covered in lightning. He shouted, "The lanterns here are all mine. Who dares to snatch them from me?" Old Lu and the rest turned around. They looked at each other, seeing the wariness on each other's faces. Divine Lord Tiandu gained 2 lightning path immortal Gu. His battle strength has risen sharply. Let's retreat. Right. There are treasures everywhere. Why should we fight to the death with him? These Gu immortals were all bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortals. They quickly transmitted their voices and wisely retreated. At another location, the desolate beast Iron Crown Eagle cried out weakly. It was stepped on by a pig. A demonic Path Gu immortal was sitting on the pig's back. He was fat and muscular. He wore armor and held a pair of bronze hammers in his hands. He had a smug expression. Damn it. A feathered beast like you dares to sneak attack me? Just as he said this, his expression suddenly froze as he looked towards the east. A peacock flew over from the east. It had an overflowing immortal aura and spoke in human language. Its voice was crisp and clear. Zhuozhan. Fairy Shirua, it's you. Zhuozhan's expression immediately changed. He smiled as he tried to curry favor with her. Peacock flying immortal Shirua, rank 6 transformation path Gu immortal. How about exchanging the desolate beast under your feet with me? I just happened to capture a desolate beast shadowless horse. Shirua suggested. Zhuozhan's eyes shined with bright light. He quickly nodded. Of course, of course. Fairy, Zhuozhan is very willing to accept your request, he. On the other side. The wind was like green willow trees. It was visible to the naked eye. Lumps of wind were moving endlessly here. A figure descended from the sky. He said excitedly, to think that there is a rank 7 immortal material, green jade wind, here. It was the rank 7 Gu immortal expert Pai Shuihan. Brother Pai, I have already taken over this immortal material. You should go somewhere else. A figure appeared. It was a scholar with an elegant demeanor. Pai Shuihan's pupils shrunk. He said coldly, so it is you, Free Scholar. Free Scholar smiled calmly. He was also a rank 7 expert. His reputation and methods did not lose to Pai Shuihan. She planned to lure one away and deal with it alone, before slowly devouring it. This is the affinity wood? Murong Qing Si landed and looked at the rootless wood floating in the pond. her eyes shining brightly. Fairy Murong has good eyes, this is it. A lone cultivator Gu Immortal answered. His name was Yun Liang, people called him Young Master Yun. He had arrived earlier than Murong Xianxia. He was currently concentrating on collecting the affinity wood. Murong Xianxia looked at young Master Yun Liang but did not stop him, she only watched. She waited patiently until Zhu Liang succeeded in handling the wood of fate and successfully collected it. Fairy has waited for so long, I am ashamed. Young Master Yun Liang bowed with a gentle attitude. Murong Xianxia smiled, I won't hide it from young Master Yun, although this affinity wood is only a rank 6 immortal material, it is compatible with my path. I wonder if we can spar. Young Master Yun laughed. Before Murong Xianxia finished, he continued, affinity wood is fragile, there must be no interference during the collection process. If Fairy did not wait for a while, how could I successfully collect it? In this spar, if Fairy Murong wins against me, I will give all the affinity wood to you. Murong Xianxia shook her head, no need for all, just half will do. Fairy, please. Young Master, please. The two of them exchanged blows, but they were evenly matched. Young Master Yun Liang gave half of the affinity wood to Murong Xianxia, the two left in satisfaction. Righteous Path Gu Immortals usually had poise and restraint. Nian Er Pingji and Nian Er Fu of Nian Er tribe were actually anomalies in the Righteous Path. Although Northern Plains Gu Immortal world was prosperous, suppressing demonic path and lone cultivators, the Righteous Path Gu Immortals who came this time could not match the demonic path and lone cultivators in terms of numbers. The reason was, the other Huang Jin tribes had their own territories and resources that needed to be guarded. Although Righteous Path Gu Immortals had a lot of numbers, they could only send these people over. In contrast, demonic path and lone cultivators did not have such worries. There was another reason, super forces had huge businesses and had mortal forces outside. Thus, demonic immortals and lone immortals who traveled alone were usually restrained. As long as there were no huge benefits involved, they would not fight to the death. Gu Immortals were not easy to kill. If they became enemies with a Gu Immortal, they could use guerrilla tactics to retaliate. It would be a headache for super forces. As the saying goes, the barefooted do not fear the barefooted. At another place, the victor between Free Scholar and Pai Shuihan had also been decided. Although Pai Shuihan had a new immortal killer move, he could not match Free Scholar's signature method, 1,000 disintegrations. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly and immediately retreated, without any hesitation. It was not worth fighting to the death for a mere cultivation resource. Although demonic path Gu Immortals were free, because they were often alone, they could only rely on themselves to resist calamities and tribulations, unlike Righteous Path forces who had Gu Immortals in their tribes to trust and obtain help from. Thus, demonic path Gu Immortals and lone cultivator Gu Immortals were concerned about calamities and tribulations. They would coldly calculate the costs. They could fight for resources, but if they expended too much immortal essence, it was better not to engage in unprofitable transactions. In the sky outside Iron Eagle Blessed Land, the immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall was still floating on the spot, emitting a dazzling radiance. Gong Tribe's Gu Immortals and Baizu Tribe's Gu Immortals did not make a move, they were drinking tea and chatting in the hall. Chapter 11:16. In the blink of an eye. A shadow the size of a small mountain crashed towards Xiaodong. At that moment, Xiao Dong could not move, he could only shout, "Elder Lu, save me." Lu Xuanxin appeared in front of Xiao Dong, his body was shining with white light, dispelling the shadow. "Hey Tai Sheng, with me here, you cannot touch Xiao Dong." Lu Xuanxin looked at the newcomer with intense hostility. The Gu immortals became restless. Be it the Dragon Eagles or the Resonance Eagles, they were no longer important. The important thing was that He tribe's Gu immortals had appeared. With the rank 7 Gu immortal He Tai Sheng at the lead, 7 or 8 rank 6 Gu immortals stood in front of the immortals. He Tai Sheng looked around before his gaze landed on Lu Xuanxin, he smiled coldly and asked, "Is that so?" Lu Xuanxin was shocked, he turned around to look. Xiao Dong, who was behind him, was still standing and floating in the air, but his expression was frozen and filled with fear, he had no life force, he was dead. Immortal killer move, life absorption eerie darkness. Lu Xuanxin first cried out in surprise, and then anger surged in his heart. But this anger quickly disappeared, and what remained was a faint sorrow and admiration. He and He Tai Sheng were old rivals, they had fought over 100 times. He knew that even though this life absorption eerie darkness was powerful, it could not be used easily, he had to pay a huge price every time he used it. Lu Xuanxin had never seen He Tai Sheng use such a trump card at the start of the battle. From this, Lu Xuanxin understood, this old rival that he had fought for most of his life was already prepared to die, he wanted to kill as many as he could. After He Tai Sheng killed Xiao Dong, the morale of the He tribe Gu immortals behind him soared. He Tai Sheng was a veteran, he used this chance to mobilize his methods. At once, the Resonance Eagles formed into groups, they were in an orderly formation. He tribe's Gu immortals occupied one area, they attacked and defended. With the Gu immortals mobilized, the second line of defense stabilized. The difficulty rose rapidly. This angered the Gu immortals who were attacking He tribe. Obstructing someone's path to wealth was akin to killing their parents. This was a huge grudge, moreover, He tribe was weak, their only immortal Gu house dark prison was gone. They were only wary of Green City rampage. The situation had already been decided, He tribe's Gu immortals were merely struggling before death. "I'll fight you." Pai Shuihan was the first to charge forward. He waved his hand, and a boundless wave appeared out of thin air, sweeping towards He Tai Sheng. The waves flew into the air and froze into glaciers. In an instant, the temperature plummeted. "Be careful, this is Pai Shuihan's signature killer move, River Flow." A He tribe rank 6 Gu immortal shouted. He Tai Sheng chuckled. He had a grudge against Pai Shuihan as well, so he wasn't surprised that Pai Shuihan would attack him. "You've already lost to me, so how can you be so brave?" He Tiesheng's eyes glowed with a dark light. He didn't move and merely looked over. The white frost river was quickly dyed with a layer of black water, and after a few breaths, it disintegrated. Pai Shuihan gave a muffled grunt. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. Surrounded by enemies, using killer moves consecutively is not a good idea. A figure suddenly appeared behind Eben Sheng's head. It was Huang Di. This rank 7 demonic path Gu immortal had contacted other demonic path Gu immortals and entered Iron Eagle blessed land first, causing the righteous path to lose their advantage. He had earned a lot, now that he had the chance, he attacked and wanted to cut off He Tai Sheng's head. But He Tai Sheng did not move. He did not even turn around, he waved his sleeves behind him. He saw He Tai Sheng coming, he immediately retreated. He Tai Sheng chased after him, Lu Xuanxin led him to Divine Lord Tiandu. Divine Lord Tiandu's body shuddered, he left immediately. Lu Xuanxin led He Tai Sheng to Free Scholar. Free Scholar snickered, a three-way battle ensued. Boom boom boom. A moment later, with a loud sound, Lu Xuanxin and Free Scholar were forced to retreat. He Taisheng continued to fight everywhere, he was unstoppable. In the sky. He tribe's first supreme elder sighed, Taisheng, this child. He knew that He Taisheng had a forbidden move, he could expend his lifespan to increase the power of his killer move. Right now, he was fighting with his life on the line. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals did not intend to fight to the death. It was true. But just this alone was not enough to make him invincible. He Taisheng made many Gu immortals suffer. These people all had high cultivation level or profound methods. In the previous battles, a large number of weak Gu immortals had already been eliminated. But no matter how strong He Taisheng was, he could not reach rank 8. With the power of one person, he could not save the situation. Resonance eagles were captured or killed, He tribe Gu immortals' blood splattered in the sky. Fight! Fight to the death! They fought until the very last soldier, until only He Taisheng was left. He was bathed in blood, he stood up straight, looking at the Gu immortals around him, he laughed heartily, "Good, come and take my life." The immortals looked at each other, no one attacked. Lu Xuanxin had a complex expression, he knew that He Taisheng was already at the end of his rope. His immortal essence was expended, there was no need to worry about him. But he could not attack. He Taisheng grinned, "Then let me." Saying so, he charged towards the Gu immortals ahead. Charge! The final charge. He died in the middle of the charge. Sad, He Taisheng. Strong, He Taisheng. Once He Taisheng died, the immortals had no more obstacles, they charged towards He tribe's final line of defense. 12 eagles blocked their path. Enemy eagles with overflowing killing intent, absolute eyebrow eagles with divine might, shadow eagles that were fast as shadows, whale-swallowing eagles with strong bodies, without exception, these eagles were all ancient desolate beasts. Rank 7 battle strength. He tribe's first supreme elder and the rest of the 7 descended from the sky. At this point, they no longer had any hopes of getting lucky, they imitated He Taisheng and fought. Ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. For supreme elders worked together. It was strong enough to fight rank 8 Gu immortals. The righteous and demonic Gu immortals dispersed. Resources were more important. At this point, everyone had earned a lot, but they had also invested a lot. Not only did they expend a lot of energy, they also expended a lot of immortal essence, who would be foolish enough to fight Green City Rampage to the death? Whoever got caught would be unlucky. At the highest point of Iron Eagle Blessed Land, there were 12 eagle nests of different shapes. These eagle nests were not round ball wood, they were precious rank 8 immortal materials. Immediately, countless Gu immortals fought over them. The scene was simply chaotic. Green City Rampage went on a killing spree, some unlucky people died at the hands of the 4 supreme elders. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. It's too dangerous, let's go, let's go. Nian Er Fu carried the unconscious Nian Er Pingji as he retreated secretly. We cannot stay here for long. Pai Shuihan also retreated. He plundered most of the eagle nests, he obtained a large number of rank 8 immortal materials. Some sensible Gu immortals started to retreat. The 12 eagle nests were already destroyed. Suddenly, there was a ripple in the air, a 13th eagle nest appeared, it attracted a lot of attention. Chapter 11-17. Domination Immortal, I am going too. Amidst the silence, Feng Zi's laughter could be heard. Then, he was surrounded by a strong gust of wind, and he flew away. Countless gazes were also focused on him. Feng Zi was publicly recognized as the #1 movement expert in Northern Plains. Yao Huang had once tried to capture him but failed. This was Feng Zi's proudest achievement. Chu Du and Feng Zi were daring, they did not give Heavenly Lord Baizu any face. The immortals had many thoughts but none of them moved. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not make a sound either, he watched as the two left. He Tribe's first Supreme Elder quickly shouted, "Lord Heavenly Lord, forget about this Feng Zi." But that Chu Du took away the 13th eagle nest. This eagle nest has He Fan's true inheritance. The immortals heard this and became restless, they conversed in secret. He Fan's name was well known among the immortals. This great expert was the pride of He Tribe's history, he had led He Tribe to become the overlord of Northern Plains. If he was still alive, who would dare to attack He Tribe? No matter, I already know. Heavenly Lord Baizu's voice was heard again, he had a plain tone. First Supreme Elder's heart shook, his lips trembled, he wanted to say something but did not speak. Second Supreme Elder suddenly said, "Lord Heavenly Lord, Iron Eagle blessed land is about to collapse. If we hold a banquet here, it might not even last half a day. He Tribe's Gu immortals, don't worry, we have been preparing for a long time." At this time, 3 Gu immortals arrived. The immortals looked at them with a sense of realization. These 3 immortals were none other than Baizu Tribe's 3 Gu immortals. During the entire He Tribe battle, they had been watching from the sidelines, they were listening to Heavenly Lord Baizu's arrangements to clean up the battle. Next, Baizu Tribe's 3 Gu immortals attacked together, using an immortal killer move. The killer move's effect was immediate, in an instant, Iron Eagle blessed land that was on the verge of collapse stabilized. Seeing this, many righteous and demonic immortals' expressions changed. This immortal killer move was extremely powerful. This was the first time they had seen it, it was not recorded in history. They realized, Baizu Tribe did not just have Heavenly Lord Baizu, the other Gu immortals could not be underestimated. Gong Air greets Lord Heavenly Monarch. Next, Gong Clan's Gu immortal Gong Air came forward alone. After entering Iron Eagle blessed land, he bowed towards the sky. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s would dominate. Gong Air was very arrogant, but facing a rank 8 existence, he had to be respectful. However, he was feeling very depressed. At the final moment of He Tribe's battle, Gong Air had wanted to activate Immortal Gu House Golden Dawn Hall to snatch cultivation resources. But Baizu Tribe's Gu Immortal smiled and told him not to act rashly. Naturally, Gong Air would not listen to their suggestions. However, he soon received a message from the prince's impatience. The gist of the message was, tell him not to act rashly, otherwise, he would become Heavenly Lord Baizu's enemy. If you infuriated Heavenly Lord Baizu and made him kill you, you deserved it. The prince's impatience wouldn't stand up for you. Gong Air heard this. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he didn't dare to make a move and suffered a great loss. In this trip, he mobilized Golden Dawn Hall to help, but the benefits were not worth the effort. Originally, Gong Air wanted to act as the leader of the righteous path, but the other Huang Jin bloodline Gu immortals ignored him. Baizu Tribe's 3 Gu immortals responded to his call and went to Golden Dawn Hall as guests. This gave Gong Air a way out. But these 3 immortals had other intentions. Gong Air was representing Gong Tribe now, he had no choice but to appear. In He Tribe's former headquarters, they announced the rise of Baizu Tribe. There was a deep meaning behind this, it was thought-provoking. Almost all the Gu immortals attended this celebration, other than Domination Immortal and Wind Child, there were exceptions. Other than these 2, there might be others. For example, during the Battle of He Tribe, the mysterious Gu immortal who appeared for a brief moment, the existence who controlled ordinary thatched hut. It was unknown if he was hiding among the immortals, or if he had already slipped away. The Righteous Path Gu immortals mostly attended the first day of the celebration before taking their leave. The Gong Tribe Gu immortals led by Gong Air were the first to leave. When he left, Gong Air took large strides, but in the eyes of observant people, They could feel the dejection of the Gong tribe Gu immortals. Next was Nian Air tribe. This super force only sent 2 Gu immortals this time. One was rank 7 Space Path Gu immortal Nian Air Fu, the other was the current generation Sword Sun Nian Air Pingji. Even though the latter only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was in the limelight during this battle of He tribe. He could be said to have become famous after this battle. But it was not without a price. Old Monster Corpse Poison, who was at a corner, stared at Nian Air Pingji with hatred, gritting his teeth. The hatred between the two sides was too deep. Meng tribe, Yuan tribe, Nu Air tribe, Yi Lui tribe, and others left one after another. Lu tribe, Yao tribe, and Guan tribe, these 3 tribes Gu immortals. They were the last ones to attend the entire banquet. 3 days and 3 nights later, they left. This was giving Bai Zhu tribe enough face. Because these 3 tribes were different from the other Huang Jin tribes, their territories in northern plains were the closest to Bai Zhu tribe, they needed to build a good relationship. As for the demonic path and lone immortals, they also left in 3 days and 3 nights. The stronger they were, the earlier they left. But there were also some Gu immortal experts. They stayed behind alone, as if they wanted to get close to Bai Zhu tribe. If it were any other Huang Jin tribe, they would not have such a grand ceremony. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was a lone cultivator, the lone immortals and some demonic path Gu immortals could accept it. Farewell, farewell. Take care, forgive us for not sending you off. Iron Eagle Blessed Land had been completely repaired in these 3 days. The Blessed Land's entrance opened, He tribe's Gu immortals and Bai Zhu tribe's Gu immortals came out. They stood at the entrance and sent them off, they were very polite. The Gu immortals who left did not belong to any factions. They sighed to themselves, after this battle with He tribe, the situation in Northern Plains Gu immortal world had changed. He tribe's Gu immortals surrendered, sending off these Gu immortals who invaded their blessed land. They definitely did not feel good about it. But Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu made them do this, it was simply a humiliation. Among them, He tribe's first supreme elder felt the deepest emotions. During the battle with He tribe, he was heavily injured. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu personally healed the other He tribe Gu immortals, he was the only one left. His face was pale, he dragged his injured body to send off the guests, he coughed out blood from time to time, he was in a pathetic state, he had lost all his face. He tribe's first supreme elder knew clearly, earlier, I purposely exposed He Fan's true inheritance to make Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu attack Chu Du. If I kill him, I can take revenge for Chu Du's invasion. If I cannot kill him and Chu Du escapes, with his personality, he will definitely take revenge on Bai Zhu tribe. If he appeared, I would definitely capture him. With this bargaining chip, would not have to pay such a huge price. It turned out that He tribe and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had already discussed and set up an ambush against Fang Yuan. The fact that Fang Yuan was the culprit of the imperial court case was already widely known. Northern Plains Gu immortals also knew that Fang Yuan had spring-autumn cicada and fixed immortal travel. The battle in He tribe was a great opportunity that was hard to come by in hundreds of years, but Fang Yuan did not come. This was out of the immortals' expectations. After all, with fixed immortal travel, it was very convenient to travel. But they did not know the subsequent twists and turns of the Battle of Tian Mountain. Right now, fixed immortal travel was already under the control of the Celestial Court. As for this investigative immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons, it had its origin. An otherworldly demon had once appeared in He tribe. When he was a mortal Gu master, he had many shocking performances, attracting the attention of the higher-ups. His famous four-direction sparrow battle method was something that even He tribe's 4 supreme elders enjoyed playing with without getting tired of. After soul-searching, He tribe's Gu immortals found out that this person was an otherworldly demon. Thus, He tribe's Gu immortals researched his body from top to bottom. Even though this person's life was expended. But they obtained an immortal killer move that could find otherworldly demons. This secret was only known to He tribe's 4 supreme elders. The other He tribe Gu immortals did not know about it. Heavenly Lord Baizu continued, forget about Fang Yuan's future. Your He tribe knows how to adapt to circumstances. It is a blessing for you to surrender to my Baizu tribe. I will take action 3 days later and remove the obstruction for you 4 supreme elders. You will be able to split up and move freely. Don't worry, as long as you sincerely abandon your past. From now on, you will live as Baizu tribe's Gu immortals, think for our tribe and contribute to the tribe. I will not mistreat you. Yes. We will obey Heavenly Lord's orders. He tribe's Gu immortals quickly responded. He tribe's first supreme elder even knelt on the ground, crying tears of gratitude. Heavenly Lord is magnanimous, you do not mind our subordinates' incompetence, we are deeply grateful. You are also thinking for us, resolving our many years of illness, you are truly like a second parent. Saying so, he kowtowed fiercely, tears flowing down his face. But in his heart, there was a cold chill. Heavenly Lord Baizu had great methods, he wanted to dismantle Green City Rampage in the first meeting. This weapon would no longer belong to He tribe's 4 great supreme elders. Heavenly Lord Baizu was extremely satisfied, he gave some words of encouragement before waving the immortals away. He sat there without moving, thinking in his mind. He tribe's Gu immortals have just joined us, their status has plummeted, it is like heaven and earth. They must be feeling agitated and unable to calm down, they will not be able to adapt to it. However, this first supreme elder of He tribe has such an attitude, it is already quite good. I did not waste my effort in beating him up, I can spare his life. It is a pity that Fang Yuan did not appear, otherwise, if I captured him, my gains would be even greater. Now, I can only pay the price myself. To prevent the other rank 8s from interfering in this matter, Heavenly Lord Baizu paid a huge price, thinking about it made him feel heartache. However, I cannot trap the wolf without sacrificing the child. Right now, Baizu tribe finally has a foothold in northern plains. There is also He Fan Grotto Heaven, if I can take it, I can make up for my previous losses. Of course, I cannot be rash now. But its lifespan is very short, after hatching from an egg, it can fly in the sky. Everywhere it goes, Dao marks will spread out from its body, changing the world and giving it endless life force. After a dozen or so breaths of time, it will die of old age. Fang Yuan thought to himself, he saw that in this Kokitahara, the ground that was originally covered in a thin layer of ice and snow had already started to grow green sprouts. Soon, under the influence of spring aureole, the grass grew taller, there were even some wild flowers in it. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan could not use this killer move continuously, there were strong repercussions, he had to get rid of the poisonous gas left behind in his body, otherwise, he might even poison himself to death. The tree men started to climb Dang Hun Mountain. Soon, these tree men got a taste of Dang Hun Mountain's power, their souls shook, their bodies trembled, large amounts of leaves fell off. But even so, the densely packed tall tree people advanced wave after wave, pushing each other, squeezing their way up the mountain. Dang Hun Mountain was indeed a secluded domain of heaven and earth, just at the foot of the mountain, over 100 tree men died, Fang Yuan did not even waste a bit of immortal essence. Fang Yuan looked down at the scene, his frown became deeper. Even though these tree men were troublesome, they posed little threat. Because they moved slowly, Fang Yuan could use guerrilla tactics to kill these tree men. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong, this earthly calamity was too easy. Could it be that Providence felt that they could not get rid of me in one go, so their focus this time is to exhaust my foundation? Chapter 11:20. To exterminate these tree men, a vast amount of immortal essence would be expended. These tree men were more numerous than the snow monsters during the first earthly calamity, and they had strong recovery abilities. Fang Yuan could already see many broken branches that were inserted into the soil, new sprouts would sprout in the blink of an eye. Unless he used a killer move like triple-layered sword wave to exterminate these tree men, he would not be able to get rid of any future problems. Otherwise, these trees would expend a lot of earth chi in his immortal aperture to grow. But using triple-layered sword wave or flying sword immortal goo to exterminate these tree men was too much of a waste. If I were a fire path goo immortal, this situation would not be a problem. Fang Yuan was thinking of this when he suddenly heard a loud sound. From the fallen tree men corpses, flames rose up. The flames burned rapidly, in the blink of an eye, they spread and engulfed countless tree men. The flames attached themselves to these tree men, the intense fire continued to burn, turning these tree men into charcoal, their leaves melted and soon, a large number of them died. The flames were nourished by the tree men, they became even more vigorous, the flames were now 50 to 60 feet above the ground. Intense heat waves assaulted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was stunned. What was going on? Evidently, this was also a transformation of the earthly calamity. But why was the earthly calamity burning itself like this? What was Providence trying to do? Was it helping Fang Yuan solve his problem? Fang Yuan quickly denied this thought. What a joke, why would Providence help him? Roar! From the soaring flames, a huge figure suddenly stood up. From the orange-red flames, a giant that was 180 feet tall appeared. This is... Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size, he subconsciously gritted his teeth, giant calamity blazing tree. This was an ancient desolate plant. According to historical records, immemorial red heaven often had such giant calamity blazing trees. But this ancient desolate plant was very rare in the 5 regions, but it was not extinct. The predecessor of the giant calamity blazing tree could be any kind of tree in the world. After the forest fire, countless lives were burned to death. There was a certain probability that it would form the great calamity blazing tree. The giant disaster incinerating tree's entire body was surrounded by scorching flames. It burned all year round, making it difficult for anything to approach it. What was even more impressive was, this kind of giant disaster blazing tree would also bring countless misfortunes and disasters to the living beings that came close to it. Providence is really treacherous. Evidently, I have luck immortal goo protecting me. Providence saw through this and created giant disaster blazing tree. You're ruining my fortune. Fang Yuan felt that this was a huge challenge. Under normal circumstances, if he encountered a giant disaster blazing tree in the wild, he would have wisely stayed away. But it was different now, this giant calamity blazing tree had appeared in his sovereign immortal aperture. Not only was it absorbing the immortal aperture's earth chi, it was also bringing calamities and bad luck to offset his luck. If he sat back and did nothing, Fang Yuan would be plagued by bad luck after a period of time, and everything would go wrong. In fact, a catastrophe might befall them. As for refining immortal goo, don't even think about it. The flames soared into the sky, causing the wood to crackle. The location of the blazing tree was very special, it was near Danghun Mountain. Even though Fang Yuan used his defensive methods, his eyebrows and hair were still curling from the high temperature. This is only the outermost area, but it already has such a high temperature, not to mention the surface of the blazing tree. Fang Yuan sighed as he left. The blazing flames started to roast Dang Hun Mountain. Some of the mountain rocks were turned into mud. It was not so easy to get rid of the giant calamity blazing tree. Fang Yuan had a heavy heart. He looked around, his vision was red. Sea of fire. The flames had already spread to the entire forest and grassland. As expected, Providence's construction was just a foundation for the giant calamity blazing tree. How could it be so easy? Fang Yuan's breathing became rough. He saw that giant calamity blazing trees were forming one after another in the sea of fire. Their roots were deeply inserted into the ground, absorbing earth qi to strengthen themselves. The previous one had not been eliminated yet. Now, there were so many. Not just that, these giant calamity blazing trees were roaring. They stood up and turned into giant blazing tree men. They only had one target. That was Fang Yuan, who was in the sky. Boom boom boom. At the bottom of Dang Hun Mountain, the first giant calamity blazing tree had also turned into a tree man. It was very restless. It was trying to topple the mountain. Its strength was shocking. Every struggle caused Dang Hun Mountain to shake intensely. Every time it struggled, Dang Hun Mountain shook intensely, emitting a terrifying sound. In an instant, the situation had worsened to the point of no return. Fang Yuan could ignore the snow monsters earlier. He could deal with them slowly. But these giant calamity blazing tree men could not be ignored. Even though they moved slowly, they had a huge impact on the immortal aperture. Not only did they absorb earth qi, the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation would be damaged, it would also ruin Fang Yuan's luck. What should he do? The light of the fire shone on Fang Yuan's face. He was originally calm. Suddenly, he smiled. Fortunately, I still have a backup plan. At the same time, far away in southern border, Xianxia looked at the fire in front of her in a daze. Within the fire, Fang Yuan's face seemed to appear. Brother Black Demon. Xianxia muttered in her mind. Tribe leader, Lord Tribe leader. A soft voice could be heard. Ah. Xianxia regained her senses. She saw Xiaolan, Xiao Dai, Lady Wei, Zhou Quan, and the other subordinates. Sorry, I was distracted again. Xianxia quickly apologized. Missy, this is the third time you have been distracted. Xiaolan muttered. I was rude, I am really sorry. I'm really sorry. Xianxia quickly apologized. Zhou Quan looked at Lady Wei without changing his expression. He coughed. Then, let's continue our previous topic, how to take back those former young tribe leaders of Shang clan. The Gu master groups that they control. After the discussion ended, everyone left the hall. Xiao Dai, what happened to tribe leader recently? Why does she seem to be distracted? Zhou Quan asked. Xiao Dai had a worried expression. I am not sure. It seems that tribe leader was summoned by the higher-ups. After she returned, she became like this. The higher-ups? Zhou Quan's expression changed. He knew about the existence of Shang clan's Gu immortals now. This matter concerned Gu immortals. He could not handle it. Yi Fan could not bear it anymore. I will go talk to Lady Xianxia. Maybe as an outsider, I can gain something. Young Master Yi is not an outsider. Xiaolan smiled. Then I will have to trouble young Master Yi. Lady Wei nodded, agreeing to this suggestion. A moment later, Yi Fan arrived at Xianxia's study room. The door of the study room was ajar. Yi Fan peeked through the gap and saw that Xianxia was holding a thin piece of paper, inspecting it. She was so engrossed in it that Yi Fan purposely made heavy footsteps, but she did not notice it. Yi Fan was about to cough to alert Xianxia of his arrival. But soon, he heard Xianxia's soft voice. Brother Black Demon, what kind of person are you? Yi Fan's mind shook. He instantly realized that the thin piece of paper in Xianxia's hands was none other than Black Demon's arrest warrant. On it was Black Demon's portrait. Yi Fan felt extremely empty in his heart. His originally strong limbs felt weak and powerless. He stood outside the door, hesitating for a long time before gritting his teeth, turning around and leaving quietly. From start to finish, Xianxia did not notice him. Yi Fan left the city lord's manor, arriving at a street. This was Shangliang Mountain, an important place for Shang clan. It was brightly lit and bustling. But Yi Fan had a gloomy expression. He was asking himself a question: Black Demon, what kind of person are you? Northern Icy Plain. Chu Du's hands were behind his back. He looked at the vast icy plain. Suddenly, his body shook. It's here. He received Fang Yuan's transmission. He quickly activated his Immortal Goo. Rank 7 Immortal Goo Calamity Beckoning. At the next moment, the entrance of Sovereign Blessed Land opened. First, Spring Oriole was pulled out of the blessed land by a formless force through the entrance. Next, giant calamity blazing trees were pulled out by a mysterious force that could not resist. They were indignant, they were furious. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Providence was also furious. But it was useless. About 2 hours later, the third earthly calamity ended. Fang Yuan stored his immortal aperture, appearing on the northern icy plain. Chu Du obtained a lot of reckless savage's true meaning. He shouted excitedly, "The road is long and arduous. After a few autumns, I have finally obtained Azure Cloud's blessing. Azure Cloud has entrusted me to observe the world. I can see everything in this world." His voice reverberated in heaven and earth, echoing in the clouds. He had the heroic aura of a domination immortal. "Sir, may I ask for your name?" Chu Du bowed to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled, reciting, "The winding road is narrow to heaven and earth, calamities and tribulations are insignificant, life and death are insignificant. My body is like a willow fluttering in the wind, be it clouds or mud, my will is one." The feeding of rank 8 and 7 Immortal Goo has been arranged properly. This way, it is time to deal with those rank 6 Immortal Goo when I construct my Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan planned. When Goo Immortals construct their Immortal Aperture, the first basic requirement was to be able to feed their Immortal Goo and be self-sufficient. Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Immortal Zombie before. His Immortal Aperture was dead, so he did not follow the rules. Now that he was reborn, he worked steadily and had already solved the problem of feeding rank 8 and 7 Immortal Goo. Next were those rank 6 Immortal Goo. It had to be said. Fang Yuan had too many Immortal Goo. It would scare people to death if they said it out loud. But there was no helping it. Fang Yuan needed to raise so many Immortal Goo. Not only did he have to resist calamities and tribulations and providence, he also had to deal with other Goo Immortals. Fang Yuan's situation was very difficult. In the past, there was the Shadow Sect. They helped to conceal him and guard against deductions. But after the Battle of Tian Mountain, this protection was gone. Celestial Court's Goo Immortals put his name on the Demon Judgment Board. They were determined to kill him. There were also Northern Plains Goo Immortals who hated him to the core. Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Jinyang Tower. This was even more hateful than destroying the ancestral graves of these Huangjin bloodline Goo Immortals. The other Eastern Sea, Southern Border, and Western Desert Goo Immortals coveted his luck path true inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not obtain the all-living beings' luck true inheritance, no one would believe him if he tried to explain it. All in all, Fang Yuan's identity could not be exposed. A large number of Goo Immortals were eyeing him. Some time ago, during the Battle of He Tribe's Goo Immortals conspired with Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. They wanted to ambush Fang Yuan, but because Fang Yuan was cautious, he did not go to Iron Eagle Blessed Land and escaped. Of course, Fang Yuan did not know about this yet. Thus, when Fang Yuan traveled outside, he used a fake name, Lu Guanji. If he revealed his true identity, Chu Du's attitude would change. Currently, Fang Yuan had already teamed up with Chu Du half a month ago. When Jewel Yellow Skies opened, Fang Yuan received Chu Du's letter. In the letter, Chu Du explained the situation to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Flying Sword Immortal Gu had a clue to an information path inheritance. At that moment, Fang Yuan was moved. Before this, he often talked about the benefits of information path. With powerful information path methods, he could make agreements with others without fear of the other party going back on their words. He could also secretly remove the alliance agreement on himself. He could kill the hostage and go back on his word. He was unrestrained. He could also gather a lot of information to help him make better decisions. Information path and wisdom path were good partners. Information path gathered information, while wisdom path used this information to make deductions. The two complemented each other. The information path inheritance insignia on Flying Sword Immortal Gu was very impressive. Even the wisdom path Gu Immortal Xianxia Xian was moved. He wanted to ask Chu Du for it. Chu Du also explained this to Fang Yuan. He wanted Fang Yuan to know the value of this information path true inheritance, so that he would be more wary. Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to make a deal with Chu Du. He promised Chu Du to let him obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning, but Chu Du had to pay a price. After the Battle of He Tribe, Chu Du obtained the 13th eagle nest under Fang Yuan's guidance. On a certain day, he met up with Fang Yuan secretly in Northern Plains and the two made an exchange. Fang Yuan obtained Flying Sword Immortal Gu and Eagle Nest, while lending Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. The Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture method, Fang Yuan could not give it to Chu Du even though this was an Immortal Killer move and Immortal Gu were unique. Chu Du could use other Immortal Gu to replace it. The Gu worms were different, but they could form Immortal Killer moves with similar power. Chu Du was indeed a rank 7 expert. He was a legend in Northern Plains. With his help, Fang Yuan successfully passed the third earthly calamity. The first 2 times, he was heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was a close call. But the third earthly calamity only had some setbacks. Chu Du dealt with most of it. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu was truly powerful. No wonder back then, Mo Ya wanted to use this Immortal Gu to help her beloved Bo Qing undergo tribulation. But in the end, she failed. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu was only rank 7, but Bo Qing's tribulation was the myriad tribulation to breakthrough to rank 9 realm. Fang Yuan did not want to take the information path true inheritance of Flying Sword Immortal Gu for now. The turbulent flow sea area was a troublesome place. It was easy to get lost, and Gu immortals often appeared there. Fang Yuan focused on researching eagle nests. The 13th eagle nest in Iron Eagle Blessed Land was usually hidden. Only when Iron Eagle Blessed Land was on the verge of collapse would it appear. Inside, there were clues to He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had already explored it for some time. He had some insights. Compared to information path true inheritances, He Fan's true inheritance that could slow the time in the immortal aperture was more practical and important. Fang Yuan had already decided, using this period of free time after the tribulation, he was going to obtain He Fan's true inheritance. How could he satisfy the calamity beckoning in his hands? What made Fang Yuan even more worried was that Chu Du seemed to have guessed his true identity. During the third earthly calamity, which was also the first time they cooperated, he recited a poem. The last 2 lines were, "Blue clouds hold me up to look at the world, I can see everything around me." Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. He had the intention of revealing Fang Yuan's true identity. Of course, Fang Yuan might be overthinking this. But for many things, Fang Yuan would rather think a little more than worry a little less. Chu Du's appearance was also very strange. During the first earthly calamity, he almost took Fang Yuan's life. Fang Yuan was very suspicious. he was influenced by Providence and set up this human tribulation to deal with him. To cooperate with such a person, there was a saying that was appropriate, it was asking a tiger for its skin. Thus, after their first cooperation and the third earthly calamity, Fang Yuan and Chu Du did not talk much, they soon parted. Chu Du let Fang Yuan leave. Firstly, he had calamity beckoning Immortal Gu. Secondly, he had an alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. The information path Immortal Gu he used were borrowed from other Gu immortals. Thirdly, he could not catch up to Fang Yuan. With Chu Du's strength and methods, it was not surprising that he had a wide circle of friends. There was one point Fang Yuan had considered. To guard against Providence, Fang Yuan gave Chu Du a lot of self-will Gu. At least, Fang Yuan did not have to worry that Providence would have any negative influence on Chu Du. I need to be careful when cooperating with Chu Du. If there is any mistake, I might be doomed. Fang Yuan warned himself inwardly. He placed his attention on the strength path Immortal Zombie. He controlled a strength path Immortal Zombie to get close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These last days, he had been investigating, deducing, and collecting all sorts of clues. He dug into He Cheng's memories and made deductions. If I am not wrong, this time, Fang Yuan had a sense of confidence as he activated his Immortal Gu. The strength path Immortal Zombie that got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest underwent a complete transformation. It was originally lifeless, but in an instant, it turned into a living person. It turned into He Cheng. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. He Cheng gradually got close to the heavenly crystal eagle nest. He placed his hand on the surface of the nest. Fang Yuan's divine sense continued to pour into the heavenly crystal eagle nest. At the same time, Gu worms flew out, circling around He Cheng, dancing around him. Refinement path killer moves were activated one after another, landing on the heavenly crystal eagle nest. These refinement path killer moves were mortal. They were modified by He Fan in the past and were passed down. The entire process was beautiful. It was so dazzling that people subconsciously held their breaths. I understand. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He suddenly understood He Fan's method. Heavenly crystals were originally translucent. It looked like they came from one place, but that was not the case. These heavenly crystals have 9 colors. They should have come from the immemorial 9 heavens. But He Fan fused these heavenly crystals together, using refinement path methods to process these rank 8 immortal materials. This caused them to lose their colors, making them look like they were one. Before He Fan died, he left behind some refinement path methods. Using these refinement path methods, I can reverse process these heavenly crystals and restore them to their original appearance, activating the arrangements inside and opening up the entire eagle nest. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's evaluation of these heavenly crystals rose to another level. Heavenly crystals were immortal materials. Other than being produced in the immemorial 9 heavens, they could also be produced in grotto heavens with deep foundations. Originally, Fang Yuan thought that these were heavenly crystals produced in He Fan Grotto Heaven. But the truth was, these heavenly crystals came from the immemorial 9 heavens. Then their value would be even higher. Because there were only 2 heavens left in the immemorial 9 heavens, the other 7 heavens were already destroyed. Back then, He Fan must have spent a lot of effort to gather these heavenly crystals. After all, it was getting harder and harder for Gu immortals to obtain these heavenly crystals. The only source was the fragment worlds of the immemorial 7 heavens that were scattered all over the 5 regions. But what about the future? If one did not plan for the future, they would face immediate problems. Cooperating with Chu Du was very dangerous. It was like asking a tiger for its skin. Providence would also stir things up. Even if Fang Yuan did not need it now, with this as insurance, he would be able to move freely in the future. Even without He Fan's true inheritance, this heavenly crystal eagle nest is a rank 8 immortal material. It has huge value. One could say, other than the immortal goo in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, the other resources added together were not even half of the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Of course, this did not include Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were in Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan did not interfere in the guts goo business, he let Langya sect sell them. He only took the monthly profits. But, what is this dead egg? With my knowledge, I cannot recognize it. If He Fan's true inheritance is still around, maybe this dead egg is a clue left behind by He Fan. Even though the chances were slim, Fang Yuan still wanted to investigate along this clue. He first went to Jewel Yellow Skies. This place sold some cultivation knowledge and experiences. Among them were things like desolate beast records, southern border maps, ancient desolate plants records, and so on. Fang Yuan's divine sense moved around. After choosing carefully, he bought some and looked at them. Last time, he spent close to 10,000 immortal yuan stones to buy a large batch of Pill Azure incense. But this month's profits had not arrived yet. He was a little short on funds. But after looking at these, even though Fang Yuan gained some knowledge, he still could not find out the origin of this mysterious dead egg. Fang Yuan was not disappointed, he felt joy in his heart. The more mysterious this dead egg was, the greater its origin. He felt that he had a higher chance of obtaining He Fan's true inheritance. This dead egg is likely to be the egg of an immemorial desolate beast. Fang Yuan read a lot of cultivation knowledge, he did not gain nothing. This way, the cultivation knowledge in Jewel Yellow Skies was useless. Because these knowledge were mostly limited to rank 6 and 7. Immemorial desolate beasts had rank 8 battle strength, but rank 8 goo immortals would not sell their knowledge to Jewel Yellow Skies. They were not greedy for such a small amount of money. Most goo immortals did not want to buy it either, because at their level, they would not encounter any immemorial desolate beasts. Right now, most immemorial desolate beasts lived in immemorial Black Heaven and White Heaven. Other than that, there were calamity lands and forbidden areas in the 5 regions. For example, the 10 great calamity lands of Northern Plains. Or Earth Abyss, Earth Trenches, and so on. Should I advertise in Jewel Yellow Skies and ask for the origin of this egg at a high price? Fang Yuan thought about it before rejecting this idea. Langya sect still has great value. I need to repair my relationship with them in the future, but that is not the urgent matter now. After returning to his cloud city, he checked the information. He was not disappointed. So this egg is the egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan's heart shook. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. After the shock, Fang Yuan was filled with joy. Chapter 1124. Upper Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan had long heard of such primordial desolate beasts, but he did not know what the sky eagle's egg looked like. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. A mature upper extreme heavenly eagle could freely travel between the immemorial 9 heavens or grotto heavens. This instinct was extremely powerful. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was an extremely thick heavenly dipper energy wall blocking it. The heavenly abode was located in the sky. If it did not show itself, it would be extremely difficult to detect it from the outside world. However, as long as the upper extreme heavenly eagle had been to a certain place, it would follow its instincts and traverse through the void to return. It was an immemorial desolate beast with rank 8 battle strength. It could fly extremely fast. He Fan had to have paid a huge price to be able to find this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg, unless he had a fortuitous encounter. The only flaw of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was its lifespan. Its lifespan was only 80 years. The lifespan of a normal mortal was about 100 years. As a primordial desolate beast, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's lifespan could not be compared to a mortal's. It was truly degrading. The other primordial desolate beasts had lifespans of hundreds of thousands of years. The upper extreme heavenly eagle could not compare. However, it also had a way to extend its life. Before it died of old age, it would lay an egg. This bird egg contained all of its past memories, even its accumulated space path Dao marks. When the chick hatched, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would return to its previous life and grow up again. However, it would have the memories of its previous life and the accumulation of Dao marks. If nothing unexpected happened, the upper extreme heavenly eagle would only become stronger and stronger. Of course, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was undoubtedly at its weakest when it was still in the egg stage. After understanding this, Fang Yuan made a bold guess. This egg of the upper extreme heavenly eagle must have been intentionally left behind by He Fan. Why did he leave the egg? Clearly, the upper extreme heavenly eagle had been to He Fan paradise. It was the bridge to He Fan Grotto Heaven. He Fan's Grotto Heaven was left behind by He tribe's Gu immortals. In He Cheng's memories, this investigation had no results. He Fan's true inheritance is most likely left in his own Grotto Heaven. This was not strange because he did not have any food path methods. Thus, leaving the immortal Gu in the immortal aperture and feeding them on their own is the safest way. And the problem of He Fan Paradise's calamity does not exist. According to He Cheng's memories, He Fan had once obtained a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. If I am not wrong, He Fan must have fused this immemorial 9 heavens fragment into his immortal aperture before he died. It is a pity, even though he has no tribulations, he does not have lifespan Gu. The lifespan extension technique he used had also reached its limit. Therefore, it can only be that he died. But why are the heavenly eagle eggs in the nest dead? Fang Yuan was faced with another difficult problem. There are 2 possible answers. The first was that the heavenly eagle's egg had died of natural causes. He Fan had left behind the egg. In order to prevent the egg from hatching, he had used the heavenly crystal eagle nest to carry out some sort of arrangement. However, even after a long time had passed, no one came to inherit and open the heaven crystal eagle nest. In this way, the bird egg would truly die after a long time. There was a second possibility. The reason why this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg was completely lifeless was because of He Fan. This egg was not truly dead, it needed a special method to be unsealed. If it was the first possibility, then Fang Yuan would not be able to gain much, he would only get a heavenly crystal eagle nest and a dead immemorial desolate bird egg. However, the value of these 2 items was still very high. From Fang Yuan's perspective, he hoped for the second possibility. But if it was the second possibility, then where was the special method to unseal the egg? Let's say it is the second possibility. Then how can I unseal this dead egg and let it regain life, or even hatch? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He thought for a long time but had no idea. It was no wonder. Looking at it from a simple perspective, the egg was indeed completely dead. If not for that, Fang Yuan would not have been able to confirm this fact from the start. If I were He Fan and wanted to leave behind a dead egg for my descendants to inherit my inheritance, I would definitely leave behind a method to resolve this matter. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He found that he had subconsciously neglected a method. That was the refinement path methods that He Fan had modified and passed down. I used these methods to open the heavenly crystal eagle nest. What if I use these methods on this heavenly eagle's dead egg? Fang Yuan had a bold idea. But he did not act immediately. Because this was a pure guess, there was no evidence to back it up. Fang Yuan was very vigilant. He started to use wisdom path methods to analyze these refinement path methods and make deductions. he soon found something strange. What was strange about it? Some refinement path killer moves were modified by He Fan out of the blue. The original refinement path killer moves were even better and superior than his modified ones. He Fan modified them like this. He was purposely trying to curry favor. What was he trying to do? Fang Yuan thought of a segment in He Cheng's memories regarding He Fan's life. As a rank 8 Gu immortal, He Fan liked to guide his juniors in his later years. He often taught them, when learning, they had to think for themselves. They could not blindly worship others or copy the experiences and results of their predecessors. Only by thinking for themselves and applying what they had learned would they be able to walk further on their own Gu immortal path. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked at these refinement path killer moves again. He had a new feeling. He tried to pick out the killer moves that He Fan failed. In modifying them, he made another shocking discovery. So these refinement path killer moves were not failed modifications, they were combined to form a brand new killer move. He Fan intentionally added parts to these refinement path killer moves. If looked at individually, they are all failures. But when all of these are combined, these added parts can be combined to form a unified whole. What made Fang Yuan even more surprised was that this new killer move was a blood path method. It was a blood path method. Especially in the latter situation, if he really provoked an immemorial desolate beast, an enemy with rank 8 battle strength was not a joke. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was extremely fast. Fang Yuan could not shake it off. His defenses were weak, he would die for sure. It seems that I can only start with the bloodline before refining the bird egg. Fang Yuan wisely stopped. Several days later. At a certain corner of the sovereign immortal aperture. He Cheng's hair was disheveled, his expression was haggard. Fang Yuan controlled a strength path immortal zombie to fly over. He Cheng's body shook intensely like he was electrocuted, his face was filled with fear as he shouted, what do you want to do to me? In the past, Fang Yuan's soul searched him, that was fine. But recently, Fang Yuan used all sorts of methods to torture him. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. He Cheng was captured by Fang Yuan and ended up in this state. He had already accepted his fate. Whatever Gu Immortal's integrity was gone. But even if he bit his tongue to commit suicide, he could not do it. Fang Yuan felt that He Cheng still had value. Even if He tribe was destroyed, He Lulan was still around. Thus, He Cheng was in a situation where he could not die. Don't worry, this might be the last time, I am confident. Fang Yuan controlled the strength path immortal zombie as he smiled. Don't look down on this little bird, this was a true immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle. That means, from now on, I will have immemorial level battle power? No, it is still too young, its battle power cannot be so high. It seems to understand my words, it seems like this was left behind by He Fan. Since I can erase the memories of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, adding in some human language is not impossible. However, there is a huge flaw. I have to disguise my bloodline to make the upper extreme heavenly eagle feel close to me. If it is my true self, then I will not be able to do it. I might even attract the attack of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. After all, this immemorial desolate beast is arrogant and very aggressive. Fang Yuan considered all aspects. In the next few days, the strength path immortal zombie that Fang Yuan controlled accompanied the young eagle and watched it eat. The young eagle did not just eat. After eating for a while, it would jump to the strength path immortal zombie's side. It snuggled up to him and slept. It had complete trust in the strength path immortal zombie, it did not guard against it. After a few days, the heaven crystal eagle nest was mostly eaten by the young eagle. This terrifying speed of eating caused Fang Yuan to feel a headache. In order to obtain immemorial level battle power, it was unavoidable to pay some immemorial immortal materials. However, the price of feeding them was a little too high. The young eagle grew very quickly. It was originally the height of a youngster, but after a few days, it was already as tall as Feng Yuan. It stood on the ground and raised its head. Its body was muscular, its feathers were plump, its eyes were sharp and its claws were pitch black. With one swipe, the heaven crystal eagle nest was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. The time was ripe. Feng Yuan did not want to wait any longer. He recalled the strength path immortal zombie and all the immortal goo and mortal goo on the immortal zombie. He used familiar face on his true body. Right now, familiar face. It had already surpassed the original version, adding in blood asset immortal goo and all sorts of mortal goo. This way, Feng Yuan could even disguise his bloodline. Feng Yuan left Langya blessed land. He chose an uninhabited area and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The young eagle saw Feng Yuan's true body and did not suspect anything. It immediately went over and pecked Feng Yuan's palm. It even lowered its head and used its feather to rub against Feng Yuan's shoulder. It was very intimate. Feng Yuan laughed, instructing the young eagle, "Quickly bring me to He Fan Grotto Heaven, help me inherit He Fan's true inheritance." The young eagle was slightly stunned. A certain part of its memories came alive. It screeched loudly and flew into the sky. Feng Yuan saw the opportunity and jumped onto the young eagle's back. The young eagle screeched again. It carried Feng Yuan and flew towards the southeast direction. The surrounding air currents were rumbling, the wind was howling. It has a high chance of success. Jianghu looked at Feng Jun. "Brother, I am not scolding you, but why are you so anxious? You said earlier that blood light spirit suppression was created by you just now. This immortal killer move is just a newly created one. It is not perfect yet. Even if it is perfect, we need to practice it continuously. Why are you so anxious?" "That's right, brother." Zhou Min also said, "To deal with the heavenly spirit, we are not enough. We might as well convince that old immortal Chen Qi in the west. He has 3 goo immortals under him." Feng Jun snorted coldly. He said with disdain, "Old man Chen Qi is useless. He is already on his deathbed, but he is still so conservative. He is not worthy of our cooperation." Feng Jun shook his head. Zhou Min frowned. "Even if brother looks down on old immortal Chen Qi, he has the highest cultivation level. Even if we cannot work together with him to deal with the heavenly spirit, we need to make him watch from the sidelines and not oppose us." Third sister's words are reasonable. Zheng Tuo also chimed in. Feng Jun's expression was grim. He hesitated for a while before saying, "To speak the truth, you know that I cultivate luck path. These last few days, I have been having a bad feeling, like something bad is about to happen. I have an indescribable feeling that if we do not resist now, we might not have a chance anymore." Feng Jun was the only one saying this. There was no evidence at all. It was like nonsense. But the other 2 immortals had solemn expressions. Zhou Min said, "Brother, you have passed Immortal Succession Mountain. You cultivate the luck path true inheritance of Immortal Succession Mountain, even though your cultivation level is not rank 7, because you are the first inheritor, your Dao marks are not inferior to rank 7 luck path Gu immortals. I heard that once the number of luck path Dao marks reaches a certain level, the Gu immortal will undergo a mystical transformation." At the side, Zheng Tuo added, "That's right. If you are a refinement path Gu immortal, your Gu refinement ability will increase greatly. You will be able to sense minute details when refining Gu. If you are a fire path Gu immortal, you will have an indescribable sense towards fire path immortal Gu and desolate beasts. If you are a wisdom path Gu immortal, you will not need to use any Gu worms, but your deduction ability will become stronger. And luck path Gu immortals will have an instinctive sense towards their own luck or the luck around them. That's right. Feng Jun sighed, his expression softening slightly. Since Zhou Min and Zheng Tuo could understand him, that was good. After all, the blood light spirit suppression immortal killer move that he created could not be activated by himself, the three of them had to work together to succeed. Right at this time, clear bell sounds could be heard from outside. Why did someone pass Immortal Succession Mountain and obtain the true inheritance? Zheng Tuo's eyes brightened. No matter who this person is, we need to recruit him or her to our side. Zhou Min immediately said. Chapter 1127. Far away, four Gu immortals arrived together. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression, he looked at them without blinking. The truth was, this scene was out of his expectations. Why are there Gu immortals? Fang Yuan looked at the heavenly spirit and asked. But this He Fan Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was ignorant, it did not react. Fang Yuan's heart was shrouded in darkness. In just a while, the four Gu immortals got close, but they did not show any hostility. Fang Yuan did not move, he was on full alert. Sinner Immortal Chen Qi greets my tribe's superior immortal. The leader was an old Gu immortal. He wore an ancient crown, he wore a green-gray robe, his hair was white. After seeing Fang Yuan, he bowed with a solemn expression. Sinner Immortal? Fang Yuan had a thought. He quickly returned the greeting. I am not worthy of the title, Superior Immortal. My name is Heiqing City. I was fortunate enough to obtain He Fan's true inheritance and enter the Grotto Heaven. To think that I would be able to meet all of you here. Fang Yuan had turned into Heiqing this time. This was something he had carefully considered. After all, with jewel yellow skies, even if He Fan Grotto Heaven was isolated from the world, it could know about He tribe's movements. Even though Heiqing went missing and lost He tribe's immortal Gu house, this did not stop him from inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. And most importantly, Fang Yuan had all of Heiqing's memories, his disguise was perfect, there were no loopholes. Chen Qi raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan with a look of praise. Heiqing was publicly recognized as a handsome man in Northern Plains, he had an elegant demeanor, many women fell in love with him. Right now, even though Fang Yuan was in disguise, his aura was even more extraordinary than Heiqing's. Together with his appearance, he looked even more otherworldly and elegant, anyone who saw him would fall in love with him. Among the four Gu immortals, two were women. Seeing Fang Yuan's appearance, their heartbeats quickened. The other was a young man. He had an ordinary appearance. Chen Qi bowed again. Superior Immortal Heiqing has a dazzling demeanor. We He tribe sinners have waited for so many years, you have finally arrived. The heavens have opened their eyes. You flatter me, fellow immortal. May I ask, what does fellow immortal mean by calling yourself a sinner? Fang Yuan frowned and asked directly. Chen Qi was about to answer when a voice came from afar. It's natural that you don't know. Our ancestors are the sinners of He tribe. The granddaughter of Patriarch He Fan, He Fengyue. Carrying attitude Gu, he roamed the northern icy plains. In the end, she was schemed against by a mysterious Gu immortal, and several of my He tribe's Gu immortals were her guards at that time, but they failed to look after her, causing He Fengyue to go missing and even losing attitude Gu. Old ancestor He Fan doted on his granddaughter the most, He Fengyue. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find her. My ancestors could not make up for their mistakes and could only plead guilty and be imprisoned in this He Fan Grotto Heaven by old ancestor He Fan. I am of the bloodline. Thus, they settled down here and multiplied. So that's how it is. Fang Yuan finally understood and carefully looked over. Another 3 Gu immortals had arrived. 2 men and 1 woman. They were Zheng Tuo, Feng Jun, and Zhou Min. Feng Jun and Zhou Min had rank 6 aura. Fang Yuan's gaze swept past them. Zheng Tuo was flying at the front, he was the leader of the 3 immortals. He was also the one who answered Fang Yuan earlier. He did not conceal his rank 7 cultivation level. He had an ordinary appearance and a hunched back. When he flew over, he left behind a faint trail of blood. He actually cultivated blood path. This made Fang Yuan feel very surprised. Countless heated, surprised, and shocked gazes gathered on the upper extreme heavenly eagle, continuously assessing it. Fang Yuan's casual words were like a bomb exploding in the immortals' hearts. These Gu immortals' expressions changed, they could not conceal the shock in their hearts. Next, when they conversed with Fang Yuan, their tone was unavoidably more respectful and restrained. Fang Yuan was not overbearing, he had a smile on his face like before. But this smile, in the eyes of the other Gu immortals, felt very different from before. Upper extreme heavenly eagle, immemorial desolate beast. Chapter 1129. The Stone Pavilion's tablet said, "Be it the main tribe member who is brought here by the heavenly spirit, or the sinner mortals who came to the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain, if they want to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, they need to pass the final test." But the contents of the final test were not mentioned on the stone tablet, it only asked the successor to seek guidance from the heavenly spirit. Even though the heavenly spirit was ignorant, it remembered He Fan's instructions. Thus, Fang Yuan took the initiative to ask. Soon, the immortals heard the brass bell heavenly spirit shake as it let out a melodious bell ring. As the bell rang, the inscription on the stone tablet changed again. At the end of the original content, a new line of words appeared. The immortals looked at it and gasped. This says that He Fan Grotto Heaven is one of the contents of the true inheritance. Whoever inherits the true inheritance will be the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven. However, to inherit He Fan's true inheritance, the final test is actually this? No wonder old ancestor He Fan set the rule that if an inheritor of the true inheritance appears, we have to greet him together. Old ancestor is magnanimous and considerate. Even though we are sinners, old ancestor has not forgotten about us, he is still thinking about us descendants. The immortals discussed, they were filled with admiration towards old ancestor He Fan, some of them even had red eyes, they almost cried. Fang Yuan looked at this new line of words as he frowned deeply, his expression turned grim. This line of words clearly told him what the final test was. As long as I pass the final test, I will obtain He Fan's true inheritance. But what is this? The final test is to gain the recognition of more than half of the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven? And it has to be done within 3 years of the Grotto Heaven's time. Fang Yuan shook his head internally. Old ancestor He Fan's final test was out of his expectations. Evidently, he was biased towards the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven. As an outsider, it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to gain the support of these people. But Fang Yuan soon reacted, he understood old ancestor He Fan's intention. Old ancestor He Fan set this rule. It was to encourage the latecomers to recruit these Gu immortals of He Fan Grotto Heaven. After all, Gu immortals were hard to nurture, taking them in would greatly benefit He tribe. Therefore, this was not only a test of the successor's personal ability, but also a test of the successor's communication skills and leadership ability to unite others. He Fan relied on his true inheritance to choose He tribe's leader, he was not just a Gu immortal expert. You old bastard. He's clearly dead, yet he's still considering so much. How meddlesome. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he raised his head and sighed, saying emotionally, Ancestor He Fan, you wholeheartedly thought for He tribe. As a descendant, am filled with admiration for you. Yes, yes. The immortals said to Fang Yuan. It was very resonant. Originally, these Gu immortals were very unsettled. After all, Fang Yuan inherited He Fan's true inheritance. They did not know what would happen to the descendants of the sinners. But now, old ancestor He Fan's arrangement was for their sake. Fang Yuan slowly retracted his emotional expression. He turned around and stood in front of the stone tablet, facing the Grotto Heaven's immortals. He asked, then I wonder how I can obtain everyone's support? As Fang Yuan expected. His question was met with silence. That was then, and this was now. In the past, the immortals were wary of Fang Yuan, but now, Fang Yuan needed to obtain the recognition of more than half of the Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven. The situation was reversed. It was completely different now. The immortals looked at each other, they did not speak for a while. But their gazes towards Fang Yuan had changed. In the past, they were careful, trying to hide their kindness and malice. But now, their gazes were distant, they put on airs and were considering things. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he stood on the spot, waiting for their reply. After a while of silence, as the oldest Gu immortal, Chen Qi, he could not take it anymore, he coughed, today's matter happened too quickly, we were caught unprepared. Sigh, maybe it is because of my old age, thinking about these problems makes me feel dizzy, I cannot accept it immediately. Lord Immortal, you must be tired after such a long journey, right? Why don't you rest first and recuperate before coming up with a plan? This old fox. Fang Yuan snickered in his mind. But old immortal Chen Qi's words received strong support from the other Gu immortals, they voiced out their agreement continuously. The two groups that were originally very different now seemed to have merged into one, they were going to deal with the outsider, Fang Yuan. But, so what if I agree to it first? Fang Yuan had expected such a reaction, he did not have a worried expression as he nodded reluctantly, Chen Qi's words make sense. Chen Qi showed the smile of a victor, but he quickly retracted it, even though I am staying in a simple room, I have prepared some tea. Lord Immortal, why don't you come with me, it will be my honor to have you here. Chen Qi invited passionately, but he did not reply to Fang Yuan's earlier words. Fang Yuan smiled forcefully, he nodded, thank you. Saying it was a simple room was old immortal Chen Qi's humble words. Not only was his residence not crude, but it was also very luxurious. A group of palaces was situated at the peak of a mountain. This mountain seemed to be man-made, the top was flat, there were many palaces with golden bricks and green tiles, they were richly decorated. Chen Qi and his Gu immortals were living here. Not just that, there were a large number of Gu masters and even mortals. These are my descendants, Lord Immortal, please don't laugh at me. Now that I am old, I like to play with my grandchildren and enjoy the joy of family. Chen Qi introduced to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, this means that Chen Qi is a sentimental person. Chen Qi looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning, who would not welcome a sentimental person? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. Seeing that Chen Qi and Fang Yuan were chatting happily, the other three Gu immortals also relaxed. Like this, Fang Yuan settled down here temporarily. The strange thing was, after the first day, Chen Qi did not show up again, he did not meet with Fang Yuan either. Fang Yuan, however, was not anxious, he remained calm. 4 days later. In the group of palaces. Fang Yuan and Chen Lu were walking in a long corridor. Chen Lu was one of the female immortals, she had 2 buns of hair, she was lively and pretty. The male Gu immortal Chen Liji thought about it. He said, "We need to have a good talk with this He Cheng. There are 2 updates today, there will be a second update later, friends." Chapter 1130. Old Immortal Chen Qi shook his head slowly and remained as still as a mountain. What's the harm in giving him a cold shoulder? There's no time for that. N is an element of, Chen Lizzie said worriedly, he's a sensible person. I'm afraid that if we delay for too long, we'll anger him. If we force him away and force him to Zhengtuo's side, it will be terrible. Little Ji, don't worry. Chen Qi smiled as he analyzed. The final test of the true inheritance requires at least half of the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven to support He Cheng for him to succeed. Now in He Fan Grotto Heaven, not including He Cheng, there were 9 of them. On our side, there were 4 people, almost half of them. This is a huge capital. As long as he obtains our support, he will have won half the battle. As long as he won the recognition of 1 more person, he would be able to succeed. It's impossible for him not to consider that. Even if he gives up on us and goes to another Gu immortal, he will run into a wall. Now, the situation was different. After all, he was a newcomer. If he wanted to gain support, he had to give up some benefits. He had to give something in order to get it. Moreover, as for the 3 immortal cave, He, Zhengtuo and the others are very ambitious. Chen Lizzie didn't say anything. Chen Wanyun said, "Ancestor, to tell you the truth, Wanyun has always had an idea. If He Cheng didn't get more than half of the support, wouldn't it be a failure? He Fan's true inheritance will remain on the immortal succession mountain. One day, our descendants will ascend to the peak and seize it, right? We have protected He Fan's true inheritance for generations. Even old ancestor He Fan admitted that we have the right to compete. Are we really going to give it to outsiders? He Cheng isn't an outsider, he's one of us." Chen Lo retorted. "Lu, don't forget that we're from the same family. To enjoy prosperity and freedom in the outside world. Our bloodline has been imprisoned here for generations." Chen Wanyun said sternly. Chen Li's face turned bitter and he did not say anything else. Chen Qi slowly shook his head. Yun-er's words. "Actually, I've already considered it. This method won't work. Firstly, it is extremely difficult for mortals to enter the immortal succession mountain. Even if we nurture him wholeheartedly, how long will it take for the lucky one to appear and inherit the true inheritance? A few decades? Or hundreds of years? No one can say for sure. Secondly, although He Cheng is only 1 person, don't forget. Behind him was He tribe's main branch and a large number of He tribe Gu immortals. If he failed, it would only be his personal failure. He tribe's Gu immortals were bound to charge forward. At that time, how are we supposed to stop the others? Are we going to keep our own family outside? Could he block it? Other than the 4 of us, are Zhengtuo and the others reliable? These Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven did not know about jewel yellow skies. After so many years and generations, they could not communicate with jewel yellow skies. So regarding He tribe's current situation, he knew nothing at all. Fang Yuan lied without any preparation. He easily deceived the 4 Chen clan Gu immortals. Chen Qi's question caused the expressions of the other 3 immortals to change. Chen Lu agreed, "That's right. Today, young Master He Cheng even told me that he could compete with He tribe's Gu immortals and emerge victorious. It was not easy. Even now, he is still injured." Chen Qi nodded. He analyzed, He Cheng was able to emerge victorious. He is not an ordinary person. He has rank 7 cultivation level to begin with. He also has the upper extreme heavenly eagle. He has great prospects. If we help him succeed, we will be able to help him in times of need. When we return to our tribe, with his help, we will be able to gain a foothold. How good would that be? However, if he wants us to help him succeed, we can't do it for no reason. He needs to pay a price. If he does not pay a price, he will not cherish it. He will not be grateful to us. Ancestor is truly considerate. Chen Liji said. It is never wrong to listen to Ancestor. Chen Lu smiled. Chen Qi sighed faintly, looking at the three Gu immortals. He said emotionally, I am old, I do not have much lifespan left. I only hope that you juniors will have better days in the future. When my soul returns to the door of life and death, I will be at ease. Ancestor, don't say that, you will definitely live for a very long time. Chen Li's eyes were red. Chen Li Ji was more pragmatic. Ancestor, don't forget that lifespan Gu exists in this world. To obtain our support, that He Qing needs to give us something. Lifespan Gu is definitely a must. A bright light flashed in Chen Qi's eyes. He looked at Chen Lu. Regardless of lifespan Gu, we need to let our Lu heir get what she wants, to be together with her lover. Chen Li's face was red from embarrassment. She stood up and stomped her feet. Ancestor, you are making fun of me. Ha ha ha. In the secret room, laughter could be heard. At the same time, Fang Yuan was standing in his courtyard, looking at the night sky. This He Fan Grotto heaven had clear day and night. Day was long, night was short. This was a phenomenon that only Grotto heavens had. Blessed lands did not have it. He Fan Grotto heaven's night sky did not have a single star. And it was not completely black. If one looked closely, it should be a deep jade color. Cool winds blew. Fang Yuan looked at the sky with his arms behind his back. He was summarizing all sorts of information in his mind. These last days, he and Chen Le had been playing around. They obtained a lot of precious information from this young girl. They had a clearer and more comprehensive understanding of He Fan Grotto Heaven and the other Gu immortals. Not just that, he even had a deeper understanding of He Fan's true inheritance test. It is about time. In 2 more days, the time will be ripe. Fang Yuan thought. A cold light flashed in his eyes. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the afternoon, the bright sunlight made the palace look even brighter and more majestic. Warm winds blew, birds chirped and flowers bloomed. It was a pleasant scene. In front of Chen Qi's door, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. I came to visit, I hope you do not mind. He could not wait any longer. But his patience is not bad. Chen Qi was not surprised. The entire palace was a huge mortal Gu house. Fang Yuan's every move was under his control. The door opened on its own. Chen Qi was lying on the bed. He sat up as he said weakly, esteemed guest, forgive me for not being able to welcome you. Fang Yuan walked in, standing in front of the bed with a worried expression. It seems that you are heavily injured. You are a rule path Gu immortal. The hidden meaning was, first come first serve, whoever supported him first would get more benefits when they returned to the clan. Chen Qi nodded. He was a sly old fox. Of course he understood the meaning behind Fang Yuan's words. He smiled. Lord Immortal's words are like pearls of wisdom, they are extremely exquisite. Especially this family, they are described very well. Saying so, he sized up Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan had a smile on his face, he felt more confident. He asked, what does Lord Immortal think of little Lu? Fang Yuan's smile faded. He answered, bright eyes and white teeth, innocent and lively, I like her. To be honest, Lu Er is secretly in love with Lord Immortal. Sigh, what a pity. Lord Immortal is such a talented person, she is not someone she can match up to. Sigh, as an elder, I do not dare to have such an extravagant hope. I only hope that Lu Er, this poor child, can forget Lord Immortal and find her own happiness in the future. Chen Qi sighed. Fang Yuan's smile disappeared. He frowned and thought for a while before saying seriously, to be honest, I also like Chen Lu, I am willing to marry her. If he really liked her, he would be overjoyed and say it out loud. He would not think about it for a while and show a serious expression. But Xianxia pretended not to see it, he did not think of it either. Fang Yuan sneered internally, he understood this person even more clearly. This Xianxia said that he was thinking for his juniors, but if he really wanted to, why would he do this? He was directly sacrificing Chen Lu for his own benefits. Xianxia laughed heartily. Fang Yuan's reply was forced, but he was very satisfied with it. He took an inch and took a mile. He stopped laughing as he sighed deeply. Sigh, it is a pity that I do not have much lifespan left. I am afraid I will not be able to see Lord Immortal and Luer's wedding. Fang Yuan immediately understood, this old thing wanted lifespan goo. His expression turned grim, there was no smile on his face. He said dryly, "What are you talking about? In my opinion, you are old but strong, your appetite is huge." Old Immortal Xianxia smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan. He said with an unyielding tone, "Lord Immortal, I have embarrassed myself. I am actually very greedy. Not only do I want to see Lord Immortal and Luer's wedding, I also want to see their children. Speaking of which, they are my juniors." Fang Yuan started to pace around. He frowned deeply as he said directly, "Lifespan goo are hard to find, they are extremely precious, I cannot take them out. This is a gift from heaven, it is not easy to obtain." Old Immortal Xianxia nodded, he seemed to have expected Fang Yuan's reply. He continued, "But Lord Immortal, don't worry. I will let you know that this Hei Fan Grotto Heaven also produced lifespan goo, they have all been taken away. The heavenly spirit is confused, but old ancestor Hei Fan has arrangements. If I am not wrong, Hei Fan's true inheritance definitely has many lifespan goo." Chapter 1131. The moment Xianxia died, the entire palace shook. These palaces were all mortal goo houses, they were controlled by old Immortal Xianxia. However, Fang Yuan was already prepared. With a thought, he activated the well-prepared arrangements. In an instant, the palace calmed down. There was not a single tremor. This was one of the preparations that Fang Yuan had made in the past few days. Mortal goo houses were nothing to goo immortals. Unless it was an immortal goo house, but how could these Hei Fan Grotto Heaven goo immortals have the latter? Hei Fan was so ruthless, he killed the Hei tribe goo immortals who were guilty before he died. The inheritances that were left behind were naturally deleted, there was no information about the immortal goo house left behind. And with just these goo immortals in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, the possibility of creating an immortal goo house was too small. Moreover, although this palace complex was large in scale, its layout was too old. It was not difficult for Fang Yuan to crack it. Old Immortal Xianxia making him stay for many days was his biggest mistake. These goo immortals in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven have been at peace for too long, without fighting, they are pushing for progress, they have no vigilance at all. Fang Yuan looked at old Immortal Xianxia's corpse as he snickered in disdain. Xianxia died with a remaining grievance. He still had a dazed expression on his face. Clearly, Fang Yuan had killed him too quickly. He had not even had the time to panic. After confirming that Xianxia was dead, Fang Yuan kept him in the sovereign immortal aperture. Then, he activated familiar face and transformed into old Immortal Xianxia. He swaggered open the door and walked out. "Greetings, old ancestor. Greetings, old ancestor." Along the way, Fang Yuan met many goo masters and mortals, men and women, young and old. When he saw Fang Yuan, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed, giving his most respectful greetings. Every time, Fang Yuan would activate his goo worms and use a formless force to help these people up, while also greeting them. This made Xianxia's descendants even more grateful. They did not know that the real Xianxia had already been killed by Fang Yuan. The person they were worshipping was the murderer. They didn't doubt it at all because this was how old Immortal Xianxia usually did things. These days, Fang Yuan. By playing along with Chen Lu, he managed to obtain a lot of information. Chen Qi's actions were naturally one of them. Otherwise, he could only disguise himself by relying on familiar face. However, he could not disguise old immortal Chen Qi's actions. Fang Yuan swaggered along the way. Soon, they arrived in front of a palace. Old ancestor, why are you here? Chen Lizzie heard the commotion and immediately walked out of the palace to welcome him. He looked at Fang Yuan suspiciously. Of course, he wasn't doubting the true identity of the person in front of him, but the old ancestor had clearly used the excuse of being bedridden to postpone the meeting with He Cheng. Why was he acting so brazenly today? Going against the previous decision? Little Ji, that He Cheng just came here secretly to negotiate with me. Come, let's go in. I have something to discuss with you. Fang Yuan patted Chen Lizzie's shoulder like an elder. Then, with his hands behind his back, he walked towards the palace behind him. The entire palace complex was a mortal Gu house. But the residences of the other 3 Gu immortals. But it belonged to each of them. Old immortal Chen Qi could not interfere in this. After all, he could not openly monitor the lives of juniors, right? Chen Lizzie heard Fang Yuan's words and was moved, his suspicions vanished. He quickly took a few steps forward and led the way. Old ancestor, please have a seat. He bowed slightly and led Fang Yuan to a seat. Old ancestor, please have some tea. Soon, he brewed high-quality tea. He served it with both hands and was extremely respectful. After the tea was served, Chen Lizzie sat down. Fang Yuan drank some tea. Seeing that Chen Lizzie was sitting far away from him, he said, Little Ji, bring the chair over and sit beside me. Chen Lizzie was overwhelmed by this favor. He replied happily, Yes, old ancestor. I will stand beside you and respectfully listen to your instructions. How could he do that? There was a difference between a person standing and a person sitting. When standing, their muscles were tense, they could advance or retreat. When sitting, their entire body was relaxed, even their mental state would be affected, they would lower their guard. Fang Yuan wanted to kill Chen Lizzie, he had to make ample preparations. Thus, Fang Yuan pretended to be unhappy, bring the chair over and sit. What are you talking about? I have already discussed with that He Cheng, we will deal with Zheng Tuo's group next. There are many things I need to tell you. Yun Er and Lu Er are women. At the crucial moment, Little Ji, you need to take on more responsibilities. Chen Lizzie's heart surged with emotions, he felt a sense of appreciation. Yes. He quickly brought the chair over and sat in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the door of the hall was open. He said, Close this door and disperse the outsiders, it is better to keep this a secret. Chen Lizzie did not doubt him, he did as he was told. He Cheng could not endure it in the end, he came to visit me. This time, I talked with He Cheng, he gave me a lot of benefits, he is very sincere. Fang Yuan spoke slowly. Chen Lizzie listened attentively. He had long wanted to ask what price He Cheng paid, but since old ancestor did not mention it, he did not dare to ask. Now that Fang Yuan satisfied his curiosity, he told him more about the price. Chen Lizzie listened attentively, his eyes shined brightly. He Cheng actually gave old ancestor a rank 7 immortal Gu. Chen Lizzie gasped, he was overjoyed. Would old ancestor lie to you? Watch. Fang Yuan chuckled, taking out flying sword immortal Gu. Good Gu, good Gu. Chen Lizzie praised. Little Ji. Fang Yuan dragged his voice. Chen Lizzie quickly raised his head, how could he ignore an elder's question? Right at this moment, a sword light flashed. Chen Lizzie was slightly stunned, there was a light just now? Next, he subconsciously looked at Fang Yuan's hand, the flying sword immortal Gu in his hand had vanished. Where did this Gu go? A huge question mark popped up in Chen Lizzie's mind. Then, he felt as if all the strength in his body was suddenly sucked away. A warm liquid flowed down from his forehead in large streams. Suddenly, the world spun. He fell to the ground, kneeling on the ground with one hand. He tried to grab onto Feng Yuan's robe with the other, but he did not succeed. Plop. He fell to the ground, without any signs of life. On Feng Yuan's face, his benevolent smile slowly vanished, his expression turned cold and eerie. Chen-Lo was about to find He Cheng when a thought flashed in his mind. Even if he found young Master He Cheng, what if he could not defeat old ancestor? Chen-Lo did not know He Cheng's strength, but deep in his heart, he felt that old immortal Chen-Chi was more profound and unfathomable. This was because of old immortal Chen-Chi's reputation. I need to find a way to satisfy both sides. Chen-Lo thus thought of the brilliant light warning. The warning light shot into the sky. Chen-Li's heart calmed down a little. I wonder if old ancestor will come to find me after seeing this light? Thinking of this, Chen-Lo started to feel afraid again. She gritted her teeth, deciding to find Feng Yuan first. From start to finish, she did not suspect that Feng Yuan was the culprit. The moment the brilliant light warning shot into the sky, the other Gu immortals reacted. What is going on? At this crucial moment, old man Chen-Chi actually sent a warning and invited us to join him? In front of 3 Immortal Cave, Feng Jun looked at the soaring light and frowned. Zhou Min also had a suspicious expression. This is a little strange. Old immortal Chen-Chi has 4 Gu immortals, he is the strongest. In He Fan Grotto Heaven, what other ancient desolate beasts are there that are worth Chen-Chi inviting us to help? You feel that this is related to that He Cheng? Zheng Tuo asked. Most likely. Feng Jun nodded. This brilliant light warning has not appeared for close to 100 years, it happened at this time, it is very strange. Furthermore, that He Cheng has already stayed at old man Chen-Chi's place for 5 to 6 days. They might have already reached some kind of agreement and colluded together. With old immortal Chen-Chi's mood, as long as He Cheng is willing to give us benefits, it is not surprising that he would support us. Zheng Tuo thought about it. Regardless of whether it is an ancient desolate beast attack or if Chen-Chi and the rest are trying to harm us, we should go and investigate. That's right. Our blood light soul suppression has already reached a critical juncture. If we stall for a few more days, we can suppress the heavenly spirit and obtain the true inheritance. The urgent matter now is to stall for time. But we need to be careful and see what the other party is planning. If we continue to feign civility, in a few days, this He Fan Grotto Heaven will be ours. Feng Jun laughed coldly. Immediately, the 3 immortals moved out, flying towards old immortal Chen-Chi's palace. At the same time, the other 2 Gu immortals also moved out. He Fan Grotto Heaven was not small. But the Gu immortals' residences were not far from each other. Furthermore, the 3 immortals did not care about immortal essence. They activated their immortal killer moves to travel. A moment later, they were already halfway there. At this time, a rapidly flying figure appeared in the 3 immortals' vision. It's that Chen-Lo. Zhou Min recognized the person first. Chapter 1133. He actually charged over. Feng Jun's pupils shrunk, he was intimidated by Feng Yuan's aura. Feng Yuan charged forward with an indomitable will. Even though he was alone, his aura was shocking, it was as if he was surrounded by wind and lightning. Killing intent surged, it was like a terrifying claw that tore apart the battle of life and death. The Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto Heaven would spar with each other, but how could they have the experience of fighting against Gu immortals? Retreat. At once, Feng Jun could only think of this one word. Instead, Zhou Min, who he was hugging, was spewing fire from her eyes. She shouted excitedly, "Good! Scoundrel, come and die!" She was already beyond furious, and her mind was filled with the desire to take revenge for her brother. She wanted to tear this vile murderer, Fang Yuan, into 1,000 pieces, pull out his tendons, and break his bones. Feng Jun pulled Zhou Min as they retreated, but Zhou Min had already activated her immortal killer move. Her eyes widened, and a dazzling platinum radiance shot out from her eyes. The light gave off an extremely sharp feeling, as if it was formed from a sword. Zhou Min was a light path Gu immortal. She was nurtured by a previous generation of Gu immortals. She had sight immortal Gu. She was currently using her strongest offensive killer move, Farsighted Weapon Light. So it's this move. Fang Yuan saw Zhou Min's stance and understood in his heart. His charging speed did not decrease but instead increased. In his mind, the scene from a few days ago appeared. "Young Master He Cheng, why are you sighing?" Chenlu asked, "Is the scenery not to your liking?" "Thank you for your concern, Lady Luer. The scenery is beautiful, it is so pleasant that one would not want to leave. But I have the heavy responsibility of inheriting He Fan's true inheritance. I am a little worried, let me recall. It seems that Zheng Tuo and the rest are not easy to talk to." Fang Yuan purposely frowned. Chenlu also frowned slightly. Indeed, Ancestor had also said that those 3 Gu immortals had great ambitions and aspirations. They are different from us. Birds of a feather flock together, those 3 are likely ambitious people. Even if I have your support, I am still lacking. But to inherit the true inheritance, I am still lacking. Do you think these 3 immortals will use the excuse of sparring to cause trouble for me? Deliberately obstructing our plan? Fang Yuan asked. Chenlu smiled. It's fine. Actually, after understanding more, the 3 immortals were not particularly scary. For example, Gu immortal Zhou Min, she had the move Farsight Weapon Light, it was very powerful. As soon as he made his move, his eyes shot out boundless platinum radiance that could cut through anything. But in fact, there was a mystery in this move. The longer the distance, the more powerful it was. If the distance was very close to Zhou Min, the power of this move would be greatly reduced. If I am close to Zhou Min, even mortal killer moves can block Farsighted Weapon Light. A warm and sunny smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Oh. There's actually such an interesting move. It's truly an eye-opener for me. Good Luer, tell me, what other interesting things are there? Chenlu glanced at Fang Yuan, only to see that on Fang Yuan's extremely handsome face, a pair of eyes were staring at her. The affection it emitted was so strong that it was like a warm summer breeze, intoxicating. Chen Li's face was flushed red. She quickly turned around, not daring to look at Fang Yuan. Her face was completely red, she looked far away. She stammered, young master, since you want to hear, I will tell you. Inside He Fan Grotto Heaven. Some of these Gu immortal inheritances came from old ancestor He Fan's arrangements. For example, Blood Path was the result of He Fan's research. Some were the inheritances of sinful Gu immortals. For example, Zhou Min's Light Path inheritance, old immortal Chen Qi's Rule Path inheritance. These orthodox Gu immortal inheritances were very comprehensive. The contents of the inheritances were large numbers of mortal Gu, a few immortal Gu, all sorts of immortal Gu recipes, mortal Gu recipes, cultivation experiences, knowledge of the outside world, and so on. Among these contents, some sensitive contents like jewel yellow skies were deleted by He Fan. However, the contents of the other legacies were basically preserved. He tribe's Gu immortals were familiar with each other. For example, the mystery of far-sighted weapon light, outsiders might not know about it, but how could He tribe's Gu immortals not know about it? Thus, these records were kept in the various inheritances. In the following days, mortals would ascend Immortal Succession Mountain and inherit them. Gu immortals would appear and die, during this process, because of various reasons, be it benefits or conflicts, they would spar with each other. The methods of Gu immortals were passed down from generation to generation, everyone knew about it, it was no longer a secret. Fang Yuan's preparations over these last days were not just the assassination plan, he had also collected a lot of information. Far-sighted weapon light. Speaking of which, this immortal killer move was quite troublesome. After all, under normal circumstances, when Gu immortals see an unknown attack method, they would retreat and observe it cautiously. Basically, no one would recklessly charge forward without knowing the situation and put themselves in danger. With Fang Yuan's vigilant nature, he would make the same choice. Unless the difference between the two sides was too huge. But that was exactly what Zhou Min wanted. By the time Fang Yuan probed this far-sighted weapon light, who knew how much time, effort, and immortal essence he would have to spend, he might even get injured. In a battle between Gu immortals, information could give them an advantage. Thus, under normal circumstances in the Gu immortal world, Gu immortals would keep their immortal Gu a secret. Immortal killer moves were rarely used in public, they were practiced in secret. Gu immortals' immortal apertures were rarely entered by outsiders. Because the environment of the immortal aperture could show a Gu immortal's Dao marks and many other secrets. The resources in the immortal aperture were often the food of immortal Gu, one could deduce what kind of immortal Gu were controlled by the Gu immortal. Fang Yuan resisted far-sighted weapon light as he charged forward with great bravery. Of course, he was not a reckless person. His robe was stained with blood at some point in time. These blood stains were not eye-catching, they were formed from an immortal killer move. Blood Path Immortal Killer Move, Blood-Stained Conqueror's Robe. When the target attacks, it can be used to push the target away. When the enemy retreats, it can be used to pull the enemy back. Once this move is used, it can create a huge gust of wind, but this was only the appearance, the key was that formless force. Fang Yuan could not sense this formless force, he was hit again and pushed far away. At once, the distance was pulled apart again. It was as if everything he did earlier was useless. But Fang Yuan's lips curled up, he thought, luck move, this is the second time. According to Chen Lu, this move could not be used frequently. In a day, it could only be used about 100 times. Even if it was 100 times, it might seem like a lot, but it was not. Activating luck was not as simple as it looked on the surface. First was Immortal Essence. Feng Jun was a rank 6 Gu Immortal, he did not have a deep foundation, activating this killer move would expend Immortal Essence. How long could Feng Jun last? Secondly, immortal killer moves could not be activated every time, as long as Feng Jun failed once, not only would he be injured by the backlash, he would not be able to resist Fang Yuan's charge, Fang Yuan would get close and kill him. Thus, it looked like Fang Yuan could not do anything to Zhou Min and Feng Jun, but he had the absolute advantage. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were walking on the edge of a cliff, if they were careless, they would lose everything and die. Die. Zhou Min was still shouting, she stared at Fang Yuan with white light shining in her eyes. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had already made ample preparations. Even if he did not use Myriad's self-immortal killer move, he had hundreds of thousands of self-phantoms stored in his immortal aperture. He did not lack money. Fang Yuan had a lot of green grape immortal essence. Feng Jun and the rest soon found that they were in a dilemma. Without immortal killer moves, the myriad self-phantoms were hard to defend against when they attacked the battle formation. But if they used immortal killer moves, even though they destroyed countless phantoms, because Fang Yuan replenished them in time, the effect was not good. They also expended a lot of immortal essence. This was a battle of immortal essence expenditure. Fang Yuan had the upper hand. Don't forget the advantage of strength path. Immortal essence expenditure was low. Enslavement path's advantage was war of attrition. Myriad Self was the combination of these two paths. It combined the specialties of the two paths. Fang Yuan waited patiently in the Myriad Self army, observing carefully. All sorts of information was collected by him. He memorized them. The battle lasted for several hours. Fan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals were showing signs of fatigue. Not just mental fatigue, but also the intense expenditure of immortal essence. They could not hold on for much longer. Seeing a flaw, Fang Yuan's true body suddenly appeared. Ha ha ha, Chen Lu, I have to thank you. Without your information, how could I have killed Chen Wanyun and the rest? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Chen Lu felt like she was struck by lightning. The regret in her heart was indescribable. Taking advantage of this chance, Fang Yuan attacked ruthlessly. Flying Sword Immortal Gu. A ray of light easily pierced Chen Li's defenses, killing her. Of course, one had to pick on the weak ones. Fang Yuan did not attack, but he killed another immortal. Chen Li died on the spot. Green City's battle formation became unstable. It started to shake. The other Gu immortals quickly exerted their strength, stabilizing it with much difficulty. Next, it is your turn. It is your turn now. Fang Yuan snickered sinisterly but did not attack. He returned to the myriad self-army. The remaining 4 Gu immortals had pale expressions. They felt a chill in their hearts. They were the ones who surrounded Fang Yuan, but at this moment, these 4 did not feel any joy. The outcome was set. From the start, Fang Yuan used the most appropriate battle tactic. He had a huge advantage. He was already familiar with these Gu immortals' methods. But his methods were unfamiliar to the other party. Originally, the other party had an advantage. For example, Chen Li's concealment method. Fang Yuan could not do anything about it. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan schemed against him. Chen Li joined the battle and created Green City's battle formation. He gave up on his greatest advantage. In the end, there was something good hidden in the center of the ant ball. There was an immortal Gu. The ordinary ant mortal Gu were finally refined by Fang Yuan. They were all scattered on the ground. There was only one Gu worm left in Fang Yuan's left hand. Immortal Gu. This Gu was several times larger than the other black ant mortal Gu. It was also in the shape of an ant, but its antennae were short, its chest was small, and its abdomen was huge, giving off a chubby feeling. Is this the ant queen of the ant group? Fang Yuan guessed. This immortal Gu had a strong aura. It was a rank 7 immortal Gu. It was just that Fang Yuan did not know what it was. He could not recognize it either. Any immortal material can be used to feed after immortal Gu. So the main point is not the immortal material, but the preservation of these black ant mortal goo. These black ant mortal goo were tough and could eat immortal materials. They could digest and preserve the nutrients. But they were only mortal goo after all. Once they were destroyed, the immortal goo after immortal goo would starve. Immortal goo after immortal goo could produce black ant mortal goo, but it could only produce one per month. If there were too few black ant mortal goo, after immortal goo after immortal goo after immortal goo would starve to death, that would be terrible. After all, this after immortal goo could not eat itself. Fang Yuan felt like his horizons had been broadened. He continued reading. He saw the description of the ice block. The ice block was a brand new rank 8 immortal material, created by Immortal Bingrun. The latter was invited by He Fan and sealed 2 of He Fan's immortal goo. One immortal goo was year goo, it was only rank 6. Fang Yuan recognized it. The other immortal goo was that stream of water. This was the most important part of He Fan's true inheritance. It was called years flow like water, it was rank 8. Rank 8 time path immortal goo years flow like water. Rank 8 goo immortals were rare, rank 8 immortal goo were even rarer, they had huge value. Many rank 8 goo immortals. They did not have a single rank 8 immortal goo, they could not find one even after much searching. He Fan was a legend in history, he was the person who led He tribe to become an overlord, he only had one rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water. Fang Yuan's situation was very special. Currently, he was only a rank 6 goo immortal. But he already had 3 rank 8 immortal goo. One was attitude goo, one was wisdom sword goo, and the third was years flow like water. Ordinary goo immortals disliked having too few immortal goo. Fang Yuan's problem was that he had too many immortal goo. He did not have much development. Some immortal goo, like wisdom sword, he could not understand them. This rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water's effect was to produce year goo. The more immortal essence the goo immortal expends, the more year goo they produce. The more year goo they produce, they could even produce immortal level year goo. Of course, immortal goo were unique. Right now, this rank 6 year goo was still around, unless Fang Yuan used it and completely exhausted it. Only then could years flow like water produce an immortal level year goo. If the immortal goo year goo existed, the year goo that Fang Yuan consumed would only be a large number of mortal level year goo. Fang Yuan continued to read. Years flow like water immortal goo had 2 benefits. First, it did not have a high requirement to use it. Even rank 6 goo immortals could use it. It was just that when green grape immortal essence was expended, the year goo obtained would not be as much as rank 7 or 8 immortal essence. Second, years flow like water immortal goo was easy to feed. Its food was the water of the river of time, it was the same as year goo and spring-autumn cicada. This solved one of Fang Yuan's problems. The feeding of rank 8 immortal goo was a huge burden. However, years flow like water immortal goo had a flaw. The information path goo worm's description was very clear. Once years flow like water immortal goo was unsealed, it would reveal its aura and attract year beasts to attack. Year beasts were rare beasts in the 5 regions and 9 heavens, but there were many of them in the river of time, they were very common. According to their battle strength, they were divided into desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and immemorial desolate beasts. The food of year beasts was year goo. The river of time was a paradise for time path goo worms, there were a vast number of wild time path goo worms inside. Year beasts were inside, they captured year goo and ate them. The higher the rank of the year goo, the more year beasts would be attracted to them. In fact, immortal level year goo could also attract year beasts. Even if they were placed in the immortal aperture, it would not be useful. Because ordinary immortal apertures had tributaries of the river of time. When year beasts smell the year goo, they would enter the tributary from the river and appear in the goo immortal's immortal aperture. Immortal level year goo were already very attractive to year beasts. Year's flow like water, which could produce year goo limitlessly, was hundreds or even thousands of times more attractive to year beasts than immortal level year goo. Precisely because of this, when He Fan set up the true inheritance, he sealed year goo and year's flow like water immortal goo, not exposing any aura. At this point, Fang Yuan understood all the goo worms. The main point was the following content. For example, if a Strength Path Goo Immortal mainly had Strength Path Dao marks, this Time Path Killer move's effect would be greatly reduced. If a Time Path Goo Immortal used it themselves, it would be like He Fan using it on himself. The effect would be amplified by the Goo Immortal's Time Path Dao marks, the effect would be much better. Or for example, a low-grade Blessed Land and a high-grade Blessed Land had the same killer move. The effects were different. A month feels like a year. Fang Yuan continued to read. There was another immortal killer move, it was very similar to a year. It also slowed the immortal aperture's time, turning a month into a year. The core goo was still immortal level year goo, but the supplementary mortal goo was month goo. Day goo, month goo, year goo. These were all time path goo worms. They could be compared. Other than day feels like a year and month feels like a year, there were two other immortal killer moves. They were called year feels like a month and year feels like a day. The first two slowed the immortal aperture's time, while the second two sped up the time. To extend the immortal aperture's time, the interval between calamities and tribulations would naturally be lengthened. For example, Fang Yuan would undergo tribulation in 2 months in the outside world. After using day feels like a year, he would need decades or even centuries to undergo the next calamity and tribulation. Seeing this, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He felt joy in his heart. The previous 3 earthly calamities had forced him into a corner, he could only brace himself and charge through them. Now that he had this immortal killer move, it was different. From now on, Fang Yuan could advance or retreat, he had room to maneuver. It was very important. But for now, there is no need to slow the immortal aperture's time. After a few more earthly calamities, I can gain Dao marks and raise my cultivation level. With Chu Du's help, I have a high chance of passing the tribulation. Fang Yuan thought. Once he slowed the immortal aperture's time, there were drawbacks. This would cause the growth of resources to fall sharply, and Fang Yuan's cultivation level to rise would also fall by a large margin. Next, I need to prepare these goo worms. There is no need to prepare immortal goo, but I need day goo and month goo in large quantities. Even if I buy them from Jewel Yellow Skies, I will need to buy them for a long time. He Fan's true inheritance did not leave any mortal goo like day goo, month goo, or year goo. Fang Yuan had to buy them himself. Even though this was difficult, as long as Fang Yuan made up his mind, he could make it happen. These 4 immortal killer moves can be considered a set of killer moves, they are specially used to change the immortal aperture's time. He Fan, who created this killer move, is truly a genius. Not to mention, it even imitated the effects of other paths. Even though there were only a few immortal goo in He Fan's true inheritance. But with all sorts of mortal goo, countless immortal killer moves could be formed, allowing the goo immortal to deal with any situation. This was the normal state of orthodox cultivation. Even though He Fan was strong, he was not even one of the 10 extreme existences. Thus, he raised few goo worms. They were all time path goo worms, he could afford it. The number of goo worms was not important, the goo immortal using them was. He Fan was the best example. He only had 2 or 3 goo, but he could use them in all sorts of ways. There was no strongest immortal goo, only the strongest goo immortal. This was also the reason behind this sentence. And this immortal goo was very precious, it was fortune rivaling heaven goo. According to the land spirit of Langia, the essence of giant sun immortal's luck path was this immortal goo. Refining a rank 8 immortal goo was a huge risk. Old ancestor Shui, who had Ma Hongyun as the main material, it saved him a lot of expenses. But in order to gather immortal materials, he did not care about his reputation. He personally stole the immortal zombie bodies of Zombie Alliance, and stole from He tribe's treasury. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was in chaos because of him, everyone was panicking. Yao Huang was also refining resurrection from the dead immortal goo. According to the rumors in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World, this immortal goo was also rank 8. Actually, everyone knew the risks of refining rank 8 immortal goo. Why would they keep on trying? In fact, having a rank 8 immortal goo and not having one were two completely different concepts. Rank 8 goo immortals had to undergo tribulations too, they often had limited lifespan, they had no choice but to take risks. Old ancestor Shui who did it to pass the tribulation, while Yao Huang did it to extend his lifespan. The tribulations did not trap He Fan, but his lifespan was limited, he still died in the end. People like He Fan and the 22 Sword Saint were famous warriors in history, so they were a bit proud. Naturally, they didn't want their inheritance to be ruined by incompetent people. So, it was normal for them to set a difficult standard to choose an excellent successor. Next, I will take over this He Fan Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit. He waved his hand. At the next moment, the brass bell heavenly spirit floated towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. After he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, he became the owner of He Fan Grotto Heaven, he could command this brass bell heavenly spirit. But it was a pity. He Fan Grotto Heaven devoured the immemorial Azure Heaven fragment, causing the brass bell heavenly spirit to be muddle-headed. Fang Yuan could not command it well, communication was hard. It was even worse than a land spirit like Little Who Immortal. Fang Yuan first looked at Immortal Succession Mountain. On this mountain, there were many stone pavilions. Each of the stone pavilions contained a legacy. Some were mortal-level inheritances, some were Goo Immortal inheritances. He Fan Grotto Heaven's original Goo Immortals were mortals, they went to Immortal Succession Mountain and obtained inheritances, slowly cultivating. Unfortunately, after developing for so many generations, they were all slaughtered by Fang Yuan today. Fang Yuan looked around and found the inheritances on Immortal Succession Mountain. There were still some left. Most of the stone pavilions were empty. He kept all of these inheritances. He was the owner of the Grotto Heaven now, everything in the Grotto Heaven belonged to him. These inheritances were no exception. But these inheritances were mostly mortal inheritances, there were only 3 Goo Immortal inheritances left. 2 of them did not have any immortal goo, but they had many immortal goo recipes. The only Goo Immortal inheritance still had an immortal goo, it was called Bone Spike, it was an offensive bone path goo worm. After looting Immortal Succession Mountain, Fang Yuan looked at the vast world outside the mountain. He Fan Grotto Heaven had countless resources. The true inheritance also had a map of He Fan Grotto Heaven's resources, but after so many years, He Fan Grotto Heaven had nurtured so many Goo Immortals, the resource map was no longer suitable. And the brass bell heavenly spirit. There was no way to communicate. Thankfully, Fang Yuan still had captives. Even though he killed all of the Gu immortals, he kept their souls, they were all imprisoned in his immortal aperture. Soul Search. A moment later, Fang Yuan had a clear understanding of the entire Heifan Grotto heaven. Other than a few places with ancient desolate beasts and ancient desolate plants, there were also several forbidden areas. The Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto heaven. They were all local tyrants. After more than 10 generations, how could they not know about Heifan Grotto heaven? In the process of soul searching, Fang Yuan gained some understanding of these Gu immortals' inheritances and cultivation experiences. Blood light spirit suppression? Providence. Fang Yuan inspected Zheng Zhou Min, and Feng Jun's souls. He found out about their plan. Fang Yuan was glad that he had acted quickly, otherwise, if he had delayed for a period of time, the 3 immortals might have succeeded. Chu Du took away the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Fang Yuan had attitude Gu and familiar face. Providence knew about this. And most importantly, Heifan Grotto heaven annexed the immemorial azure heaven fragment. Providence could monitor this place. Feng Jun suddenly thought of the immortal killer move blood light spirit suppression. It was quite strange. Fang Yuan guessed that this was most likely due to Providence's influence. Thankfully, after Fang Yuan obtained the heavenly crystal eagle nest, he immediately took action and obtained Heifan's true inheritance as quickly as possible. There are no calamities and tribulations in Heifan Grotto heaven. Because this immortal aperture had once devoured an immemorial azure heaven fragment. I can move a large number of resources here. Of course, there are few strength path Dao marks here. I need to think about the specifics. Chu Du thought to himself. Lu Guanyi gave this Heifan Grotto heaven to me, other than to fulfill the agreement. He probably felt that this grotto heaven was a problem. Chu Du was not stupid. He soon realized, after taking the heavenly crystal eagle nest, everyone knew that Heifan's true inheritance was in his hands. The truth was, the one who obtained Heifan's true inheritance was Fang Yuan. By doing this, he hid behind the scenes while Chu Du took over Heifan Grotto heaven. In the future, if something went wrong, Chu Du would not find trouble with Fang Yuan. But even if Heavenly Lord Baizu attacks, I will take this Heifan Grotto heaven. I am the great domination immortal, why would I be afraid of some risks? When he thought up to here, Chu Du spoke boldly and agreed. Good, as expected of domination immortal. Fang Yuan clapped, praising. But next, when handing over Heifan Grotto heaven, there was a small problem. The brass bell heavenly spirit was unwilling. Perhaps because Chu Du did not have He tribe bloodline. Ignorant fool. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, shattering the defenseless brass bell heavenly spirit with a palm strike. The problem was solved. Chapter 1141. After the exchange, Heifan Grotto heaven officially changed owners. Even though Chu Du urged him to stay, Fang Yuan insisted on leaving. He had stayed in Heifan Grotto heaven for too long. It was time for Fang Yuan to prepare for the 4th earthly calamity. Of course, before leaving, he used the immortal killer move 100 Years Harmony to set an agreement with Chu Du. Fang Yuan left quickly, leaving Chu Du behind. He looked at the desolate Heifan Grotto heaven, feeling a headache. He returned to Langya blessed land. Oh, look, Fang Yuan is back. A hairy man Gu immortal was in Langya blessed land. He saw Fang Yuan flying in the sky. Does it matter if he returns or not? That's right, our Langya sect has no difference with or without him. This person is a human Gu immortal after all, he is not one of us hairy men. Forget about him. We need to plan on how to encircle that falling star hound. Soon, these hairy man Gu immortals lowered their heads, continuing to discuss tactics. Fang Yuan looked down, his gaze sweeping past these hairy man Gu immortals. Even though they were far away, Fang Yuan's investigative methods allowed him to hear every word of these hairy man Gu immortals' conversation. At once, Fang Yuan's gaze turned deep and eerie. He had spent a lot of time searching for He Fan's true inheritance. The fourth earthly calamity was approaching. This earthly calamity, Fang Yuan planned to undergo it alone. Even though it would be safer with Chu Du's help, Reckless Savage's true meaning would be taken away by him. If there were benefits, Fang Yuan wanted to take it all for himself. When he could not take it, he would think of other methods. And this time, he obtained He Fan's true inheritance, his strength rose greatly, he was confident in dealing with the fourth earthly calamity alone. But to undergo the tribulation, I need Langya sect's immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move. I need to borrow immortal Gu and mortal Gu from the land spirit of Langya. With my current cold relationship with the land spirit of Langya, I am afraid I cannot borrow them. Unless I can sell huge benefits like Dang Hun Mountain. From the looks of it. While he still had some time, he would first complete the sect mission to exterminate the falling star hound. Firstly, it could ease the tension between them. Secondly, he could obtain a considerable amount of sect contribution points. I can pay for borrowing the Gu. Fang Yuan didn't return to his own cloud city. Instead, he flew all the way to the first cloud city. There, he saw the land spirit of Langya. You're still willing to come back? The land spirit of Langya was not polite to Fang Yuan, his attitude was very cold. Fang Yuan sighed. He said with a bitter expression, Supreme First Elder, please forgive me. I have my own difficulties. It wasn't that I was indifferent before, it was just that I didn't have the energy and time. This trip had temporarily alleviated the crisis that he was in. As soon as I returned, I heard the Grand Elders of the sect discussing how to encircle and annihilate the falling star hound. I rushed over immediately because I wanted to take this mission from the hands of the first Supreme Elder. Oh. The land spirit of Langya heard this and relaxed his brows. That means you are going to take action? Fang Yuan smiled bitterly again. Actually, I had always wanted to take action. After all, I am a member of Langya sect. But the situation forced me, I had no choice. Now that I have the energy, I want to do something for the sect. His acting skills combined with attitude Gu had an immediate effect. Immediately, the land spirit of Langya felt that Fang Yuan was speaking the truth, and he was very sincere and apologetic. The land spirit of Langya's expression eased up, he was about to agree, but he swallowed his words and said, You want to take this mission now? It might be troublesome.